This is the show I've been waiting my entire life for. Invincible is the story of Mark Grayson, son of the world's strongest superhero, which in this case is basically Superman J.K. Simmons, who after years of waiting finally gets his superpowers. Putting on the tights and taking the name Invincible, Mark discovers that being a superhero is far stranger and more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. Now I went into the show knowing absolutely nothing. I knew that it was created by Robert Kirkman, aka the guy who made a comic about The Walking Dead that inspired the show That Can Never Die. That's a video for a different time though, because today you're here to hear if you should watch Invincible or not. The answer is yes. Because when I say episode 1 feels like a DC animated show, I mean it. Invincible hits that sweet spot of having action, humor, and heart, making it a show that can be enjoyed by anyone. For me, it's the show's sincerity that makes Invincible stand out. Because after years of nihilistic circle jerks, we finally are getting shows that say it's okay to care about other people. The very first scene we get is a security guard talking about his relationship with his stepson and the struggles they've gone through and how they've just recently reached a place of love. Sincerity is a hard thing to find in popular adult animation. Most of the shows I grew up with seemed terrified of having any real pathos to them, always sticking to that garbage TV edgelord mentality that it made it seem like caring about other people was either a struggle or burdened by some other factor. Shows like South Park, Family Guy, and even Rick and Morty on its worst days always paint caring about other people as a weakness, while glorifying those that don't care about anything. Frankly, this is what's driven me away from a lot of the shows I used to love, as they feel like they're trying way too hard to be adult because they don't want to be labeled for kids. But Invincible opens up with a beautiful conversation that illustrates the power of vulnerability and the catharsis that comes with it. Throughout the first 3 episodes, we see conversations like this continuously. Whether it's Mark's mom talking about the shift that powers have brought to their relationship, to a cursed child explaining how hard it is to get laid. And I swear that last one makes sense in context. Invincible has pathos, the kind that really makes you interested in the characters and their struggles, making these superpowered gods feel human, while having fun without being mean-spirited. It's still a superhero show though, so how's the action? Pretty good. I will give the caveat though that this show's action only really shines in smaller fights. As soon as a fight involves more than 4 people, it just feels busy, with a lot happening but very little substance. There's one exception to this rule, but we're not in spoilers yet. This story has a lot of supers, and everyone has their own skill set, making every fight feel a little bit different. And it becomes a game of who can use their powers the best to counter their opponents or synergize with whoever they're working with. The best part of any Avengers film is watching heroes fight together and do combos. It really spices up the generic Superman hits something harder's formula I am kind of used to with these shows. The fights won't make you stand up and cheer, but you might text to your friends asking like, oh, you see how cool that was? Also, while on this topic of heroes, we've seen only a small number of villains in this show, but they're a lot of fun, with SJW, Dr. Animo, and the Mauler twins being my favorites. And I think across the board, all the characters that get time devoted to them really shine, as they are typically very simple in how they're presented, but are very well executed, while also sprinkling in little hints about hidden depths, like Rexplosion is exactly the character Jason Something would play. But there's brief instances where it makes you question how much of this persona he puts out is real. And I really can't say enough, the characters across the board are all great. And as for the main ones though, I'll say that Mark, aka Asking for Invincible, is a positive mixed bag, because personality wise, he's bog standard to me. He's Terry McGinnis without the edge, or Ben 10 without having his head stuck up his ass. He's standard hero dork who's trying to do the right thing for the right reasons, even if he makes mistakes along the way. He's your standard identifiable character, but that's okay, because just because he's standard doesn't mean his story is. Mark's experience and dilemmas are fascinating. He's the son of basically Superman and has finally inherited his powers, completely changing the dynamic of his family. His mom now feels isolated, being the only normal one, while his dad is a aggressive in teaching Mark how to control his powers. Well, this is a new dynamic for the family, and with that comes a lot of interesting character moments that give Mark depth and really elevates him above being just a standard hero. His difficulties adjusting to superhero life and his romantic problems are all pretty fun, but it's the family drama that keeps me coming back. Steven Yeun is killing it with this performance and completely selling this character. Speaking of voices, J.K. mustache-wearing Simmons is here and playing Omni-Man. I can never get enough of J.K. Simmons' voice in my life, so I'm really happy to hear him again. And his performance is amazing as always, with Omni-Man being the character you'll have the most questions about. But to talk about that, I have to go into spoilers, and I'd really want all of you to go into this first episode blind. So before talking about anything spoilerific, I'll just touch on one more topic. We're going into the things I really want to talk about. The animation for this show is good, but... no, it's good. No, seriously, I really dig the animation for the show. The fights are fun, the designs are great. The show uses a lot of CGI locations, which honestly is just the best choice for this kind of show, where it probably isn't worth drawing cities for every fight sequence. While I do think the models are good, I don't think they hold up under any scrutiny. Because for me at least, I was happily enjoying a rooftop conversation till my eyes dripped off the characters and realized the whole city was CGI, which looks fine. But once I noticed it, I couldn't stop looking at it. Same goes for the CGI space fillers. Crowds are a nightmare to animate, but there were 1 or 2 instances where the oncoming mass of copy and pasted characters just took me out of it. But on a whole, the show looks great. Facial animations can be a bit stiff with the eyebrows not moving as much as I think they should, but I'm the uninformed hack nitpicking here. Overall, the first 3 episodes hooked me, and I will definitely be watching this show week to week and making a summary for it once the whole show is over. If you like DC animated shows, this is for you. So if you haven't seen episode 1, pause the video, go watch it. It's just on Amazon Prime. All right, no shame. You have till 3, 2, 1. Holy shit, that ending. So I had a gut feeling that this was going to be an intense show just because The Boys was so successful. I figured that Amazon would be betting on more of that similar drama / violence level. This show, it just, going to episode 1, you see blood coming out of the eye. Okay, there's a little blood. Maybe that's the limit. But then it just lures me into this false sense of security, and then it goes insane. Everyone's dead, blood, brains everywhere, and now we all have to wonder how evil Omni-Man is. Because from his first scene at home, he felt a little bit off to me. Not in that awkward dad way, but in that my kid isn't what the plan needs him to be. It's what's the deal? Is he really just an alien invader? Because based on his fight with the Justice League knockoffs, I don't think he can conquer the world on his own. He might be able to destroy the world, but from what we've seen, he took a lot of damage just being the Guardians, so maybe he thinks he could take it over but not hold it. So what I'm thinking is that he needs Mark to help him take over the world, because he goes to that alien dimension and just wipes out everyone. He absolutely has the power to conquer planets, but the difference is that planet didn't have supers like Earth does, which must have necessitated Omni-Man creating a backup. At least that's just my guess. And while the murder of the team was certainly gruesome, I think it fits, which I'm happy about because I see a lot of shows that have excessive gore. It either focuses way too much on it or is done so often it loses its punch. Invincible so far has been really good at balancing, showing people get hurt while not making me feel like I'm in the splash zone. Though I did roll my eyes at Duplicate, who, just like Halo and Young Justice, has a power that lets horrific things happen to them with no consequences, and it makes it feel really cheap, like Kenny from South Park cheap. This is just a trope I don't like personally. Almost all the characters are fun. It's filled to the brim with copycat characters from Frat Guy Gamut to Cyborg's twin robot, with there not being a single character I didn't enjoy in some capacity. It's a show with a ton of characters, so the fact that none of them have felt pointless or boring, really surprising. Sassy Gay Best Friend is a little 2008 to me, but if this show can make me tolerate Rexplosion, I think it's gonna be okay. Honestly, I really like the team and all the relationship drama brewing with them as a whole, because it's just a staple of hero shows at this point, and I'm all about it. I don't know what made Duplicate sleep with this idiot though.
Hold on! This doesn't mean shit!
Adam Eve, God, that is a dumb name. Though to be fair, almost all the names in this show are bad or just a little bit corny. So that it just has a vibe going on. Really interested to see where the show is going to go. I know this is based on a comic, but I have zero desire to check it out. I want to experience this with the show because it feels like almost every other good guy is secretly evil, and I kind of love that. I love the dumb teen drama of Mark's love life, the personal beef between the heroes, and oh my god, Seth Rogen was in this show. Like, can we just take a moment to realize how star-studded this cast is? They're Amazon, I know. Are they just like giving away lifetime Prime accounts? Because they have way too much talent on their hands for what seems like bit parts. And they're all killing it. Oddly enough, the show that Invincible reminds me of the most isn't even a superhero show. It's Megas XLR. Both skirt this line between parody and being serious while keeping the incredibly wacky logic of older comics. It's dumb, but I love it, and I really want to see more of this space shenanigans. Overall, I'd call this a great start to what could be an amazing series, and I can't wait to go back and watch. So if you're still around, congrats, you made it. Don't make me test you again, because we're talking about Invincible, and we don't have time to waste on the reasonable people of the world. Invincible is a show that without the blood would fit right in with the classic DCAU lineup. So if you enjoyed those shows, you'll like Invincible. If you watch The Boys, you'll like Invincible. If you are over the age of 18 and like cartoons, you will like Invincible. If you don't like the sight of gore, there is no shame in that, but you will still like Invincible regardless. For those of you who don't know, Invincible by Robert Kirkman is the story of Mark Grayson, the son of Earth's greatest superhero, Omni-Man, who is just Superman with a mustache plus whiplash. After 17 years of just being an attractive nerd, Mark finally gets his powers, throwing him into the world of capes and costumes, discovering what it really means to be a hero and to have good healthcare. Now, what I love about Invincible is that it is able to strike a balance between being an uplifting superhero story while also being a world that has actual physics. Because in a world of supers, yeah, people are gonna get hurt, but the violence doesn't make the heroes any less heroic. Shit, honestly, it makes them even better. This show can and will hurt people. And one of my least favorite superhero tropes are heroes dropping everything to save civilians from blank. Because in 90% of these shows, they won't show blood, and they want us to think that they're actually gonna kill a bus full of children. No. This leaves the biggest part of being a hero left feeling like a chore that I have to sit through to get back to the good stuff. But in Invincible, people can die. So these scenes that I hate suddenly become more intense than the fights. It's this added sense of peril that keeps me locked in and actually cheering for when the good guys save people. And this is something that's soaked into all of Invincible. It gets you invested. And that's what will keep you hanging around long after so many other properties. Because this show made me care about Mark. It made me care about his struggles. Like, when was the last superhero show to make you care about his parents' marriage? It sucks you in so deep, you're basically begging for the next episode. I think this goes at just how well executed this show is, because it nails pacing and mood. When this show wants to be relaxed and lighthearted, it can do that. When it wants to be a 45-minute danger roller coaster where you can't look away, it can do that. Every episode of Invincible slowly builds off one another, telling both its own narrative while also building the overarching story. So if you have an episode where you're a little bit meh on it, the hints to the bigger plot will just hold you over until the next one. The mystery of why Omni-Man killed the Justice XPs is something that they slowly pick at, while giving you enough clues that you can figure out for yourself what's going on behind that mustache. And while we're talking about the stash, Omni-Man, favorite character, owns every scene he's in. A lot of this goes to the incredible performance by J.K. Simmons, who was able to nail both the subtler moments and the explosive ones. And this is true for the entire cast, because holy shit, this cast is stacked with A-tier talent. Like, I can't find a single bad performance in this entire show, which, like, damn. There's usually at least one guy dropping the ball, but here, nada. Steven Yeun is great as Mark. He brings that adorable charm to the role and a real vulnerability to the not-so-invincible hero. I've loved this guy since The Walking Dead, and I just love seeing him in more properties. And other standouts include Jason Mazzakas as Rex, being the a-hole we love to see get shit on, with I can't believe it's Zachary Quinto's robot being an understated star, but more than anything else, Kevin Michael Richardson as the Mahler twins. easily peak likable villainy. And while these are my favorites, again, across the board, they're all great. And I can't say this enough, this show is just fire. Though now is a good time as any to cool those flames, cause this show does stumble in a few places, but only a few. First being the CGI. I noticed this in the first episode, and I've been unable to not notice it. Stuff like the cityscape, pretty serviceable, till you really start looking at it, and once you do, you just can't unsee it. And a lot of this stuff looks unfinished. Things look too shiny and smooth, like it's missing a layer. This show couldn't look as good as it does without using the CG, but even with that in mind, I wish the show had been delayed just a little bit to polish up these backgrounds. Except the background people, you can fucking burn these things. Any crowd shot is a game of don't notice the aliens masquerading as humans. These aren't just bad CG models, they feel out of place in the show itself. Like, blur them out a little bit, do something. I can't stand looking at these things. And the crowd problem also extends to an issue I have with the fights. Mainly that while the fights are great, any fight with groups tend to be pretty lackluster. Team battles, those still work, because we get to see cool combos and the camera work is easy to follow. But when it's just one versus a crowd, it's boring. It really feels like the show is conserving the animation budget for the moments that really deserve it, but it leaves these scenes coming off as lackluster. Speaking of which, episode 4 is the episode where the animation takes a nosedive, which is fitting considering it's the episode with the least going on, but when I notice that there's a dip in quality, me, the idiot, it's a pretty bad sign. Also, I think the licensed music is hit or miss. Unless it's Run the Jewels, the song has a 2 out of 3 chances of being meh. Not awful, but they're approaching almost cringe. And if those are the only complaints I have, this show is doing just fine. So I'm just saying this right out. Go watch Invincible, it's amazing, the action is great, the characters are enjoyable, the plot is honestly to God such a fun watch. If you go into this knowing nothing, I mean I already spoiled episode 1, but hey, I warned you, you will be in for an amazing ride. So, this is your chance to hop on that ride and get off this one. Because I promised myself I would keep this review somewhat spoiler free until a point, and this is that point. You have till this to dip. If you don't want to be spoiled on the rest of the season, and especially the finale, get off now. Invincible is amazing, and if you have even a passing interest in it, this will be the show for you. It's on Amazon Prime. Go check it out, please. The train scene broke me. I saw Nina from Full Metal Alchemist when I was 8. I started watching Hellsing when I was 12. But I have been seeing crazy shit long before I should have. But for there to be a scene that would have my jaw hit the floor and evoke genuine horror, that is a feat. This is a scene I talk about when I say that the gore in this show can be too much. I don't find it excessive here though, because it puts us in the mindset of Mark, who is watching this happen. This dude is feeling people get crushed and broken against his body, and there's not a damn thing he can do about it. This scene is horrifying. Not just for us, but for Mark. Well, for Omni-Man, this is all him trying to show off how little he cares about human life. It's callous, it's terrible, and I think the scene is perfect in selling what an utter monster Omni-Man is. Yeah, sure, he killed the Guardians, he punched Mark through a building and that killed people, but you could say accident. He didn't intend to kill those people. They just happened to be in the way. This though? This is an atrocity that solidifies Omni-Man as a monster, and Mark is left in a state of near shock for the rest of the episode. So to me, this scene, while excessive, works in the context of the show. You can disagree. This is a personal preference that we all have to make a judgment call on. But to me, it is the standout moment of the finale. Alongside Nolan beating his son to a pulp, the final 2 episodes of Invincible are honestly some of the most intense TV I've ever seen. Non-stop action, but enough variation in what's happening so that you'll never get bored like, say, Man of Steel. Watching Omni-Man get revealed as this planet-conquering racist must be what it's like to be in an abusive relationship, because he seems so good at the beginning. He's loving, stern, sure, but he seems to want what's best for Mark. Then he kills the Guardians. I'm like, okay, that was terrible. Maybe he didn't mean to do it, right? Then the season keeps going and starts showing what a dick he is. Like, he's rude to the Red Blur's widow, and he's also trying to intimidate Darkblood. He makes these comments where it's just being so uncalled for. You can see the subtle foreshadowing for how little Omni-Man cares about other people. But still in my head I was saying, oh, at least he loves his wife.
She's more like a pet to me.
At least he loves Mark.
I can always start again. Make another kid.
Boy, this whole character arc has just been a teardown into Omni-Man, and I'm all for it. Because here's the thing, he's a terrible person. Hateable, evil, sure. But I still think he kind of cares just a little bit about his son. We even see in flashbacks that he did care once, and I think that might be the only reason he lets Mark live. And when he's doing these insane, horrifying things, it almost gives a vibe that he's trying to tell himself this, just as much as he's trying to beat this into Mark. And I need to see where Omni-Man's story goes, because I don't know how Mark is going to beat him, or stop the army of Viltrumites coming to Earth. Small thing, I do think that the power scaling for this series can be a bit wonky, because there's scenes where Nolan is flying through space, ripping mountains out of the earth, and then there'll be scenes of him somewhat struggling with these cyborgs. Now, Mark, injured, struggling, yeah, I can see that. Nolan though? No, he should be able to rip through these things, and I hear that's part of the adaptation process, but they kind of nerfed him to add more drama to the show, which, yeah, always go for the drama, but there are one or two moments where I'm like, no, you should be able to handle this. But overall though, fuck man, that scene of Mark telling his dad. And for the rest of the finale, moving past the point where Nolan beat his son with everything but his belt, I do kind of think that it speedruns setting up season 2. Mark now has his gang of school friends who all know he gets an exposition dumped on the rest of the universe and how they might stand a chance against them. And okay, I guess I have to talk about this. This comic was written in 2003, and the heroes can't have a love life because girl doesn't know boy is a hero. Wasn't as done to death as it is today. But here, it honestly feels like the one element of the show that feels dated. Because I liked Amber at the beginning, I get why she would dump his ass, but the situation where she does so seems designed to put her in the worst possible light, with her putting her relationship over the lives of other people. Like, yeah, he should have told her, and Mark giving her the vibe that she's just gonna be the third wheel in his life makes it very understandable that she would break up with him. But slapping them back together at the end of the season like this, it feels like they're just making them date just so they can break them up again later. But in more positive notes, I adore, love, feel this to my very core, the scenes with Robot and the Muller twins. They really do a great job of building up the existential crisis of this cloning machine, where yes, it'll make a body, but to then have them make copies of your mind, you're not transferring your mind, you're just making a new version of you, perfectly explaining why the twins don't mark each other when they go under for the cloning process, because they don't want to know. They realize that if one guy was a clone, they would just end up killing each other, so them just consciously making the decision like, no, we're both gonna think we're the original, but we both kind of low-key know we're clones, really just goes a long way to explaining an element that I thought was an easy, like, no, just write a C over his forehead. It just creates this unknown origin story that you just know there's a great tragedy waiting to be explored. Also, I never want to know if Robot and Monster are banging or not. I don't care how immensely old they are. Leave that info on the curb because I ain't picking it up. Now, I love the opening of this episode, as in the span of 3 minutes, our perception of what's happening changes like 6 different times. From us saying like, oh, maybe this is like a trading session between Invincible and the Immortal, only for us to go, no, this is a real fight. Let's go, oh, is this a flash forward? Is this in the future? Then nope, Nolan's here. Holy shit, what is he doing here? Then the Immortal gets dusted. Mark and Omni-Man are just working together, and suddenly we're in the post-apocalypse. So now we're wondering, is this a dream sequence? Is this a future? All these questions are running through your mind as you try and understand what's going on. This is the show starting the season with a bang, and it immediately gets you engaged as you're wondering what the hell is going on, and you need to find out. As we're now seeing the world if Invincible joined his father, and just the horrors of that, and also helps us understand why Langstrom is gonna hate his ass forever. Also, love the dynamic between evil Omni-Man and Invincible, as they're not mustache twirling monsters like you expect from like an evil version of Mark. What this is instead is that you can very much see this being Mark, who has convinced himself that his dad is right, with his actions following that logic. Paralyzing, not killing Eve, mocking the Immortal, everything he does is monstrous, and he is casually killing civilians. But all of it is framed in his head as their own fault, that them being against him is what caused this, therefore this isn't really his fault. But all while the war crimes are happening, Omni and Mark still have that genuine father-son relationship. They're still talking about dinner. Nolan is consoling Mark after he thinks he killed Eve. All of this kind of just puts in your head head that the world had to die to keep this father-son dynamic. That the thing that Mark truly lost wasn't his humanity, but his belief that he and humankind were equals. And now he sees them like his father used to, or what he thought his father believed humanity was. As we saw in the ending, that Nolan wasn't able to kill his son. That little bit of humanity has infected him, and he does still care for his son, and maybe everyone else as a whole. So for as much as he says they're nothing, he was probably trying to convince himself of that as much as he was his son. But in this version of the world, where Mark caved, Nolan was able to keep leaning into his disbelief that humanity is worthless, they're pets. But in our world, things might be a little bit more hopeful. But in this one, Mark sees humanity as pets, who need a master and are better off under his thumb than being left to their own devices. With nothing representing keeping your friends as pets better than Mark paralyzing Eve from the neck down to avoid killing her. Like he's doing this just so he can visit her on weekends. Which, Jesus Christ.
You too will die.
Sure. But you should have died at birth.
But for all this horror, all this terribleness, the cold casualness of Mark and Nolan just being juxtaposed by actual Mark's depression in the main timeline is very fun. As right now, the dude is bummed out, keeping busy and listening to Radiohead, with him saving lives but never really sticking around to actually talk to them, conveying just how distant Mark has become, while also creating a sense that he is just going through the motions. That while he may talk about saving lives, none of them really process to him, as none of it is really easing his guilt after all the people his dad killed during their fight. Which, okay. Now, as someone who hates the penitent hero shtick, or the protagonists just beating themselves up over things they couldn't control, this situation, yeah, this one gets a complete pass from me. Mark's dad beat him with everything but his belt, killed thousands of people in front of him, with him. Within the span of 10 minutes, he found out his dad wasn't a hero but a space conqueror who also considered his wife to be a pet. Yeah, that's gonna leave anyone with some massive issues, especially when the many sources of guilt and anxiety are all wrapped up so closely together. Plus, the people that he failed are less I didn't know A would lead to Z, aka the hero did something that the villains would use to do a bad thing later. This is way more personal, and it's so much easier to imagine why Mark feels responsible for what happened. Or even if Mark knows that nothing happened was his fault, he'd probably still feel the people on the train getting crushed against his body whenever he thinks back on that day, which is a level of horror that I don't think anyone can just therapy their way out of. But this isn't just the Mark crying himself to sleep hour, as we also get to deal with Mark's mom, Debbie, who is also not dealing with the situation well. While she didn't get the Caucasian being out of her like Mark did, the premiere does a great job of making us touch base with everybody who was affected by Nolan's betrayal. Debbie isn't the afterthought parental figure. She has her own complicated experiences and thoughts about what happened with Nolan. It makes for some juicy character work that I'm glad the show has the time to sit down and marinate with, as Invincible is great at a lot of things. One of its abilities is to be utterly sincere with its writing, in a way that I think a lot of superhero and just mainstream TV is getting scared of right now. They just never want us to enjoy just people being open. They just always have to throw in a quip. They have to ruin it. They have to address the sentimentality of what just happened, as that feels uncomfortable and they really just want to move on to the next thing. But here, we sit with it. We sit with what happened. We really get to relate, and even though it's uncomfortable, it feels so much realer for it. But the other thing that this show does really well is reconstructing the entire superhero genre, where rather than just stopping to poke fun of what's going on, this world accepts the bullshit of people having superpowers and then thinks about the natural consequences that come with that. But it does so without ever devolving into a Mark Millar style edgefest where only the worst things will happen all the time. And Invincible works really hard to show the heroic side of things while also not shying away from the darkness and hurt that comes with a world like this. From superheroes not knowing their own strength and hurting civilians, to really just adding into okay, if this is the situation, how will this affect everyone around them? So that makes it a must to spend time with characters like Debbie, as it really goes a long way to make the world feel fuller, that everyone is having some kind of reaction to the events that just happened, and seeing things from a more grounded perspective. From the perspective of someone that can't break the speed of sound, we're allowed to feel powerless, to feel frustrated, but also see the light at the end of the tunnel. The hope that we can get through this, not to mention showing the familial grief of what happened to the Grayson household, and the difficulty of two people going through something as horrific as finding out that the patriarch of the family was a mass murderer, and how it's gonna leave you to struggle to help the other person who needs it. As this is something we see with Mark and Debbie, who just want to pretend things are normal again to get out of the house, but neither is dealing with it well. but nor are they really able to properly help one another. This is why I love having Olga here, the former wife, girlfriend, possible fiance of the Red Smear, who just pops back into the story. As yeah, this is a fuller world, and she would know better than anyone what Debbie is going through. Plus, we get that immediate intrigue of not really knowing just how she feels about the whole Nolan situation at first. Like, is she here out for revenge? Is she bitter? All the answers turn out to be no, but that small moment of hanging on the knife is just enough to set you on edge till the tension dissolves with Olga comforting Debbie in what is easily her darkest hour. She can't stay long, but even being here for a night is enough to let Debbie vent in a way she couldn't around Mark, as she's afraid of only adding to his grief, something that he is afraid of doing to her. This is the difficulty of parental and child communication, and the need to have a third party involved, which if I had to make a guess what that red card was for, it's probably for like some spouse family of superheroes anonymous support group, something that will let people talk about the issues only such a niche group like them could understand. I'm assuming this because I saw it happen in Spider-Man, so very much assuming that's the same deal here. Shit could be evil for all we know, but we'll see. But speaking of evil things, look, I'm joking, but I also need to be clear. Amber, she's fine. She got fucked by the writers wanting a bait and switch that would make her look smart, but instead in hindsight it made her look awful. But I, for the life of me, can't fathom why they had these two hook up again in the finale. Like, I've said this a lot, but I haven't read the comics. I don't know what's gonna happen in this series. But even a novice like myself can tell that Eve and Mark are endgame. This show nearly had them hook up in season 1, only for Amber to swoop in as a stopgap girlfriend to buy time for the actual love interest to take their rightful place. I know it's coming. You know it's coming. So every time Amber and Mark have a scene together, while it's not bad, it does feel like filler to me. Hope they do something interesting with Amber later, but even in this episode, while we get nice moments of Amber checking in on Mark, it's only with Eve that we feel a genuine connection, and Mark allows himself to talk about what he's actually going through. Amber is his mask of normalcy. Eve is who he actually is. I pray that the story will give this woman a decent ending, as I feel like it's already screwed her over enough. Moving on from Trauma Town and the very cute scene of the bully consoling Mark over what he thought was his dad's death, but that just set him off even more, let's talk about the Maulers.
Did you? Oh yeah, I shit portals now. Didn't I mention that?
I love the scene of them trying to finagle better food out of the guard they beat up in season 1. The Maulers are perfect as superhero villains. They're comedic, they're menacing, but fully able to have just like an actual conversation with those around them. Kevin Michael Richardson kills it with these giant blue idiots, but then, like always, they get broken out of jail by someone who needs them for a project, which in this case is Langstrom, but they do have their many reservations after what happened with Robot. But ultimately, they're able to get on with his little narcissistic utopia project, where he plans to download the minds of 1,000 alternate versions of himself into his own consciousness, supposedly giving him access to the greatest secrets of the multiverse to see the whole picture, which will somehow allow him to save the universe. All the universes. I mean, the dude's a pacifist, so clearly things have to go well. So honestly, I'm just okay with Langstrom. Clearly, as we discover at the end, that this is more of a villain origin story for Langstrom, so the man that we meet for most of the episode isn't really who we're gonna be dealing with. So he doesn't have to be that particularly memorable right now. I do find him interesting enough, but that partly is just how well he bounced off the Maulers, who are just excellent at doing that with anybody. But I'm more curious about his potential and the possibility of how the show will involve the multiverse than anything else. Hopefully it'll be done sparingly, as we don't need any more of that extra shit. Though I did find extremely funny how his pacifism bullshit, while not allowing him to let Invincible die, it did allow him to nuke a building, killing his alters, the Maulers, and nearly himself. I don't know if he realized what he was doing, but ye old hypocrisy is very fresh here. But it also adds the idea that this guy may have been a bit delusional from the start, as he really believed that he could create a utopia across the multiverse without killing anybody. Yet he also claimed he was willing to leave the Maulers trapped on a dead world, showing just that little bit of evil Mark's mentality, where effectively ruining someone's life is somehow morally superior than murder, even if it's for the greater good. Like, at some point, dude, you really have to get off that high horse and recognize you're still robbing people of their life, with no amount of preachiness being enough to make people do what you want. So while he may not have been exactly a bad guy before this, him becoming a villain does have precedent in his actions beforehand, making him a tragic victim of his own beliefs and flaws rather than being just doomed by circumstance. Also, we got this meme. Cecil's also here, being deliciously morally gray. The dude seems genuine at first about wanting Mark to recover from what happened. Like everything that this man does, there's only just a little bit of manipulation going on here, as he does seem to want Mark to heal, yet it also seems to be just a little bit of a ploy to keep Mark under his control, as he doesn't want Mark out in the field if there's a chance he can go rogue like Omni-Man did, with him letting Mark help not when he's recovered but when he acquiesces to following orders, showing that this is as much about submission and security than it was Mark's mental health. This kind of hits the grade that I love about Cecil, as the dude seems like he genuinely does have the world's best interest at heart, but is also okay with doing very extreme things to achieve it. So while he can be nice, you always have to take what he says with a grain of salt, or worse. Wonder if he's using sincere feelings to create a very specific outcome, keeping Invincible out of the game even when the world needs him, just to make Mark more willing to work under him than on his own, throwing the fact that Omni-Man acted on his own in Mark's face to use that fear of being like his dad to keep the emotionally devastated teenager from doing so. Cecil is fascinating, he's efficient, very curious to see how far he'll go with this in the future, but the double take I did when Donald, aka Bobby fucking Hill, showed up had me in shambles, as like, bro died. Dude was dead, so him just being here begs all the questions, as we saw the dude bleed out. So unless he's a robot copy that isn't some line of butler drones, I don't know who this is. As if it's a clone, that makes you wonder why Robot had to go to the trouble of stealing from the Maulers when he could have just stolen from Cecil. The fact that he is here is crazy to me, as there's no real reason, unless Cecil is just personally attached to this guy and was going to extreme lengths to get his number 2 back. Like, the rabbit hole of dark government shit that must be going on behind the scenes, it hooks me, and I am here for it. Then just to round out the rest of the cast, we got the Guardians getting put under the Immortals' command, which I get it. Though frankly, I'm kind of shocked that they haven't just straight up gutted this team. As while decent on their own, most of them don't scream Earth's strongest. Like, what the fuck is Rex doing here? His ass feels like he would have gotten booted to the minor leagues in week 1, so it was great to watch Bulletproof just show up and put his ego in check. That has been a long time coming. And frankly, yeah, these yahoos need way more discipline if they're gonna be Earth's premier super team. With Robot still being here, and everyone has just decided to live with the extremely fucked ethical decisions he made to create a new body for himself using Rex's DNA, as he did it all to be with Monster Girl. Like, really, they said we're just gonna move past that. It is interesting to see him deal with the fear of actually being in battle for a change, all the anxiety like, oh no, I could actually die now. While it's fun to actually see him in the suit participating, I kind of question why he's even doing that, as it feels like the smarter thing to do was for him to stay back, use his Neuralink to remotely control the robots like he used to, as he still seems capable of doing it, so if he's freezing up on the spot, it feels better for him to just take a step back and problem solved. But like everything else in the show, I'm sure this is just set up for Robot doing some heinous, unethical shit later. Probably something crazy like cutting off his sense of empathy to become a better leader, causing him to lose the ability to love the very person he went to all the trouble making this body for. Overall, I fucking love this episode of... Okay, low-key, while cute, the slight pause every time someone was about to say Invincible annoyed the hell out of me. Like, it's cute. They're basically faking us out to the final line and actual title drop. Or rather than adding more blood, there's too much of it. It has consumed the screen, and now we're getting cracks rather than splatter. But I really hope they don't make a habit of this. Overall though, episode was fire. Loved all the character work, and while it's not the showstopper some people might have expected, this is the necessary anxious breath that the series needed to start with after everything that's happened. There's a metric ton of setup here that I'm sure is going to be paid off beautifully later, in ways you'd expect and ways that I'm sure I won't. You can't really beat the original premiere where we watch Omni-Man kill the Guardians. The show can only pull the rug out from underneath us like that once, but I'm dying to see what comes next. Though big heads up, this is my PSA. We're only getting the first half of the season this year, with the final 4 coming out early 2024. Yeah, I do think that's kinda dumb, but if that's how the show needed to happen for production reasons, I'll live with it. Though I do think this is a show that really benefited from being weekly over the course of 2 months, as the consistent hype and momentum is really what made this show such a phenomena. We'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. I'm super excited. Hopefully this doesn't kill the vibe like it did with the Attack on Titan finale, and if you haven't caught the Adam Eve special, you definitely need to go watch it, as it has easily the best fight scene in this series and just all the nightmare fuel. They really seem to be upping the animation for this season, and after the lows of what we saw in season 1, that is very much appreciated. As while this show was always a banger, some of these shots did look like they were made in Flash. Invincible Season 2 is out, and now it's gone, as it pulled an Omni-Man and left to go get milk after not finishing us. That's right, we won't get the last 4 episodes till 2024, which is frustrating, since the series basically just now started to get good. There's some pretty decent reasons for that, but there are some pretty understandable reasons for that. And a lot of y'all need to calm down over it. No, what I'm a little bit more annoyed about is how this season's release schedule is highlighting the show's weaknesses rather than its strengths. And that's kind of what I've been wanting to talk about, as I've been liking this season so far, but how we consume media can be just as important as the media itself. So, for the sake of my sanity, I want to just break down my thoughts on how Invincible is getting screwed by the suits, and none of it is the animator's fault. Plus my general thoughts on just the season so far.
Sometimes things are the way they are for a good fucking reason.
That can't be it. Where's the rest of it?
So, just general opinion on season 2. Shit's been good. I've always loved this show. Its ability to feel like a throwback to the DC animated universe while still being its own mature thing. It's just been a combination that I have always adored. It's able to be just edgy enough that it's okay, we're a little dark here, but it never goes so far that it feels like, okay, now you're just being out of pocket and just trying too hard. No, while Invincible does a lot of yes and explain like, okay, if you lived in a world of superheroes, this probably would happen, it never goes that extra mileage to be like too dark or take away from the obvious love that the series has for the superhero genre. So with that excitement, I was over the moon waiting for season 2 to come out. And when I got the premiere, honestly, I loved it. As while it wasn't a complete banger, after the massive catastrophe that was Omni-Man versus Invincible, yeah, I think we need a depressed breather before like jumping into the crazy stuff to establish a new status quo and give us an idea of what we're in for going forward. Though hindsight does make me feel like something is missing, but I'll rant about that in a second. But overall, I do really like the first 3 episodes. It feels like we're watching a story in the state of transition. Mark is struggling to be a hero again in the aftermath of his dad. Everyone is going off to college. Debbie has no idea how to cope. The Guardians are facing shakeups just everywhere, and Eve's new lifestyle hits a snag and now she's questioning herself. All these things on their own are interesting. It's very cathartic to watch Mark be unsure of just how not to be his dad and ties himself up to his new work daddy, only for his attempts to have some restraint falling apart as he often chooses to be good rather than to follow orders. However, this first half of the season is very episodic. That's not a bad thing, but it's also not a great one. I feel like for the first 3 episodes, we never really know exactly where we're going yet. So while there is stuff happening, we don't really have that sense of anticipation as we don't know what we're building to. So for me, even though I love all the superhero antics, it's why Debbie's arc about going through grief and like just processing everything that's happened with Nolan is the true standout early on. We see the ups and downs of her processing Nolan's betrayal and all the baggage that comes with it, downing everything that they went through and how she may have wasted her life on a man who considered her a pet. Debbie is killing it this season. I honestly get more out of her scenes than Mark's more often than not. And I feel like that process tracks for most of the season. While I like a lot of what's going on, it does feel like it's on cruise control till episode 4. And the reason why I feel like it is just a little lukewarm, it's not having that, this is why I need to tune into this show every week. I think the thing that's missing is the hook. This is by far my biggest issue. This season, it's good, but shit doesn't really start to happen till episode 4. Now on one hand, I get it. Omni-Man almost turned his son back into a liquid, a lot of people died, no one is handling it well. But while that kind of life-shattering realization is valid, to take some time and unpack all of that, the show does feel like it's very much banking on us already being invested in the series, so it's allowing itself to take things slower, when it maybe needs to put its foot on the gas just a little bit more, or just tease what's coming next earlier on. It's a little bit of just trust me bro, and while I do trust the writers, I would like just a little bit more of a hint to what direction we're actually going. As this season, it fails to set up an effective hook, which is kind of annoying as the first season had one of the best fucking hooks in recent memory. Starting its first episode as a solid but not wow-inducing introduction to Mark, who is now in the process of becoming a superhero. but it's only when you watch Omni-Man, the supposed hero, paint the walls with this series' Justice League does it really lock us into the story. This shit was crazy, and even if you didn't care for Mark, you were left desperately wanting to know just all about this. Did Omni-Man do it willingly? Why did he do it? What will his family do when they find out, and how will they react? The show created a great mystery that, even though we kind of know the answer, it still served as a time bomb that would destroy the status quo of the show once it went off, leaving us all waiting for that bomb to drop and leaving us watching everyone else in the show just inch closer to that reveal. This is the thing that allowed Invincible to have mostly episodic episodes for most of the series. Small stuff was being built up, Mark filling out his hospital punch card, but those little hints of what Omni-Man's deal is, and how close the truth was to being uncovered, is what hooked us and kept us on edge even during the more low-key episodes. Season 2 doesn't have that, like not in the slightest. The first episodes are fun, don't get me wrong, but while it's nice to see Mark get back in the game, touch base with everyone else in the world, most of it does feel like setup for things that are meant to come later. But while that's cool, we don't really know what's gonna happen, and worst of all, the characters don't know about it. Angstrom's ugly face felt like he was being set up to be the season's big bad, or at least a major player, but then he kind of just fucks off after his villain origin story. He showed up in a teaser in the second episode, but after that it's just been silence. But in spite of all of his backstory, he still does feel very villain of the week, so I don't really have that much of a reason to be invested in him doing anything. He's a tragic monster who blew himself up and got corrupted by the one version of himself who was a hater. While there's a ton of great stuff that could be done with him, right now it's just a game of wait and see, as we don't really know what's gonna happen or how things are gonna play out. It's not really a compelling mystery that drives the story forward, which is also the same thing with Viltrum till the literal midpoint of the season, where it's only here in episode 4 do we really understand the stakes, and now I have something like, oh no, this is gonna fuck everyone up. As Nolan's been kidnapped, Mark has to either subjugate Earth or rescue his father and fight any Viltrumite that comes for them, not to mention have to explain to his mother that the baby isn't his. We now have stakes, we have intrigue, but now the show's on break, so screw us. Though to be clear, this won't be a problem when we have the full season. The first half, yeah, it's kind of on cruise control, but things are definitely gonna kick into high gear soon. However, even with that said, the season does feel a bit too slice of life even with that context, and there isn't enough underlying dread to make it feel like the calm before the storm, nor is it really happy enough to make it feel nostalgic before shit truly hits the fan. I'm liking the season, but it's not giving me something to really sink my teeth into besides the Debbie subplot. However, that is a minor gripe. But with how the show's being released, what would have stayed a minor gripe in the grand scheme of things, suddenly now feels like a real issue, as this is all we got. And this release schedule does feel, how do I put this? Stupid. And I 100,000% blame upper management. The animators and all the people working on this show, they don't get paid enough to get negged over shit they don't have control over. Invincible, for all its success, it still kind of feels like an afterthought to a lot of Amazon's marketing. They spend 20 times more on marketing The Boys than they do this show, when honestly Invincible deserves all the money in the world and not wasting time on a live action movie of it. Like low-key, this whole release feels like a dumb synergy thing. Like somebody had the glorious idea that they should drop Invincible Season 2 the same day as the finale for Gen V, or more accurately, the Homelander cameo. Then that would get people jazzed, so they'll trickle down to watching Invincible. It does feel kinda dumb, and is now feeling suspect, as there are hints from a broken Fire Stick apparently, that Invincible is gonna come out in January, 1 month from now. Which feels weird and confusing, and calls into question the thing that actually annoys me. Like, why couldn't they just delay this series like a month? Like, I'm of the opinion that the people working on the show should be given as much time as they need to actually finish the thing. Else you run the risk of burnout, crunch time, and all the other nastiness that comes when a production refuses to budge on a release date that is set for reasons not linked to the actual production cycle of the show. Invincible can take a month off, that's fine. I'm not gonna deny the weirdness of a show taking a month off after 4 episodes, with only the show now hyping up the fans, and this is especially egregious for Invincible, as this show benefited so much from being week to week. Invincible is a show that benefited so much from being week to week. Yeah, the first episode, people loved it, but people didn't go crazy. It wasn't huge yet. But by releasing episodes consistently, it was able to build its audience, to create hype each week and get people to jump in and catch up. Till the finale happened, and it had officially become a sensation. Invincible Season 2, in contrast, is basically getting its hype kneecapped, and I've talked with other creators about this. Nobody was really talking about the premiere. This show had a massive fan base. They got Omni-Man into Mortal Kombat, and nobody was talking about it or even watching the videos on it. So while Amazon was trying to brag how the Season 2 premiere had 3 times as many views as the first season premiere, that honestly feels like more of a diss to Season 1 than it is a W for Season 2. This season was building hype. People were realizing that it was finally back on air, it was trending, and now it's gone. So when it comes out again, people have to re-remember that it exists, get into a habit of watching it again, and that just is so frustrating, as this show is just getting fire, and suddenly we're just gone again. And this isn't a case of like something long like Owl House, where they have 20 episodes in total, and you get 10 episodes apiece before they go on a mid-season break. This is 4. It was around for less than a month, and now people have to jump back in again later. This whole situation just feels weird to me. It's been good, but now it feels like we're gonna have to restart this whole process all over again in a month or so, which is frustrating. This show is definitely gonna stick the landing, the wait isn't too long, and holy shit that last episode. Holy shit that last episode.
You gotta be...
Seeing Mark hug his dad after everything that's happened, only to be mad, only to be more mad when he found out his dad got freaky with a bug and made another kid, it's really good. It's also really funny to me how Mark's brother looks more like him than their father. Like, we knew Nolan's genes were dominant, but this is crazy. It was great seeing Mark cave, as he realizes even if he doesn't like his dad, and it's complicated, he will do anything to help people. In Omni-Man's lonely journey through the galaxy as he struggles with what to do with himself, which also mirrors Debbie's own soul searching, that desire to find purpose after losing what they thought was their whole reason for existing. With the show visually conveying on how they dabbled with the idea of maybe potentially not being here anymore, with them ultimately sticking around just long enough to find a new sense of purpose. Omni-Man with his fresh start, and Debbie recognizing that for all the lies Nolan told, she did a great job in raising Mark, and may have saved the world in the process. So while it may hurt, she'll always have that, so the last 20 years weren't a complete waste or a complete lie. I like but don't love Omni-Man finally coming into his humanity here, recognize that sentient life is valuable regardless of what they look like. I do like how quick this is, because it does feel like something that Omni-Man has been on the cusp of acknowledging for most of the series, with his massacre in the finale being more about convincing himself that humans are insignificant than him trying to indoctrinate Mark. So after a few months and a reset, followed by the only massacre he didn't cause, yeah, I do think that would be enough to get him there. It's not the most cathartic or impactful moment, but Mark's line here about how this is how he should have felt on Earth hits so hard that it makes up for almost everything. And the fight with the Viltrumites was brutal. I've been kind of disappointed that we haven't had anything close to the greatness that was Adam and Eve's fight. I think what we got here... great. It's a good display of the durability and just how monstrous the Viltrumites are, with Mark spending most of his fight getting his shit rocked, as he's the only guy here not going for the kill. Plus, he's not used to fighting people that can actually take his full strength. Or at least people who will fight back and not just immediately wipe the floor with him. The Viltrumites, they were all brutal, and the show does a great job just making you think that, yeah, the only way to stop these guys is to kill them, else they will come back. This sets up a nightmare scenario for Mark, as Viltrum gave him his father's mission, which we know he's not gonna follow through on this. Doesn't matter how many multiverse timelines it shows, this Mark is a true hero. He's not gonna kill a bunch of people just so someone else can go and conquer them. With Viltrum potentially coming back and Mark having to fight them, and his dad isn't around to do the dirty work for him, it begs the question of, do you guys think that Mark is capable of killing? I know there's a huge stigma against this for superheroes like Superman or Batman, but while there's a definite character reasons for them to be against it, for a show like this, while it's not great for a paragon like Mark, I can definitely see him go through with it to stop the bad guys. He's accidentally or been used to unalive people before, so he is painfully aware of the consequences and the stakes of failure. I can see him go through with it, though I don't think he'll ever get used to it or be really liberal with its use. Some villain on the street, yeah, he'll bring him to jail. But when he has a world ender like the Viltrumites, it does feel like death is the only real solution outside of some dream scenario where they can capture them. It's interesting and fascinating, and I'm curious to see how far they'll take this. Also, shout out to Eve. She's going through it. Not sure where her story is going, but here's to see it play out, as she thought she was on top of the world, and now consequences are coming to get her. Though I do hope they speed up her and Mark hooking up.
Donald, where the hell are you? We've got a situation.
Also, I don't really care about Donald, but I am fascinated to know what's going on with him. I don't know if he's one of these corpse soldiers, a clone, a robot, or some kind of Mark Donald hybrid Cecil's been cooking up. We're gonna find out, and I am curious for it. Overall, loving the show. The lack of a major mystery or hook in the general episodic adventures of this early season does make it feel like the release schedule for this season kind of just the worst thing they could have done. Like season 1, they may have been able to get away with this, but after seeing how much season 1 benefited from just week to week till it was done, it's frustrating to see them do this show dirty like it is. Though if that's what the animators need, that's what they need. If people are getting mad, they should be mad at the company, not the people making it. And that speaks to the greater need for those who actually work on the product to have more of a say on when these shows actually start airing. Just look at what happened to Mappa. And I'm fully confident that while it may have started just a little bit slow, it is going to have a banger finale. The finale for this show is going to be insane, so we just gotta hold our breath and wait to see things play out, then resent everyone who binges this show as they just had it so easy versus the week-to-week crowd. I know, this is a me problem, and I accept that. I'm going to hell for this thumbnail, but hey, we all cope in our own way, especially since we are so back and in desperate need of therapy. Look, this episode is pretty much the show just announcing people were wrong for ever doubting it. Was the wait weird? Yes. Was it worth it? We'll see. But you cannot deny that this episode isn't everything that makes Invincible great and then some. From great character work, horrific vines that will make you gag, and the show inching closer to finally stop pretending Mark and Amber are ever going to be endgame. Invincible is great at a lot of things, and this episode has a little helping of each, as at this point, we have zero idea who's gonna live or die, which is exactly how I like it. So yeah, let's dive into the sweet, sweet carnage and gloss over the sheer amount of porn tags here, as yeah, this is a lot.
I guess we're all fucked.
Now, for everyone who doesn't know the reason for the 4-month-long break between episodes 4 and 5, don't ask me. Nobody actually knows, and if they do, they're not telling. There's been theories flying around between the show just not being finished to the idea that people are too busy in December to watch TV, so they didn't drop it. Personally, I lean towards the idea that maybe with the strikes back in June screwing the production pipeline for Amazon, that maybe they decided to keep just a constant flow of content for their subscribers. Shows like Has-Been and Invincible got moved back to fill the newly formed gaps in their schedule. Is this true? No idea, but sometimes you just have to take the L and keep moving on with your life. Speaking of the king of this, Mark. If Mark was a Super Saiyan, he'd be stronger than Goku at this point. Every, and I do mean every, major fight has ended up with him being more liquid than solid. But lucky or unlucky, the only part of him that is truly invincible is his spirit. As yeah, even after another top 5 worst days of his life, and he is at least self-aware enough to know that he can at least say that, yeah, this is one of his worst days, but at least it's only one of his worst days so far. As others weren't so lucky. The Thraxans, the bug people, were shattered by this attack, and while it would have been easier to try and leave, Mark decides to stay behind and help rebuild. As, yeah, this is kind of his fault by proxy of his father being his father. But before Mark can beat himself up about his bloodline, Nolan's bug wife helps him in saying that assigning blame in this case would be a waste of time. Their people live and die in mere months. They do not have time for this shit, and all they can do is keep moving forward, which is a lesson Mark has been struggling with for pretty much this entire season, as after what his dad did to him, and everyone else, and being afraid of ending up just like him, Mark has spent most of this time just dancing around the aftermath of Nolan's actions. So while it's small, getting this told to him is something he has been desperately needing to hear for a long time, with him seemingly internalizing this just a little bit, as the rest of the episode is about him trying to deal with his future problems rather than some past mistake. Like, and this is a small thing, the fact that he's now a brother dad. Mark's honestly a saint for doing everything that he does at the start of this episode. From helping these people rebuild their society where everyone who knew him won't be alive too much longer to assign blame, to fucking over his own life by taking in his purple half-brother. As while this little kid may grow fast, Thraxans still live faster, creating a nightmare scenario where this kid will never know anybody longer than a year. And this little horrifying thought experiment ties into one of the things I love most about Invincible. Well, one of the parts. It's sincerity.
Generations will pass before he's even an adult.
In a different show, the concept of being an alien society where everyone barely outlives house lives would be treated as a joke. In best case scenario, it's used as a lesson for our human protagonist to just stroll through and learn something before moving on. But not Invincible. Here, the show really allows itself to get these tender moments to really make us feel and connect with these people. And with the key for me being that we get it from their perspective. While a lot of stories will have us learn about society like this, it's almost always from just how the humans see them, with there just being a degree of oddity to it, that it's weird or goofy in some way. But Invincible makes sure to make us sympathize with the Thraxans and just give us perspective and the emotions tied to living such short lives. How this informs how they live, their society, and just how that makes them interact with the world. They do not have the time to be bitter, but we do have the time for the tragedy of a mom who's not going to live long enough to witness her son speak. While there are lessons here for Mark's benefit, the situation feels like a natural consequence of the world and the rules in it, which is something that I also have appreciated about the show just consistently. I always love how this story just always puts just a little bit of extra thought into how certain powers or abilities would work, and the consequences of such things existing. Like how being able to change sizes, while cool, doesn't really grant them any special other abilities. Like, they're not super strong, so if that person were to try to expand in someone who does have super strength, yeah, cue consequences. This is the brilliant thing that enriches so much of Invincible's world, as in having to justify its own superpowers, it creates interesting situations that make sense and not just one-off ideas for an episode. So Mark meeting the Thraxans, realizing the kind of life his brother is in for, yeah, it's tragic and a life that would be hard for anybody to live, as this kid will outlive everyone he knows every single year. So you really get the feels when the Empress is saying goodbye to her son, and you fully understand why Mark will have to take this kid in, as he is all this kid has, and the alternative is just horrifying. So more than just staying behind to help these people, he decides to take his brother in and screw himself over as great, he's now a single parent. And thankfully Mark's mom's around just to lend a little bit of a hand.
Who is that?
Again, Mark is a saint, and he gets it from his mom. Cause I can't imagine finding out your husband thought you were a pet, ruined your life, made another kid, and now you're stuck raising it. Like at this point, I'd get Nolan's shit back just so I could burn it with the house. But Debbie isn't about to blame the kid who doesn't have a name for the mistakes of the father. And I like how she doesn't really forgive Nolan like Mark did. Mark got to see his dad's new life. He got to feel him repent and learn the value of a life that he was in fact wrong for what he did. Meanwhile, Debbie is getting all this just secondhand, with her distance making certain patterns of leaving a mess for others to clean up seeming way more damning than it actually is. But again, and this is another secret of Invincible, we don't just always do superhero shit. Like, I love shows like that. They are so good, they are so fun. But without like the human element or like the normal life to really balance it out, things just kind of stop having value. You kind of lose track of like, okay, real people, real problems. You just have the constant gymnastics of, okay, we gotta do superhero thing, and it stops being grounded in reality. As when everything's super, nothing really is. So having all these ground moments really sets us up to just do the most insane shit later. As we've had the normalcy, we know like, okay, this is how the world is supposed to be, making the horrific things we see later just all the more shocking. And to just get my theories about this kid just out of the way, I'm not really sure what they're gonna do with him, as taking care of an alien who is gonna get super strength eventually is just, it's a nightmare waiting to happen. They can't really give him away, Cecil can't be trusted, so it's gonna be tragic for Debbie to finally start moving on with her life, only to be trapped yet again by another one of Nolan's mistakes. We don't know how quickly this kid will age, but it's not gonna be soon enough for anyone here. So I can definitely see Debbie having to quit her job to really take care of this kid. But I also think the other thing that could happen that isn't really brought up in this episode but might later is the Coalition. As we know, Alan the Alien and Thaddeus are looking for Viltrumites to fight in the war, so having this spare Viltrumite just hanging around would be the kind of freebie that they would be willing and very capable of taking care of. But the thing we kind of need to also remember about that is, we've seen how the porn stash is willing to risk Alan's life, and they do have a history of, well, child experimentation. So this isn't really gonna be the freebie that I would like it to be. Though if Mark finds out about any of this, that will be the deciding factor. He's not gonna give him up, but finding a way to really manage this life is going to be such a headache. Also, side note, the tunic Mark is wearing is somehow his best look. Just need to put that out there. Yes, I grew up with Legend of Zelda. No correlation, don't worry about it. This whole baby situation, everything with Debbie, it has all the pathos, so of course everything after this is just all the shit hitting the fan. Before that, housekeeping. Mark is, well, fucked at college. He missed a full 2 months, and I'm kinda shocked he wasn't just expelled at this point. Meanwhile, Mark's relationship with Amber is... Okay, this is my personal take. I think the writers are kinda scared of having Amber do anything slightly negative towards Mark after the shitstorm that was the last season. I am on record saying I hate the fact that they just had them get back together. She's just here so that Eve and Mark don't get together too soon. And that's kind of about it. They just need to bite the bullet and break these two up already, and thankfully we're getting hints of that here. As a lot has changed for Amber. Mark missed a full 2 months of her life, and yes, she did wait for him, but now he's back, and still dipping. So this will be the perfect chance for herself to dip out, as playing the partner toy superhero isn't all it's cracked up to be. In fact, it kinda sucks. Like, look at Mark when he first shows up. This is the look of a man expecting to be broken up with. Yet the second Eve shows up, it's all just uncomplicated hugs.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
We all know where this is going, so let's just get it over with. Like, I would be so appreciative. Though, Amber and Mark aren't the only couple that are having trouble in paradise.
Jesus, Cecil. I knew you were cold, but I never knew you were...
Sirs?
What?
So yeah, the work daddies are having a fight. Donald, Mr. Mysteriously Alive after getting blown to chunks, not pieces. We find out what his deal has been. And he's not a clone. No, this is worse.
State of the art. It's expensive as hell. Damn sight better than your old one, if you ask me.
So yeah, Donald is a RoboCop. He is a brain in a robot body, with Cecil being his regular sketchy self in that he decided to not tell or maybe even alter Donald's memories of this event, believing that Donald would be better off without it. Which it continues to point out an element of Cecil that I just find so fascinating, as he is so good at hiding ethically dubious behavior behind seemingly good intentions and concerns. He wants to spare Donald the pain, he says, to avoid PTSD so he doesn't tell about his actual situation. Cecil says he's worried about Debbie taking care of an alien and offers a babysitter and daycare minutes after threatening to kidnap the child to force Mark's compliance. Cecil is the kind of person Nick Fury from Marvel would be if the comics weren't so worried about people not liking him. You could say that he's on the side of good, but really he's on team control where ethics are optional. If he can be nice, he'll do it, but only so long as he'll be able to get more out of it than just making threats. Cue Donald being a robot filled with who knows what, and Cecil playing off like, man, I did you a favor by lying to you. You could say that this was all for his own good, but when Cecil is the one who gets to decide what the greater good is, you really start noticing the problem of having a secretive, unchecked government organization. Though apparently he has some principles, as I'm honestly shocked and a little surprised he didn't just nuke the Martian spaceship when he heard what was in it. Because American lives, some Martians, but literal Starro invasion coming their way. Even if like the rockets could catch it, you just throw Invincible at the thing. But we'll get to that in a second. Cecil is on full team control, not team good, which puts him in the same almost alignment as Robot, as yeah, he also seemingly prioritizes results over some emotional niceties, and that has always just been a little bit worrying about him. Like, he's apparently trying to date Monster Girl still. They're maybe together, they had one date. He did all sorts of fucked up things to get this child body for her, and that's a lot to put on a woman, and I am shocked she is okay being in the same room as him. But Rudy is going out of his way to check on her. He's speaking up for her to the immortal, when she could just do this herself, as she's the one who knows her body and knows, okay, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, but pushes forward anyway. And while knowing that he would just talk and try to defend her, there are other ways he could have approached this, like maybe he could have just talked to her about it. I do love Robot, he is also very fascinating, but he feels like he would become a supervillain the second she starts ghosting him. And I am excited for that to finally happen when it does. As yeah, you don't clone your friend and make a body for yourself and just become normal after that. But to cover the last normal thing before things get crazy again, Eve and Rex explode.
Dry your tears, tell your parents to go shove it up their asses, and get back out there, right?
Rex is a douche, but he's just that right kind of annoying. He's obnoxious, yes, a cheater, totally. But when he goes to talk to Eve, you can see just that glimmer of what she saw in him besides pity and a six-pack. Eve is still beating herself up about all the things that kind of went wrong that were her fault, and she started backpedaling so hard on her life choices that she started living with her parents again. Which is a mood. But Rex pops in to give just probably the best emotional scene in this episode, and probably give what is the biggest death flag I have seen in a while. As Rex talks about all the good Eve has done, that what happened sucked, but no harm, no permanent foul. She may have messed up, but she can still keep doing better, which neatly ties into Mark's lesson of building a better future rather than assigning blame. This scene is great. It explains why Rex and Eve were ever a thing. Apparently he was living in her bedroom for a little while, as she has a thing for strays, let's be honest. But this here, it's all good. It is so sweet. And I think it also highlights the need for heroes to have other hero friends, as only these other crazy people can understand what they've been through. Eve may have only kind of semi-retired, but she kind of cut ties with pretty much everyone that she knew besides Mark. And kind of understandably so, as her whole team was her ex, his booty call, and a borderline psychopath. She really didn't have anyone to vent to until this moment. But here comes Rex, it's sweet, and just like always, he ends up screwing her over.
We told you we were too powerful.
Yeah, if you haven't seen the trailer, things are only gonna get worse, and I have no idea how Invincible is going to fix this. A lot worse. So, personal opinion, the original Guardians of the Globe were a Diet Justice League, but this current version is bootleg Guardians of the Galaxy. No disrespect to anyone besides Rex, but out of everyone here besides the Immortal, none of them are really screaming A material. But right now, they are Earth's premier superhero team, so it's not really super surprising to me that once you break up the squad, C-tier supervillains just need a couple lucky breaks, and these people start dying horrifically. And I do mean horrific. I meme the moment up in my thumbnail, but I've never had such a perfect example where you can watch someone's hope die, then Shrinking Ray's death. And we have to praise the sound design here, as you can hear every bone in her body getting crushed against his throat, only to stop, shatter, and crunch into nothing. As this man has super strength, and she didn't. So while she can make herself bigger, she should only really be doing that in areas where it is soft, she can break something important, and not have it be an actual contest between her body and the other person's. So while she could make herself bigger in this situation, she only ended up crushing herself to death. As this man doesn't spit, he swallows. This death was so bad, and I never do this, I went to the comics. As knowing that medium, I knew that this scene was either something new or a censored version of some demonic shit that they couldn't put to film. So imagine my surprise when it turns out that her death in the TV show is actually way worse than we see in the comics. As there, she's a he who gets just eaten. He's small, big guy is a cannibal, just because, calls the guy dessert, pops him in his mouth like a Tic Tac. That's it, donezo. But this, in the show where things are 1,000 times worse. As for a moment, you have hope. She starts expanding, Rex is talking shit, we've seen this work before on the other guy, but then she doesn't come out. She is still in there, so we are all stuck watching a woman get trapped in the trash compactor this man calls a throat, where all it takes is him flexing and it's over. Holy shit. I was starting to think Invincible couldn't shock me, and I'm proven wrong. I should not question it, but I will be sending a bill to my therapist for this. But now to quickly just theorize over who's going to live and who's gonna stay dead, because yeah, Kate's gonzo. But if I'm being honest and just using the trailer just as a guess, apparently they only bury one person. So there is a chance only one member of the crew will actually stay dead. That or Rex nukes himself and they can only bury the ashes. But if I was a betting man, I think Rex might live. Maybe he's in the hospital in this shot. I even hazard a guess that Duplicate might also make a comeback, as we have established the RoboCop thing, and there's a lot of bodies of hers just lying around. And we don't really know how her powers work, so if she can get put in the robot, she might be able to make a clone of herself. Maybe that's how she gets back to like full living, but we'll just have to wait and see. The only one that I am fully confident is going to stay dead and not come back is Ray, as like, you can't walk back a death that gruesome and ever have stakes again. It does feel almost too obvious for Rex to die, but at this point, anything is possible. Crazy that he's gonna be killed by a Cobra Commander knockoff, but kinda fitting. Though we also don't know how King Lizard broke out of jail. And when it comes to this show, I'm just gonna blame every unexplained sketchy thing on Cecil and a robot till I'm proven wrong. But now to move on to the other situation. Yep. They're all fucked too. Very simple, they're trapped on the thing, everyone's about to get swarmed. We know Rudy and Eve are going to get got, but I really need to just give an apology first, as I really need to apologize to Black Samson. I saw him have sparks when he got his powers back, so I just kind of assumed that he had lightning powers. Turns out he only has super strength. My bad, sorry for questioning why you were just punching everything, as lightning would actually be really good in this situation. That one was on me, just like all these tentacles are on everybody else. The only way to stop these things is to free every person from the hive mind. Maybe the Mr. Martian's gonna come in clutch after fucking everything up. But I think we also need to address something else that's been nagging at me for a while. Invincible's animation. It's not the best, I think it's serviceable, and most people who watch the show are just gonna have fun and not really think about it. But it does feel a tad bit limited at times. They're still gonna work, but I do feel like there are moments where it could have been better and really just elevate just the insanity of what we're seeing on screen. As up until this point, the best fight scene in the series is still the Eve fight from the special. And nothing, and I do mean nothing, has come even close, not a block, not a mile, to being nearly as cool as that fight scene. But we've seen that they can go that hard, so I'm just waiting for a moment to like really match that. I'm not saying this to blame anyone who's working on the show. I've heard rumors that Invincible had a very small production window, like stupid short for animation. So I'm really hoping for season 3 we get to see a lot more crazier stuff, as just giving these people the time they need to work and create these more insane, intense scenes really would just elevate this show so much. And even though most people won't notice, for me, it kind of got really obvious as I started editing and realized just how little movement there is when you play it at double or especially triple speed. I know it's rough out there, give everyone the time and the pay that they need, but to be real, animation here is mostly serviceable. But hey, Starro got hold of Eve, so maybe we're gonna get another crazy fight scene. Though how they're gonna stop her is beyond me. Though to move on to the final interesting lore bit. Like, okay, I think I get what that was supposed to convey here. Thaddeus is a Viltrumite, aka he is so strong that he could rip off his beard without flinching. But in practice, the thing Alan is reacting to feels like it's the fact that Thaddeus has the mustache. Like, it is such a Viltrumite staple that it is hereditary, that is so synonymous with the species that other aliens recognize it on sight, and that is just unintentional comedy to me. Also, yeah, Alan, he is an actual Super Saiyan. He gets stronger after nearly being killed, which, good for him. But yeah, the coalition is being led by a Viltrumite who betrayed his people, and he is very interested in meeting Mark and by proxy Nolan once he hears about him. We know the books that Nolan told Mark to read contain, we don't know details, but I'm guessing he wrote just adventures copy and paste from his life, so all the space details from those books are just gonna reflect actual real life things. Maybe even the real location of Viltrum's homeworld. That knowledge would be worthless if Mark meets Alan, as they probably know that shit. Personally, I'm kind of hoping maybe Nolan has a spaceship and they can use that to get to Viltrum. But Mark now has one more Viltrumite to possibly disappoint him. And this guy, yeah, I think he's gonna be good-ish, but he is also, again, very sketchy. He played chicken with Alan's life, and the fact that this man betrayed Viltrum, while a good sign, the fact that he's here, like, and Viltrum isn't hunting him, I feel like that has to be a sign he had to do some really secretive shit to really get away with it. So I'm just curious how Thaddeus is able to get underneath Viltrum's radar while Nolan was hunted to the ends of the earth. And then some. Sorry, I had to get that out of my system early. As, like, this episode is solid, it is doing all the right things, but my god, is Amber and Mark's slow walk to breaking up just the most insufferable thing for so many reasons that I'm going to get into later. As honestly, they could have made this work, but because Backlash, the show is playing things too safe, and we're left with a way less interesting character because of it. But before we get into that, let's talk about all the things this episode did good, as there is a lot to love and a whole lot more to question. As out of everything I predicted last week, this is not how I imagined any of this going, and I love that. So we gotta start here. I guess Rex would live, but the fact that he got shot in the head and still beat the shit out of the lizard guy with the stump of his missing hand, like that was not even on my bingo card, it was so out there. This was crazy, and honestly, I'm having way too much fun with it to be mad about anything. As yeah, Rex got shot in the head, and he survived. This does happen, it's a thing. Would they be able to do what Rex did? Probably not. But out of all the heroes in this story, Rex would be the guy to get shot in the head and walk it off. He's got that unlucky but lucky kind of energy. And after everything that happened in the previous episode, I was just relieved to see someone beat this lizard prick's face in. But after he passes out, we then get depression, as everyone who was in space comes back, and nobody was ready to come home to this. And this actually got me. For the wrong reasons, as seeing Eve get choked up made me minor panic attack, as I thought for a second that they might get back together, and we don't need that for many reasons. But seeing Eve get choked up looking at Rex, seeing him realize post-operation just what a douche he's been his entire life, it all combines to make me actually love Rex even more. He's always been the character that I love to hate, but this really might be the turning point where I just like the guy. And it's weird in just how organic it feels. Mark is talking to Rex about his girl troubles. This is such a weird combination that I couldn't have imagined as being possible at the start of the series. The way it happens, it feels like the most natural thing in the world. I honestly hope we get to see more of Rex soon. I do not want him to just be recovering for the rest of the season, though. He's kind of earned that rest. But I just think there's a lot more fun to be had with him, and I can't wait to see what they do next. Though the things that I do know that are gonna happen next, Mark and Eve, just do it. The writing is on the wall and it's in Amber's blood. We just need to pull the trigger on this and be done with it. Though in some actually shocking news,
I'm alive.
like, I'm genuinely surprised that Ray is still alive. Like, her death was so gruesome, I was sure that she was a goner. But no, she's here, and it kinda makes sense. As yeah, she could shrink herself to avoid getting crushed. The question of could she survive that without air is a whole other thing. This apparently, though, didn't happen in the comics, so this is officially uncharted waters, and we just have to see what happens next. As Rex, he's gonna do bigger, crazier things, I know for sure. Ray, I have no idea, as honestly, she could retire after this and I would completely understand, as this would traumatize anyone into claustrophobia, which would put a damper on her everything. Like, expansion is her finishing move. If she thinks about this every time she's about to do it, then yeah, I'd start doing other things too, which is something that the Immortal is also gonna have to get very comfortable with.
Her unwavering belief this world is good, even when it killed her over and over and over again.
Now this funeral almost got me, but there is one wee little problem. I honestly think that they need to have the Immortal just maybe give it another take. That or they need just a little bit more direction. As I get that he's supposed to be stilted and emotionally repressed, you can kinda hear the pain in his voice, as we see him realize just how much Kate's death hit him. But the delivery here just, it felt a little more awkward and flat than emotionally devastated and not realizing it. No disrespect to the voice actor, who also voices Rudy along with a bunch of other characters. This might just be a little bit of personal taste, as what they're going for kinda works, but also feels a little off and stilted in a way that feels awkward rather than like, oh, this is gutting. Especially the over and over and over again line. Like, I'll be honest, I chuckled just a little bit right there. Though, of course, the writing is still, again, immaculate for the most part. Immortal is really going through it this episode, and him trying to fight Alan was as great as it was sad. As this man, he's been through it and he is starting to show his age, as he'd rather have a fight to the death than talk about his feelings. And honestly, perfect.
I work for you, Miss Grayson, not Cecil.
Now just to housekeep the other things, Debbie trusting a word out of this housekeeper's mouth is insane to me. She really started with, I know a spy when I see one, then dropped the walls for the first person to say, yes, I work for Cecil, but pinky swear I'll work for you. Like, this woman, she might be genuine, but when has genuine feelings stopped Cecil from doing anything ever? Also, little bro is growing up and he is named Oliver. Cute. And speaking of things that are little and cute, the Immortal trusting Mark was honestly good. It is interesting to watch the Immortal like have to really grapple with Mark, as the Immortal, he seems like a pretty decent guy. He has reasons not to trust Mark, but to watch him have to grapple with the fact that Invincible is stronger, he is faster, and the Immortal has to accept this, just like he had to accept it with his father, which puts him in a place he is not very comfortable with. But he's also slowly starting to trust Invincible, but there's at least a little bit of growth there, though I do wonder if the Immortal will betray him or just assume the worst at the earliest opportunity. Also, the events on the station, like, that got wrapped up real quick. They went from from we won to oh shit to the final clutch moment. It was good. Was expecting a little bit crazier, but everyone did their role and it was good. Though the comedy of watching the Guardians have to hightail it out of there, that was honestly the funniest smash cut in this entire series.
Death. I understand.
Then you're made almost immediately sad again when you watch the astronaut just realize and pick up the pieces of his broken life, as Shapesmith did him no favors. And that is kind of like the running theme of this episode, collateral damage and dealing with the fallout of superhero adventures. Like, we have Donald still grappling with what happened to him, and how that leads him to become very emotionally invested in Rick, a character that I straight up forgot about, which makes it all the more crushing when he comes back. I feel like that really reflects almost everyone else in the story. Like, Rick is here, he was a former Reaniman, but he got parts of his brain cut out, he was turned into a science experiment, and then they took him away to fix him, but it seems like all they really managed to fix was his appearance, as he's still clearly damaged from the experience. But the fact that he's back, still so troubled, but Mark and William have been able to keep moving on with their lives, it just hits you, man. Like, these two were able to keep going forward, while Rick was still recovering from their just adventure of the week. It's a good thing that he's here, that he's alive, but even though he's technically free, you can still see he's trapped by those events and their memory, which puts a crazy amount of onus on William, who's here saying we'll get through this. And this is just an interesting spot for William to be put in, as this guy has mostly just been fun comedic relief, and he has been doing that for so long. It is so sad then to see him just like try to make light of things while Rick has this 1,000-yard stare just the entire time. He's here, but he's also not, which is what makes this painful to watch, as William still clearly cares so much for this guy. I don't know if Rick was William's first love, but it definitely feels something like that, making this whole situation tragic. And what makes it even more tragic is just how much I care about them versus the nothing I feel for Amber and Mark.
He and Amber are...
But we'll get to them. Finish up the other things. The Nolan books being all about Viltrumite weaknesses or threats, that's a great touch. Not what I expected, but honestly it makes way more sense than like the path to the Viltrumite homeworld. It also makes sense for an Omni-Man who didn't think he was gonna revolt. This wasn't Nolan intentionally leaving hints for Mark to figure out how to beat Viltrumites. He wasn't planning anything. No, what I think actually happened was that Nolan sat down to write and just tried pulling from his own long life. He wanted to write something exciting or just about the adventures he had had. But being a Viltrumite, most of the conquering he does is just busy work. So if he wants to write something interesting to him, Nolan's mind would be drawn to the few times he's nearly died, as that would be something he'd actually remember, and therefore something he'd actually be interested in writing about. So this, being here, isn't plot convenience. There's a fun bit of reasoning why this topic would pop up over all others. Something made all the more relevant by Nolan facing death at the hands of Viltrum, who still remains so interesting to me. They are a combo of Saiyans and Kryptonians if Krypton was just all Zod. We see how they are so obsessed with strength, with perfection, that they would cull half their planet just to prove how tough and strong the remaining survivors were. Yet even after all that, they now see every single person as just proof of their perfection. That Nolan, despite being a traitor, is still a product of the same culture and breeding, so him having a flaw of humanity is a poor reflection on all of them. So they're not going to kill him right away. Instead, they're probably going to try and beat this weakness out of him to understand why it happened, and to try and force him back into the fold, at least mentally, to make him live and die by the same crazed Viltrum standards, as that would then reinforce their own beliefs, versus just killing Nolan for the crime of feeling things for others. But for as much as I love the scene, I do have one burning question. Who the fuck are these rando guards, and what are they supposed to do to keep Nolan in place? Like, he doesn't look depowered, he can damage the floors. So what contingency do they have if he breaks out? Like, what are these guys gonna do besides, like, see who can live past 10 seconds? It'd be fun if these were like the unwanted bastards of Viltrum, these so-called lesser mixings, ones that they try to still find some use for. But these guys seem just way too into eugenics to let examples of their slip-ups live. So doubt that, they just seem like other aliens, so they are all just going to whenever the breakout happens. But I've been putting this off long enough. Let's talk about the ship.
Hey, can I just say this feels like a first date?
Someone just kill me, please!
Yeah, this is the rest of the video because it kind of has to be, as we gotta talk about just how badly Invincible flubbed this relationship. Because what Amber and Mark are going through in this episode isn't bad, but after all the shit this story has pulled and how little effort it puts into them since then, I can't bring myself to really care about any of it. Which is crazy because the writing is so solid.
Why are you here talking to me when you should be talking to him?
Now here's the context for why this whole song and dance is just insufferable to me personally. Amber and Mark's relationship and the drama surrounding it has always been just the clunkiest part of Invincible. Even in season 1, when everyone was praising the show for its take on superhero stories and tropes, Mark's love life remained the sole dud of the bunch. As while he and Amber were cute together, the hero's love life suffering because he's a hero was just the one area of the story where there's no new spin or take on the idea. There's no twist or expansion that made this a fresh and engaging take on a very well-trodden trope. No, instead this shit was basically beat for beat the same stuff we've been getting since 2003 and well before. Yeah, Amber knew, but we saw how clumsily that ended up being and how poorly it was reacted to. So in total, the relationship between Mark and Amber was just the most okay part of an excellent show. And to me, this whole thing would have been fine if they just stayed broken up. But they don't. No, they got back together.
Mark!
What the hell is this?
They really spent the entire middle section of this show dancing around Mark's love life till it imploded, and then it just threw them back together in the last 3 minutes of the finale. Like, this is the most unsatisfying shit imaginable. Yes, we could rationalize this as her seeing him almost die triggered regret. Don't know what you had till you lose it. But we never see Amber really grapple with that, nor is it really present at the start of season 2. So really, the actual effect of watching the show is that we spent a lot of time building them up just to rip them apart, got thrown back together with very little justification. And the bare minimum is something that I could very easily use to describe the relationship for just the rest of the time, as these two are truly on autopilot for pretty much all of season 2. The genuine vibe I'm getting from these two from finale to now is that they kind of went, oh shit, we have another story we want to try later, so we just have them stick together till it's time to actually properly break them up. But the issue here is that they never really reset the board or make Amber an engaging character that is grappling with the issues of what has happened, so therefore the show fails to get us reinvested in their relationship. Which to me is why I can't bring myself to care about any of this. The show, whether you like it or not, broke up Amber and Mark. They were donezo. Hill they weren't. Well, I'm sure this was always part of the plan, this is always when they were going to officially break up. The story that we saw effectively did its job too well in burying this relationship, showing that things just didn't work out, and making it very clear that things weren't going to work out. The show killed my investment in wanting to see them together, or wanting to see them try and make this whole thing just exist. So if the story wants to give this another shot, even if it's just to tear them apart again, they had to give me something to care about, but they don't. Instead, what actually happens is that the story feels too scared to have Amber do anything. Amber feels like she's on thin ice for this entire season. She doesn't show any of the assertiveness and snark that just made her so fun at the start of the story. She was the one who took care of Mark's bully. She was the one who asked him out first. The relationship wasn't great, but she was fun. And now, the only thing I can really use to describe her is just accommodating. Which, to be clear, if this was an in-character choice, I would be all for it. If we see Amber be nervous after their previous blowout and try and just be making sure everything would work, making it clear that she understands Mark's duties, I could be for it, as that would increase my interest in Amber and all that she's going through. If we had Amber realize or hint that she may have jumped back into this relationship in a spur of the moment, he nearly died kick, that could work as well, and go a long way to rebuild my interest, even though I know that these two aren't going to last. But the show doesn't do any of that. They don't really do anything with Mark and Amber besides have them fuck and be vaguely cute together. The only thing we really see from Amber now is just her rolling with Mark's hero life, and she is just so accepting of every possible inconvenience that it's a level of understanding that I personally find annoying. As when combined with the lack of attention Amber is getting, her being so nice and supportive of Mark just feels like the story being too scared to give her anything to do that might provoke blowback. So the assertiveness that so defined her early on is just gone. Amber is rendered a less interesting character, all while we slowly work our way towards a breakup that we all know is coming. All this time put on a relationship that we as an audience have just been emotionally detached from for years now. And the other thing that kind of just annoys the shit out of me about how all this is being handled, that Amber being so passive makes this whole thing just more boring to me, and this, again, is my opinion. I think that writing-wise, you could straight up replace Amber with anyone, and this whole situation would still play out just exactly the same with the exact level of pathos. How she's being written feels like she could just be anyone who's been catching the short end of Mark's hero shtick. From just their general reaction to him leaving her for months, to her talking about what's happened since he's been gone, to her talking with Eve. Amber could be a cardboard cutout at this point, and all this would play exactly the same. What makes this breakup good isn't the actual relationship they've built. It's the dialogue. It's the music of characters wondering how they can make this work, and how we see them confide in other people about what they should do when they already know exactly what needs to happen. That this relationship is done so. They feel bad that they're making the other person feel bad, and kind of resent how they resent themselves for even thinking bad things about the other person. They know the other person deserves better, is that they just need someone else to tell them that they need to end it. The situation is sad, but it's the situation, not the people. This could be any superhero civilian couple and it would play out exactly the same. Like honestly, just pick any of the people here.
Mark needs someone who
is there for her, who really understands what she's going through in college and
what it's like dating a superhero.
Like you. Also again, Eve is so clearly endgame for Mark. Amber has just been sapped of all of her personality that I was honestly waiting for her to roll out the red carpet and just say, hey, Eve, you can fuck my boyfriend. This situation is a good concept, but like everything with this relationship, it's the one area of Invincible that is just played straight. There's no twist, there's no extra exploration to make this feel like a fresh take on a very, 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 very well-trodden story. The breakup in season 1 was too definitive. They failed at making us invested in season 2, so I have no reason to care about them breaking up, and even if this sense of inevitability is part of what they're going through, I don't need it. If this is your first experience with this kind of breakup in fiction, yeah, I think you'll do fine. But if you have any experience in this genre, I personally find it hard to care, with every right decision they make just reinforcing that. As again, low-key. Amber feels like the writers have a gun to her head and are just telling her to say she's grateful. My investment in them has never been high, but this is the first time where they've actually felt annoying, and it truly feels like the show is wasting my time. There's a lot of things they could have done to make this semi-work, but it didn't happen. So I'm just gonna have to slog through the rest of it and pray we don't drag it out any more than we have to. It's sad what's happening, but Amber is just a girlfriend who is about to be the ex. So they just need to bite the bullet, break up already, so that they and the story can move on to other things. Invincible really thought it was cooking here, when actually the only thing cooked is this couple. Alright, my thoughts on this episode are complicated, and by that I mean I liked everything except Mark and Amber's relationship. As yes, the story has finally shown its hand that after a season of making Amber just the love interest, it turned out this was really all building to one giant speech about how Amber isn't just the love interest. They really thought they were saying something here, and it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, even though I kind of like what they're saying. This show, though, it has just been fumbling Amber this entire series, with my only real consolation prize being here, that they finally broke these two up. That and Mark's other girl drama actually hit. So let's talk about what I liked about this episode before I get into the Amber situation, as we positivity before the critique. All right, ready, set, and skip to here if you just want just the Amber bits.
But sometimes the artists get carried away and it kind of looks like a different show. It's crazy what you can get away with.
So to give credit where credit is due, this episode overall is still very good. Even though I don't really care for anything Mark and Amber are doing, seeing Comic-Con in this world is a blast. Seeing all the cosplayers, seeing just the weird shit that they get up to, and that one great joke about, hey, you know how to cut corners in animation? Well yeah, we're gonna show you all the little tricks. I believe this is in reference to the one time they did this in the comics, which I didn't know this was from Invincible till I looked it up. And yes, I did think this whole joke just went on just a wee bit too long, but I'll take this over what we were dealing with any day of the week, as at least here, I feel something. Thankfully, after a lesson in how to do less, we skip over to Mark skipping out on Amber to help a much, much more interesting Rex, who is just, he is going through it.
Don't do this. Come on, don't do this to me.
Oh, that's that good shit!
And I said once, and I'll say it again, Rex is now one of my favorite characters, as he went from an asshole to an asshole that I actually like. Be it to witness him post walking off a bullet to the head and desperately trying to get back in the game. This man is struggling to fight some calamari only for Mark to swoop in to lend a hand, only for Rex to realize that he probably should have been using his.
Next time, open with that.
Now, what we see here with Rex, while funny, while cool, it's great to see him like being just a little bit empathetic to others. It's also a great microcosm of just this entire episode and hell, this entire season. As a recurring theme here, it's just been dealing with the aftermath of superheroics and the people who get hurt along the way. Rex is recovering from a mission that left him a little bit, as you would say, head empty. Debbie is rebuilding her life after Nolan, and maybe even dating this new guy who, shot in the dark, is gonna die horribly. Mark is trying to deal with his father's mess and trying to be better than him by sparing Amber the same backlash and failing at it. Everyone, Rick, Donald, hell, even the main villain of the season, Angstrom, is a leftover from Mark fighting the Maulers, who was then corrupted by the anger of 1,000 other versions of himself, who were implied to themselves be victims of alternate Marks. Everyone here has gone through something, with this season being all about people trying to recover or realize that this just may not be the wave they want to keep riding. From reactions big and small, everyone is going through it, and almost all of it is interesting. Like at the start of the season, you never could have convinced me that I would care about Rex talking about wanting to stay in the game versus retiring and opening up a bar. And saying this to Mark of all people. Dude was comedic relief, and now I'm just relieved to see he's doing okay. I don't know if this is the right decision for him, as Diet Gambit was struggling with another C-tier villain, but it's noble to watch him try and fight his fear to be a hero. Rex, he's good, and his offer to help Mark is even better, though he does set up Bulletproof to say what we've all been thinking.
Despite everything we've been through, we're still the best superhero team on the fucking planet.
12 seconds later.
Okay, let's do the lineup.
Yeah, the Guardians kind of suck. They're doing their best. Sam says right, they'll fight even when the chips are down. They're family. But no amount of positive thinking is really going to change the fact that this team couldn't survive Nolan sneezing, let alone a Viltrumite who's actually pretending to try. I love these guys, but Bulletproof pointing out just what a shit show this team is sent me. As yeah, they're more Guardians of the Galaxy than Justice League. They're not the best of the best, they're the best of who they have left. And those numbers just keep dwindling. As the Immortal realizes he's one inconvenience away from a mental breakdown, so he's being forced to take a mandatory vacation. Meanwhile, Robot is trying to help Monster Girl.
Let me fix you.
I'm cursed, not broken. And I didn't ask for your help.
Like, him saying shit like this is why I think he's gonna turn out to be evil some point later down the road. Well, that and everything about how he got this body.
Best idea he could come up with was to make himself a new body with DNA he stole from a coworker.
Robot is on team good guy, but when every issue is something that needs to be fixed, and he's offering semi-reasonable brain surgery, the only real line between villain and hero here is just how necessary he thinks it is. That if Monster Girl will call him back. Though again, the fact that she is willing to entertain being in the same room as him after everything he did, like, it's just a lot to put on a person. Ethics are optional here, and results are mostly what matter. Speaking of which...
No, Donald, you cannot resign. Jesus, is there something in the water today?
Oh my god! They killed Kenny! You bastards!
So yeah, Donald is just Kenny from South Park. Yeah, he keeps dying and the government scoops up what's left of him and puts him back in the field. Turns out his memory loss of said events wasn't Cecil being Cecil, but Donald in a near previous life decided he didn't want to process all of this trauma, so he consented to having his mind wiped. Again and again, as this is a lot. Though it does have an interesting conversation about what you should live through and deal with versus what you're just better off without. As while I love Donald's speech about how a percentage doesn't determine how real they are, it's their actions and impact on the world that really matters. A part of me also thinks that since they have the technology, in Rick's case, like, yeah, maybe they should just erase his memories. Tell him that he's a robot, sure, and he had a horrible accident, but watching him relive the memories of what happened to him, how he stood on that ledge, yeah, I can see a case for why it might actually be better to let this college student sleep well at night. This whole sequence is great and probably my favorite of the episode, as you really feel bad for Rick and all he's been through, the sense of hopelessness he feels and how Donald and William are just want to help him get through it so much. And while not every story gets a perfect ending, the fact that they are still trying is what counts, and I like that. But after that, all we really have left is to talk about Mark's girl troubles. So let's start with the less problematic case. Also, for the record, I know who Anissa is and what she does in the comics, as that's the one spoiler that's found its way into every single video I've ever done about this show. But barring something that may or may not happen, I really enjoy Anissa's presence in this episode. From her first appearance during Mark's date and threatening Amber's life, the way all the good vibe just gets sucked out of the room when she appears was an experience that I won't soon forget. As yeah, she's a Viltrumite. We've seen what Nolan can do, and he was just trying to discipline his son. So Anissa's presence, the possibility of what she could do and how there's essentially nobody on Earth that can stop her, yeah, you can feel the tension, with everyone here doing everything that they can to avoid that. The stress is real, and after last season, a Viltrumite rampage would be one hell of a way to bookend this season. But Mark gets semi-lucky in this regard, as really Anissa is here to tell Mark that Viltrumite ethics, unlike Earth's, are not optional. Demanding that he start subjugating the Earth immediately and showing him why that would be in his and everyone else's best interest if they would like to keep breathing, as it would just bring security and peace to their empire. Anissa is doing the calculus on hero work versus real change, which is always just a fun thing I love to see villains do, as yeah, people are having a horrible time all the time, with Mark only being able to help some of them some of the time. But even after dealing with the kaiju, Mark lives up to his name in spirit, if not body, refusing to become like them, with him getting his shit rocked in response, where he proves he's a better man than me, as I would have started lying my ass off almost immediately here. Mark though takes that beating, sticks to his guns, and calls her bluff that Viltrum would actually kill him, and weighs his options just well enough to guess that they still technically need him alive-ish. The fact that Anissa lets him lose consciousness shows just how thin that line was between him being here and him not. But he did it. He called her bluff, and now he is absolutely fucked, as unless he can get strong enough to beat whoever they send next, the Earth is in for a world of hurt. As yeah, if Anissa is the diplomatic Viltrumite, I can't imagine who they'd actually send to conquer the Earth. So that's a tomorrow problem, as Mark's bones aren't the only thing that's getting broken tonight.
That's an answer.
Okay, fuck, let's just get this over with. I have complicated thoughts on how Invincible handled this breakup and just Amber this entire series. On one hand, I appreciate how they try and make us empathize with her situation. If I can give this season credit for anything, is that it shows just really how much this situation sucks. Dating a superhero sucks, and there is just so much more extra emotional baggage that comes along with it than most people would think. If you're a civilian and the other person is a superhero, yeah, that hero is gonna hero. They're gonna need to go save lives. So every time they dip, show up late, or just flat out disappear, it's typically for the greater good, to be doing good things. But that doesn't really cover the fact that being left hanging, like, it's still gonna leave you just a little bit salty. They have a right to be mad, to feel left out, or just frustrated just how this situation is just screwing them over personally. But knowing what the hero is doing then makes Amber feel like shit for feeling that way, when really, it's a natural response. As yeah, Mark in practice always has to prioritize everything over her, which is just a shitty relationship regardless of good intentions. We've seen tons of relationships like this in comics or other superhero shows, with many of them making the normal partner seem annoying or bitchy for getting mad at the hero for doing their thing. Cue Incredibles. In a story where the hero is the true focus, it is way too easy for the love interest to be put in a position where they'll just never be the priority of the story. They'll always be an accessory. They'll have little to do and say that doesn't get repetitive really quick. They'll have writers who would prefer that the partner would be somebody else. Spider-Man comics, I'm looking at you. And all this combines to make a situation where very little empathy is being given to the people who have to wait on the sidelines and the frustration that comes along with it. Not everyone is built for this, and nobody deserves it. And I'm glad we get some acknowledgement of that via Amber and Debbie. That said, how the show handles Amber, just, it annoys the shit out of me.
Just come back safe, okay?
Always.
So here's my beef with the show and how it just handles Amber. First off, we have just my general apathy towards her and Mark still being together. Season 1 broke them up. It happened. Then Mark nearly died and they just got back together, which you could argue makes sense. But my counter to that is that I still don't really care. We all know the writing on the wall of who Mark is gonna end up with. So them pulling the same delay tactic again, then never bothering to get me reinvested in that relationship, it feels like a mistake, as I have no reason to care about anything that they do, as I already know what's coming. But the only reason that the season gives me to care about them is the fact that they are just vaguely cute together. That's it. That's the only thing in season 2 that this ship has going for it. So when the story starts putting them through the ringer and Mark's secret identity gets in the way of everything, my first and only instinct is to say break up, as I already know that this isn't going to work out. I can see the point that they're building towards, but in practice, I have no reason to give a shit about them, the outcome, and all they have left is a message that I just like. Compounding me not caring is the fact that I also think that Amber's personality took a massive hit in this season, with her being written to just be Mark's supportive girlfriend versus the assertive and caller of his bullshit she was in season 1, which has me a little bit torn, as having seen what they're going for, how dating Mark strips her of her agency, his life controls and hijacks hers, I can see why they would emphasize that experience over all others. However, even knowing what they're going for, something about how they handled it still annoys me, though this could very easily just be personal opinion, so keep that in mind.
But my life matters too. Maybe it's small, maybe it's not earth-shattering, but it matters.
Does it though?
Like, here's my thing. I think all this comes to a point of just narrative calculus, where what makes something hit really just is gonna depend on the person. But for me, I think the idea of Amber losing her agency by being with Mark, getting absorbed and left behind by all of his crazy, is a decent idea. Yeah, I think this final monologue feels a little bit off on account of just how little we see of Amber in season 2. Every time we see her, she is just being Mark's girlfriend. Even when they're apart, she's worrying about him. I think on one hand this shows the intended effect of what it's going for, but on the other, I think it creates a situation where the show wants to say something about Amber being forced to be just the girlfriend, while also framing and treating her as just the girlfriend, not the full person they try and claim her to be. We don't see her have a life outside of Mark, where yes, I know they're trying to recontextualize a very specific trope, but they're also just doing the trope. So now it feels a little bit conceited for Invincible to go, look, we did this thing, but we have something to say about it, even though what they have to say isn't, like, fully tracking. It hits this weird place where I like how the show is trying to recontextualize this phenomena we see so much in comics, but also feels like they're not doing enough to fully win me over. That wasn't worth having Amber's presence and personality take this much of an L just for one monologue. I would like to see the supposed life Amber was living. That way we can have the contrast between her thriving on her own versus when she's with Mark and everything becomes about him, feeding into the idea of just how much she's losing because she's dating a superhero. That I would have loved to see, because when she says,
"But my life matters too,"
my honest reaction was, is it? As while this story is being a little bit more empathetic than your average version, still feels like it only values Amber as a character based on what she brings to Mark's story. Rendering this breakup, which is good in isolation, I have no general problems with it if you were to just take the scene by itself. But Amber's overall framing within the story makes it feel just a bit hypocritical that this is a speech they're trying to make, as she's trying to do it after they give her so little. Making my ache just a little bit worse is the fact that, and buckle up for this one, Amber's personality and presentation changes based on just whatever trope Invincible is trying to subvert. In season 1, a lot of effort was made to make Amber more than just the love interest. She was here to just keep Mark and Eve from fucking immediately, but the show wanted to make us feel like she was more than that. They wrote her to be assertive, to be the one pursuing this relationship, dealing with Mark's bullies on her own. She was made to be smart, funny, calling him out on his lies, as she wasn't an idiot. She was not a cardboard cutout. She could connect the dots between his excuses and spot the lies that he was telling. How he was late to meet her, yet he somehow brought sweets from across town. There was an effort here to make her feel like she had her own life, that she was her own character, with the ability to look how Mark was acting and to realize that yeah, this dude's probably a superhero, which how they handle that is its own can of worms. But the point here is that everything they did with Amber in season 1 was to make her feel like her own person, to show Mark struggled to date while keeping his identity secret. Yet, the second season 2 starts, all that personality, all those glimpses of her life outside of Mark, they just stop. She just knows now, so naturally, not being a terrible person, she's just being so understanding, accommodating, and supportive of Mark's life. As now, the point of Amber has changed, so she did as well. The point of the season has been all about the ripples of superhero life and the aftermath / toll it takes on everyone else around it. Of how Amber, now being in the know, can't say shit as her life is now tied to Mark's, so by constantly leaving her to hold the bag. The show went from making her more than just a love interest to making her be just a love interest because now they had a point to make. It hits this weird place to me where I see what the show is trying to build to, yet I also feel like they're playing into it too heavily and making too many mistakes along the way. There's a lack of interest in getting the audience to get reinvested in this couple. It feels like they just, okay, they're together now, so we can just do the breakup thing that they already had planned. All this combined just had me slowly turning my head to the man behind the curtain and wondering just what he's doing back there. That despite saying Amber is her own person, that she has her own agency, looking at the show as a whole, I feel like it all points to the contrary. That she, more than any other character here, is the pawn of the plot, as she does and acts as it wills, which is something that's true for every fictional character, but it should never feel this obvious. I think there's a version of the story where Amber is just a love interest for the entire time she's on screen, that she exists solely to date Mark. We never get much about her other than that, but then she hits us with this speech where she says she has her own life. I feel like giving her less would weirdly make this whole scene more meaningful, as it would serve as a reminder to the audience that even the most flat characters do have their own inner thoughts and feelings. But this half and half approach of Amber being written to defy one trope versus another, I think it ends up getting the worst of both worlds, and hurts especially because we know that the story can do better. But it wants to have this big moment, so it just slapped the two back together and just said, deal with it. I don't think the writing here is bad, but I do find myself being annoyed that this is how they're trying to end it, where it feels like they've done Amber in this relationship every disservice imaginable. So even if I'm sympathetic to the situation, I just didn't care watching. RIP, no disrespect, if you love this breakup or ship, good for you. Just how it handled rubbed me the wrong way, and I just cannot get over that. But overall, still a good episode, and with the finale about to come out, yeah, we're in for some real insanity next week. Like, I don't know if this is gonna be Think Mark Think levels of bad, but if I had to guess, I think this is gonna be pretty close, with major death flags for everyone that isn't named Mark. Though based on the trailer, he might not be the Mark we should be worried about.
Say the line, Bart!
I thought you were stronger.
Just when Mark thought his life couldn't get any lower, he found out the hard way that the deepest holes are the ones you dig yourself into. This finale was fantastic. It was tense, horrific, and ended way quicker than I thought it would. But this did leave Mark plenty of time to finally start thinking about all his life choices. Now, I'm not sure what the reaction to this finale is gonna be, as I know this isn't the showstopper like season 1 was, but when it comes to exploring character and themes, I think this thing knocked it out of the park, with it leaving us with just the worst implications of what might happen in the future.
I suppose you weren't paying attention when we discussed not damaging the time stream.
Shut up, Rex.
Not to mention the finale finally said F it and started slapping Mark and Eve together like a paddle ball. Cause the other woman is gone, so we're back to our regularly scheduled canon event. This is gonna be just my breakdown of the finale and all that I loved in it, with only just one or two scruples, as no show is perfect, and we can't pretend that that one thing isn't a complete Deus Ex Machina. And shockingly, it wasn't Batman this time.
You're a man who dresses like a bat. You know, I mean, like, don't you think that's kind of lazy?
So let's start things off by talking about Angstrom. This guy was magnificent in the early parts of this episode. And I say only the early parts because, well, those are the only parts he's in. Him holding Debbie and Oliver hostage it genuinely made my skin crawl. With how he was tossing around Oliver, how Debbie just did everything she could to protect the baby. Yet that baby's crying just set me on edge this entire first half. I don't know the comic side what my comments have spoiled for me, so I truly believe that there was an actual chance that Debbie could actually die here. I didn't think they'd have it in them to kill the baby, but this show surprised me before. Angstrom, though, slowly becomes more unhinged throughout this entire thing, going back on his word, devolving into just some lunatic. But even through all that, even through all the tension, all the horror, we still have plenty of time to just feel sorry and understand why he's like this.
Stop! There's too much power!
Angstrom is pretty much the embodiment of one of this season's core ideas, of collateral damage and unintended consequences of superhero stories. While for the heroes, certain events were just Tuesday for them, for other people, they were life-shattering events that permanently changed the trajectory of who they were. Angstrom was a well-intentioned, if semi-delusional scientist who thought he could create a utopia without anything bad ever happening to anyone. But his alternate selves, or at least a significant portion of them, were victims of alternate marks. So while the original man was a good one, having all the memories of his other selves pile onto him overwhelmed his original identity till just some kind of mob mentality took over, where only his strongest, rawest feelings colored his perception of reality. Hence, despite doing this to himself, he still hates and blames Invincible, just like the thousands of other versions of himself that already did. We watch him nearly crumble under the weight of all those other memories, drawing out the actual events of just everything these other people have experienced, and how that just makes him more feral in his quest for revenge. He starts hurting Debbie, and that arm snap was the moment where you truly knew shit was getting real. But again, you understand why it's happening. You understand why Angstrom is like this, and why even with that knowledge from Mark's perspective, despite still trying to talk him down, none of it really matters, as Mark went out on a limb and his mom nearly lost hers. So yeah, Mark is gonna snap and attack this guy, and it was bloody glorious. Though I will also say I do love, just for how tense his hostage situation is, Angstrom never feels like he's completely in control. There's always a sense that Mark might be able to stop him or dodge a portal thrown his way, as all he needs to do is get in close and he might be able to stop Angstrom. We watch Mark catch on to Angstrom's tricks, forcing the 10-head to come up with new ones, which just makes this whole scene all the more nerve-wracking as you feel the desperation and the chance for things to go Mark's way only for them not to. It's simple, but but effective, with Mark's journeys to alternate dimensions only giving us some light levity as we still know what he needs to get back to and face. But on the bright side, at least we finally got to see Josh Keane play a spider person yet again.
Thanks, pal. Let's get this guy webbed up. Ugh. Look, I saw the portal. I know you're from another dimension.
Which, that's awesome. That is so cool for him. Let's talk about Mark becoming his dad.
I thought you were stronger.
Now Mark finally gets his hands on Angstrom, who starts talking a lot of shit about how he's rebuilt himself to be strong enough to fight Invincible. He was wrong. With everything that's already happened, the threats to his family, Anissa, the breakup, all of Mark's frustrations just come pouring out of him as he lets himself go all out, unleashing his full wrath on someone who didn't just ask for this, but practically auditioned for an ass whooping. Only for Mark to realize too late that Angstrom may have been hyping himself up just a bit too much, as Mark successfully did what Nolan failed to do to him, by turning another man into a puddle. This was horrific, but one thing that I really love about this whole scene is Mark's line, "How I thought you were stronger," can actually be read two different ways. One is the obvious, he thought Angstrom was stronger, therefore a solid punching bag he could vent on. But the other way, and the one that I took when I first heard it, was that "I thought you were stronger" is Mark talking to himself. That he thought he was stronger than this, that he wouldn't give in to his anger and become like his dad. That he was strong enough not to kill. Only a few hours ago, he let Anissa choke him out rather than give up on his principles. Yet here, he snapped and killed a man. After all of Mark's hesitations, all of his attempts to prove that he wasn't like his father, that he was better than this, he ended up doing the exact same thing. Even though the context is very different. But for someone like Mark, that distinction doesn't really give him any comfort. Cue him choking back a mental breakdown as he jumps between making excuses, justifying his actions, to making excuses again, and finally just blaming himself. I love the contrast between the blood on his body and just the all-white sand of this planet, as it just makes everything really pop and feel extra shocking. This was what this has all been building up to, and I love it. But RIP Angstrom, though not gonna lie, him dying so quickly, it does kind of validate one of my critiques I've had this season as a whole, and that is the lack of a strong hook.
Mark, we need to talk.
Season 1 of Invincible had one of the best hook/through lines in just recent memory, where even if we were on semi-unrelated adventures, the story always found a way of inching us closer to the reveal of who Nolan really is and having that knowledge be revealed to the world and his family. This idea hooked us and made us hungry to see what would happen next. But in contrast, Season 2, it doesn't really have one. It's more about theme and watching Mark try and unpack the aftermath of just everything that happened. Everyone in this season is trying to deal with the fallout of something, which I like. But even though I like what it's doing, I think I did spend most of the season waiting for the thing to really kick this story into high gear. I thought that was gonna happen when we met the Viltrumites and Nolan got taken, but then the story just mellowed out again. I love the focus on more personal stories and all this character work, but I do miss that sense of build-up and dread where I feel like we're making our way to something crazy. We do have cliffhangers, but most of them just get resolved the next episode or just left for later, which doesn't really do enough for me. Some people try to defend this saying that Angstrom was supposed to be the big thing that we were working towards, but no. His appearances were too sporadic to feel like, okay, this is the true through line for the season, as nobody in this story knows about him. Not to mention, after all the build-up, he just dies. You can almost describe this entire season as just the falling action of what happened in Season 1, which I do like, but without knowing that this is what it was going to be like for the entire season, I can see some people looking around waiting for the big thing, only to be slightly disappointed when it never drops. I do think the season gets away with it, but I also think after how good the first seasons was, you really feel the absence here. Though I'm sure Season 3 will be insane, so I'm not going to sweat it too much. Though I will sweat the literal Deus Ex Machina that was the future Guardians saving Mark. This is fine, it fits the world, and after everything we've seen, Robot figuring out how to time travel and dimension hop, that makes sense if he has enough time. I just think that after the raw devastation that was Mark versus Angstrom, watching Mark spiral over what he did and not being able to find a way out of here, only for somebody to show up and say, "You've suffered enough, here's a ride home," it does feel like they're cheating just a little bit. I'm sure this will be used to set up something later, besides the obvious thing.
I love you, Mark. I have for a very long time.
Huh?
Also, let's not sleep on the fact that Rex apparently died in this bad future, as this is 100% robot using Rex's name, as Rex, bless him, he is not smart enough to be the resident tech guy of the team. So this is in all likelihood Rudy using Rex's name, which does not bode well for the original. Like, it's actually kind of funny that Rudy stole his genes, stole his face, and is now just taken his voice actor as well. Which that's gonna be trippy. We get like an older robot at some point, and we have to have his voice actor, who is so synonymous with douchey characters, play a stoic and serious character for a change. Like, that is gonna be interesting. That or they'll just have him like use the robot voice the entire time.
If you ever need a shoulder, I've got two.
Also, even Mark, I'm glad they're not pretending that this isn't Endgame anymore, that this isn't the couple that the show is clearly built around. But it's a little dirty to have Eve, even a future version, drop the fact that she loves Mark, and she always has, the episode after the breakup with Amber. Like, there's no grace period here from the writer's room. They really went, we're done, we can finally do the thing we've always wanted. I'm glad they don't immediately just full-on hook up in this one. Mark pulls back just a little bit on the bridge, but they're doing it. I just guess I didn't think they'd be this quick to just say, okay, fuck now.
I love you, Mark.
Huh? Like, the fact that Mark is getting this bomb from his older version of Eve, that is also something that I don't fully love. As having an older Eve tell Mark about her younger self feelings is just, it's giving speed running. I'm glad Mark in this show is letting Amber finally go free, but this turnaround though, like the fact that Eve is being immediately presented as the next love interest, it does undercut the Amber breakup for me just a little bit. As again, it was just an episode ago, and barring Mark's time dilation, it only happened like an hour ago in universe. Like, just want to keep that in perspective. But that is the main action of the finale. Everything after this is mostly just wrapping up various loose threads while setting up events for the next season. Robot and Monster Girl have a really good talk actually, where Rudy over here finally starts feeling like he's one breakup away from being a supervillain, admitting that yeah, he's socially awkward, that his very specific see problem, fix problem mindset has led him to piss off Monster Girl unintentionally. But despite that, he still wants to help, which she appreciates, and because she's a 30-year-old trapped in a 10-year-old's body, she's willing to give him another shot, which is cute. Elsewhere, Debbie and Mark are reunited. I can't fathom how they went back to living in that house after everything that's happened here, like constantly. Mark is very much not handling the fact that he killed someone very well, with even Cecil trying to tell him that it's okay, shit happens. But most importantly, he tells him that, yeah, you're not your dad, which after how much he's used that line to control Mark this entire season, this is probably the most sincere and honest thing he's said this entire time. And I really do like watching Mark grapple with what he's done, as yeah, Angstrom specifically, he did had it coming. Yeah, he was also mentally ill, but none of this was a good look. And context is everything, as Mark did let himself take out all of his anger on Angstrom and kept attacking him long after he was incapacitated. This wasn't just a line of fire, something happened, this was very much Mark giving in to his worst impulses and him going way farther than he had to. Mark would be rattled by this, not to mention all of Angstrom's claims about how he's so terrible in every other dimension. So to cool off, he does what all of us wish we could do, go flying through the sky and screaming into oblivion, which leads him to unintentionally burying the same set of ruins, which this thing, I don't know if this is just gonna be a recurring gag or they are doing something absolutely insane with this story, but knowing Invincible, they could do either one. This is either going to be the thing that saves the universe or the thing that is never brought up again. But Mark, yeah, he is going through it and he is in fact dropping out of college, which, yeah, in most hero circumstances, this would feel like a bigger deal and it is a huge thing here. But in Mark's situation, with the Viltrumite invasion coming, being the workhorse of the hero community, maybe taking a few years off of college to get this hero stuff under control might be the right call. I think Mark is giving himself just a little bit too much of a hard time about controlling his powers, where this isn't really his dad, this is him being human and just happening to have superhuman strength. But it's gonna be interesting to watch Mark try and grapple with all this and whether or not he'll start like getting okay with the idea of killing. Though we will definitely see Mark sacrificing all the normal parts of his life solely to focus on the mask, which could cause trouble later down the road, but he'll be having bigger problems to worry about and he'll be dating a super. So I think he'll survive. Love the final line by Debbie, as yeah, they'll never be able to get back that sense of normalcy. Things will never be the same again, and just like that exploded house outside, things happened and they can't pretend they didn't. No matter how many times they rebuild their home to be exactly as it was, the people in it are the ones that changed, and they still have to deal with all the shit they've been through. I am so excited excited to see where the story goes from here, but by far the thing that I need from season 3 is Alan and Nolan's buddy comedy episode. These two are going to be so funny together, with Alan's mix of normal guy versus Nolan's repressed warrior bullshit. As even the brief moments we see them together, it's brilliant. As just these two chatting gets Nolan to admit that more than just him wanting Viltrum to kill him, it's more about his inability to reconcile his newfound sense of empathy and horror for his own actions with who Viltrum raised him to be. So it's easier for Nolan to just let himself die than face what he's done on Earth. With Alan being here and possibly telling him what Viltrum has planned for Mark, it just might be the kick of the pants he needs to break out of here and go hug his son. With that final line on Nolan realizing he misses his wife, no matter how much he talked about her just being a pet, Nolan did love Debbie and all his time on Earth. And I pray when they meet up again, she shoots him in the face, because she definitely deserves at least that.
I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot.
Overall, I love this episode and this season. It's not exactly what people expected, it kind of broke the mold of what the first did, but seeing what they were going for, I do respect it. Minus the Mark and Amber stuff. They really could not pretend to make us care about them again, so I didn't really care when any of it happened, even if I like what they did. Everything else though, amazing. Invincible continues to be that show, threading the needle between sincerity and brutal violence. Most other satires of superhero shows feel like they're just trying to tear them down, but Invincible really feels like it's able to poke fun at the tropes yet still show why they work so well and why we love them. This show is just too solid with characters that I love, and while it has its missteps, I still can't wait to see what happens next, and no, I won't be reading the comics. Also, I can't believe I skimmed over this. Kate's still alive. Guess the backup clone theory was right, and she is still begging Abraham Lincoln. Good for her. Invincible is living proof that superhero fatigue is just code for tired of mediocrity. And I, for one, am thankful that this show is here to raise the bar, even if it's doing that with just a PNG. Invincible is here, no weird hiatuses, and I'll hate this child forever for what he took from me.
Seriously?
No, not really, but for real. These 3 episodes of Invincible, like, they are hitting, doing all the things Invincible has always done well, shoring up some of the things that it kinda doesn't, and reminding us why it sucks to be a normie in a world filled with superheroes. That and the moral grayness that comes with such a world. Mark versus Cecil is heating up, and wherever you land on the ethical debate, you gotta admit that this show is doing it well. So let's get into my thoughts and my breakdown of these first 3 episodes. I am Sarcastic Chorus, and hold on, I wanna try something. Like this video. Did the button glow? Apparently YouTube has rigged the button to glow whenever a YouTuber says, like this video. And I'm very curious to see how I can abuse this later. But screw it, let's talk about... Now to be clear up top, this video will have spoilers. I think at this point, y'all should know if you like this show or not, and you should know that this show, it hits. It's all just a matter of personal taste if it works for you or not. If it doesn't, understandable. Thankfully, this show is my particular cup of tea, and Invincible is off to a strong start. Mostly. So I'm gonna spoil the shit out of everything that happens. This is your one chance to dip out. Okay, ready, cool. Mark and Eve are together. Meh. With that out of the way, we can talk about the real good stuff in this season, and we'll go by episode to episode as that's just the easiest way to talk about all of it. Episode 1 of Invincible Season 3 is really good. Bringing us up to speed on Mark's training arc, we find out that the kid didn't drop out of college for nothing, having upped his game and broken his personal records for physical stats, becoming faster, stronger, tougher, all under the watchful eye of Cecil. And after all the beatings he's taken from Viltrumites, Mark now has a chance. I mean, that's kind of it. He is still gonna get his butt kicked. It's Mark. What else do you expect? Now, the main theme of this episode is change, which I love, as this show has always done such a great job at world building, taking the time to show how superhuman beings would work in the real world. From heroes trying to save people much softer and weaker than them, to the catastrophic consequences these incidents have on those that survive. Invincible may resemble a Saturday morning cartoon in many ways, but every character in it feels like they have a rich interpersonal world. This isn't just about the dudes who find tights, and the ones that do, yeah, they still have a lot going on. They change, they grow, they do not remain static villains of the week or just the mom or girlfriend. Mark may have been on a training arc, but Doc Seismic was too, and he nearly wiped out most of the superheroes on the planet.
The great emancipator! He'll emancipate you from your life!
That's right, this dude nearly got everyone, which is a great way to show just how nothing in this world is truly stagnant. And of course, it's making Mark's life so much harder. Mark, in the last year, has found that his dad was a murderer, made peace with him, and then just killed a guy, unintentionally. Bro is looking for some stability, and it's only really here that his idea of what it means to be good is truly challenged. Hence him butting heads and later freaking out at White Dick Fury, as Cecil says,
"We can be the good guys, or we can be the guys that save the world. We can't be both."
This man is willing to do anything and everything if it means keeping the world safe, leading to his personal philosophy of control and cynicism clashing with Mark's idealism. Hence him blowing up when he finds out that Cecil has been using former villains to aid him. Though really he should only be mad about one of those villains, as Darkwing 2 he's clearly not well. He seems very reformable while DNA Sinclair was experimenting on college students. They're both bad, but like one is clearly worse than the others. Now I'm gonna talk about this more in depth later, but for right here, I love how this dilemma is handled, as it feels so juicy, as it makes you really consider both sides where they're coming from, and it doesn't take the easy way out just saying, oh, control is bad, even while it still shows that yes, this is not a good thing what Cecil is doing. You know, you very much understand why he's doing it, as Mark is now okay with killing people. Mark accidentally killing Angstrom is something that haunts him. He didn't mean to kill that dude, and after a season of trying not to be like his dad, he fell into the same sticky habit. This is part of the reason that Mark is so insistent on being moral, because if he doesn't check himself, literally no one else will, or they'll approve. But him preaching the moral high ground starts to ring just a wee bit hollow when he's caked in other people's blood, showing a willingness to kill his enemies when he's backed into a corner that he just didn't have before. When Rex's life was in danger, Mark wasn't willing to take the chance and chose violence. He may not like it, he may have even given himself a freebie since these are clones, but Mark is willing to kill, and that is a massive departure from the usually idealistic hero we are so used to. Also, while we're in the neighborhood, shout out to Rexplode. Like, this dude has grown so much from season 1 from just being an asshat to now one of my favorite characters here. I like how he's grown into being a better person in general, and now we still get a bit of the douchiness, but now it's more lovable instead of grating. Him leading the rage quit was perfect, and he and Ray are definitely gonna hook up, and you know what? I ship it. Kinda wish I could say the same about Debbie and what's-his-face. Like, it's not him. I like that Debbie's being given a chance to move on with her life, but I've never seen a man more doomed to die or get broken up with than... If he and Debbie are still together by season 4, I'd eat my own shoe. Overall, I think this episode is a really strong start for the season. Mark and Cecil are at odds, had a fun one-off that leads into the bigger ideas of the series, character drama is hitting, but if I were to give one note, I kinda wish that the premiere stopped here. Let me explain. I like money. But more seriously, I think this cliffhanger is extremely effective, leaves you wondering like where the story can go from here. Mark and Cecil are about to throw hands. We don't know what's gonna happen, and then we immediately get the answer, they move past it. It's still there, the drama, but compared to the cliffhanger in episode 3, episode 1 just does a lot more to like leave me wanting more. Just the bland secret conspiracy just isn't doing it for me. It'll be good, just if I'm picking an ending to get people hyped, I would have picked the one at the start and given us more episodes to watch over a longer period of time that I could then talk about and monetize. But besides that, I actually think it's really important for this show that we have a really good hook to the series, as when Invincible first started, the idea of Omni-Man being this villain, that slow reveal, us inching closer to the secret finally getting out, was just the most compelling part of season 1. And season 2 just never was able to capture that same underlying tension that really brought all these episodes together. It seemed like we were about to put our foot on the gas, but then we de-escalated, and it was still good, but the threat of a Viltrumite coming is just, it's gonna happen when it's gonna happen. It doesn't create the same engaging mystery. And I hate to say this and ignore all the great character stuff that's happening, but to speak to my monkey brain, unless a Viltrumite is raging on screen, I'm sitting just a little too comfortable. We've been shown that any villain can gag us, but having seen where the power ceiling actually is for this world, going up against bugs feels like an obstacle, not a threat. Mark finding the Reaniman was pretty cool though. Episode 2 is probably my favorite of these first 3 episodes. Cecil's backstory, it is so good, and Cecil is very close to being my favorite character right now, as he is so goddamn interesting every time he's on screen. As we really learn here what makes him tick, how he became the cold, calculating bastard that he is now, with his early attempts to have a code still ending with him doing whatever it takes to save the Earth. This is what he's become. He sees himself in Mark, and Mark may end up becoming something similar. Now, to get into the whole ethical debate here, I think they're both right and wrong, which is the best messed up part of all this. Mark is angry at Cecil's clear willingness to cross moral lines to achieve his goals, that the people Sinclair hurt are still living with the effects of his actions. Cecil has given this man more resources to do the same work, leaving all of Mark's actions to feel meaningless in comparison, as why would you do all this heroics, why would you turn in the bad guy if the government is then just going to empower them to do more of the same? Not to mention lying and not telling anyone else about it. Cecil is willing to betray the trust of anyone in the name of security and the potential threats he sees around him. He may be able to act friendly, and I do think part of him is like, he is not like the full cold-hearted bastard that we know that he is. He may care about someone, but he still is willing to put them in the ground if it means the greater good. This man put a bomb/control bolt in Mark's head, and yeah, that is messed up. That said, you fully understand why he does the things that he does, and what's worse, by the end of this episode, Cecil comes off as fairly reasonable. And this is low-key my favorite line of the entire episode, as it is a perfect dig at Mark.
You're a hypocrite, waltzing off to help your mass-murdering dad. But God forbid anyone else screws up.
Is stronger than he has ever been. He is willing to kill people right now. Combine that with his immaturity and his belief that he knows better than his elders, it creates a cocktail that, from the outside, given past incidences, looking for ways to stop a Viltrumite in case they go rogue is just a very valid fear to have. We understand that Mark's name, Invincible, means his spirit. He will probably never break and turn full evil. His father couldn't do it, so I don't think anyone else has a chance. If you're in this world and don't know this is a story, fearing Mark flipping, it is something to be concerned about, at least on some level. Mark in the last 3 months broke the ceiling for what they thought he could do, making their fear of him becoming another Omni-Man, and for Cecil, who sees everyone from a crisis management perspective, you understand why he does the things that he does. There is something darkly compelling about us watching a young Cecil give his body to save others, be angry at the few deaths that did occur, only for him to later become the man he was originally rebelling against. However, I think the key here is seeing just how Cecil's cynicism creates the outcomes he claims to want to avoid. Mark ends up wiping the floor with his first line of defense. He's able to convince the Guardians to choose him over their boss, showing that Cecil's cold matter-of-fact approach leads to others rightfully assuming the worst in him, as yeah, he would strangle puppies if he thought he had to. And with that in mind, so yeah, of course Mark is gonna turn against him. His last father figure just turned out to be a monster. He's not about to let it happen again. But just as importantly, we see how Mark's idealism, that thing that let him stand up to his father, won him the loyalty of all of his friends. It also drives him to have blind spots that he doesn't want to admit to. Cecil is trying to control and manage him. He's using criminals to do his dirty work, but Mark's belief that other people can be better isn't being extended to them. As he's in such a raw place right now, he killed Angstrom. He wants to believe in a world of right and wrong, and not submit to the gray morality he's been preached at for the last 2 seasons. So he draws hard lines with Cecil being the one to talk about redemption, while Mark just wants to throw the book at Darkwing. Mark is a good guy. Cecil did him dirty and treats him like a threat, so he starts acting like one. But the same strong feelings of love that helped him sway Omni-Man are also what have him lashing out and recoiling in horror at letting these villains be good guys, as he probably feels like he needs to double down on being good after just what he's done. If Cecil had believed in Mark, they may have had a chance to talk things out rather than having a blowout. But belief means little when results are all that matter, so while you sympathize with Mark, you understand Cecil, which is why I love this situation and conflict so much. Mark is out here galled at what he sees when nearly everyone else in the room is like, how did you not know? This all ties back to the increasingly blurry ethics of the Invincible world. The question of what is too far and who deserves a second chance versus being punished. This all builds to a fascinating conversation, one that Mark is probably gonna have to start dabbling even more into, as if he's willing to take a life, that's one thing. Now he has to wonder how his actions will affect those around him, like a certain superpowered toddler. Yeah, ideals are all well and good, but Then you have a tween that can hit like a Mack truck. Suddenly, sentiments start sounding a little hollow, don't you think? I'm usually burnt out on the whole idealism versus cynicism debates in media for many reasons, but I think this one really works, though I do hope we don't see a complete ends justify the means message by the end of it. Though to talk about other things, the breakup for the Guardians was kinda funny. The Immortal is over here caked up talking shit about Mark and how he just pulled a literal his dad caking the HQ in blood. But he's willing to fully embrace Darkwing 2 after spending most of Season 2 being wary of Mark, showing that there's a fine line here for him where he's willing to give someone more trust if he thinks he can take him. Similar to Cecil, he views the other Guardians as children, immature, and that they'll just come back after they all decide to quit this shit. With honestly, that being kind of valid that they don't want to keep working for a control freak. Though, out of everyone here that I expected to leave, Robot was by far the most surprising. As for a brief moment, Robot wasn't giving future villain vibes, only for them to immediately turn around and say, no, there's a fucked up reason for me doing this.
Invincible is the most powerful superhero on the planet.
Hey, now.
It's a simple fact, and someday, I might need him on my side.
I figured he'd be the one to most agree with Cecil, and somehow his real answer was worse. Also, Samson, you really need to shut up as you're giving some of the biggest death flags I have ever heard.
Ain't nothing gonna stand up to us now. The family's back, baby. And unbreakable.
A few moments later.
No! This is bullshit and we don't have to put up with it anymore.
Dude, you might as well pick a fight with the Thundercat when you're saying shit like this. Also, of other things to mention, in this episode, the Gobbler came back. And yes, I did get PTSD. Tubicate was also here talking a lot of shit for someone who let everyone think she was dead. Also, yes, Eve and Mark are officially dating. Wahoo! Okay, like honestly, they are cute, but this to me was just expected. I'm just waiting for the story to make me actually care about them being together, as I am so burnt out from will they won't theys that this was always the transparent endgame couple, and they're finally together. Congrats. You did exactly what you clearly intended to do. Let's see them do something besides understanding the grind and having post-mission talks. I am a petty bastard and I will not be reasonable on this one thing. Make that two things. The joy I felt when the Mauler showed up can't be understated. These goobers are the secret MVPs of this show. Sorry, Omni-Man and Alan, these two. Every scene with them is a delight. And after that whole King Mauler incident, where one of them finally realized that they are fully a clone, no way to contest it, they seemed like they were in a better place. They were treating each other more like brothers and siblings than arguing original versus clone, when clearly they are both clones at this point. And then Oliver took them from me. I'm sure they had another clone lying around or someone will clone them, but still, this kid fucked up. And I haven't talked too much about Oliver, and honestly, I think he's fine. It's an interesting prospect to see Mark deal with his kid brother as he develops superpowers, his underdeveloped brain not understanding the nuances of the world and how killing a villain isn't as simple as he thinks it is. It's an interesting problem for Mark to be dealing with. I'm just not fully gripped by Oliver as a person yet. Him wanting to call himself Kid Omni-Man is funny as shit, like anything else would be better than Kid Murderer, though he does live up to his father's name. Also, Mark's new costume is kinda mid. It works, better reflect Mark's darker persona-ish. It just doesn't pop like the other outfit, which was perfectly crafted to look great even when Mark was coated in his own blood. Lou is okay, but it's an alt costume I would never personally pick if this were a fighting game. Though if we're really talking about episode 3, the opening for this episode is fantastic, showing us the lives of two C-tier supervillains. We learn that these two aren't just some guys who woke up one day and decided to rob a bank, but it was desperation that really drove them to this point. We see them running for their lives after a failed robbery, them just returning to their shitty apartment and their unpaid bills, making us understand why they did what they did. They may be bad guys, but they don't seem to be bad people, with them attempting to do something less risky by working a 9 to 5, only for their rent to go up. They couldn't find other work because they're criminals and they're probably getting rejected, and they just ended up homeless, with that making the idea of risking it all in some bank robbery just so tempting till they actually did it and everything went wrong. This is a great sequence that really hammers home all the great things about Invincible and the sincere way it handles these characters. It would be so easy to write off these no-names as just a joke, but Invincible goes the extra mile to show us their lives and the potential they have to change, only for them to not get that opportunity to live better lives, hammering home the idea of why killing villains is bad even if they're seemingly as basic as the Maulers. While it may seem like the simple solution that they have it coming, the heroes often don't know the lives of the people they're punching lead, so killing them might just cut short someone who could have been something more, or just someone who needed another chance. Some sick, twisted part of me almost wish that these two were the ones that got gutted by Oliver, as while I love the Maulers, having not Doc Ock and the Mold Man die after seeing just their whole backstory would have been devastating. But I'm willing to see what this show is cooking for everyone later down the road. Glad to have Titan back. Amber also made appearance as the show tries to beat the "we didn't just get rid of her" allegations. I'm not super gripped by the mystery of the conspiracy dude that was watching Mark, though if I had to guess he's probably related to Cecil, as that one dude we saw tip off Paul with a ring that looked suspiciously similar to the drone. Overall, I am very excited to see where Invincible Season 3 takes us, as last season, very good. But not gonna lie, I spent most of it waiting for them to finally put their foot on the gas after all the setup. But this season looks very promising, and I'm hoping the action keeps looking as solid as it has. Like to level with you all, the show apparently had a rough production cycle, and while I mostly think it's serviceable, not the best, but it works well enough for what it is, I do think watching the adaptation of Sakamoto Days has reminded me that not every show needs to be Jujutsu Kaisen or Demon Slayer's level of crazy good. If the story still hits, it hits. I don't fully come to Invincible for the fight, so I can live with what it's giving so long as the animation errors aren't obvious. Men will literally do anything to avoid therapy. Let's be real, this episode was hype. Mark's idealism took another hit as he was forced to take another life. Omni-Man, Alan, and Battle Beast formed the strongest trio this galaxy has ever seen, and I will hear no one say otherwise. But if Mark and Omni-Man teamed up with Optimus Prime, then yep, that would be real competition. Nolan is dropping secrets, Mark gained depression, so let's discuss the greatness that was this episode, the themes, how one man ruling forever is doomed to crash out, and the horrifying implication that this might be Mark's future.
You're screwed!
Personally, I love when episodes of Invincible are really just 2 episodes in a trench coat. Many shows can't handle the extended runtime, others never feel like we get enough, but in Invincible, when it comes to our pacing, never feels like it's wasting our time. Every second is usually well spent, so let's start with the time travel shenanigans. Before that, I do want to shout out the bond we see developing between Rex and Shrinking Ray. Catching them doing a grocery run now that they're no longer on Cecil's dime and his cooks, Ray is excited to finally cook for herself for a change, meanwhile Rex is blasé about the whole idea, which, fair, he is a bit of a lazy bum. Which I think sets up just a bittersweet conclusion for Ray in the future, as the more we learn about Ray, the clearer it is that she was forced into this superhero lifestyle. She had stage parents who groomed her to be this ready-made star, with her never having a chance to live a real normal life or make her own decisions. Cooking is a new experience for her, and one that she wants to do as it's her way of just getting a taste of the normalcy that has been so long denied to her. This is in contrast to Rex, who also was denied normalcy his family apparently sold him to the government, but he just shrugs it off and enjoys the life he's living, content so long as he has adventure and pizza. Ray, I think, is starting to ache to leave this life behind. Like, think about how she nearly died. She's finally getting the independence that she's never had, the way she is crestfallen when she has to be a hero. I think this season is definitely setting up Ray to leave this life behind, that she doesn't want to be this hero and might be happier without the suit. Though, to be clear, I haven't read the comics. All that I know is just what my comments and shorts have spoiled for me. One thing that I did look up intentionally is Ray's original fate after the gobbling. Ray in the comics was a guy and he just straight up died. This leaves Ray's fate in the current show completely unknown. She can do anything and not even the comic book fans can predict it. So if I were a betting man, and I'm not after watching a dude lose $30K on the Super Bowl coin toss, but if I were to put money on Ray's fate, I think she's gonna hang up the suit by the end of the season, with it taking probably a cataclysmic event to keep her in the game. Which honestly, that is that is definitely gonna happen. Now, Mark, we see that he's trying to find out who's been spying on him, with us still having no idea who it is. Though leave your big brain theories down below. Mark, being a firm hater right now, assumes it's Cecil, trashing his place, and another display of just how ineffective these zombies are, though the Sonics do work like a charm, and again, I love the moral ambiguity between these two characters. However, I will say one of Cecil's biggest flaws is that his insistence on laying down the law. He tried to count humble Mark with the implant, revealing his hand way too early, turning a dangerous situation to a permanent break. As dude wasn't listening before, but busting out the belt was a serious miscalculation. As in trying to show Mark that he could control him, he lost what little goodwill and leverage he had left. Mark, in this case, does listen to Cecil and follows the logic that if he was spying on him, Mark definitely probably wouldn't know. So he dips, and Cecil's left to foot the bill for all the money Mark just destroyed. That, and like again, these cyborgs just get wasted. They get turned into paste. He really should just look into getting stronger materials for these things. Like, imagine if they turned the Maulers into these things. That would be, okay, it probably wouldn't beat a Viltrumite, but it would slow them down a little bit. Okay, let's just talk about the date.
Take you wonder by wonder.
Now, I'm still just okay on these two. They're cute enough, but I'm petty. With Eve's general understanding of Mark's lifestyle just being, it's cool. Don't love how we just have to have Amber show up to just tell her like, oh, Eve, I for sure, like, I saw you getting railed by my ex coming from a mile away. Totally, this is not at all a scummy move. Everything's okay. But for everything that we see for the actual couple, cute. And I mean, it is carried a lot by the music, but I'm still interested to see like where they go from here. As Future Immortal did mention Mark having a family, he also mentioned the redhead, so if we're looking for a future baby mama, there's only one real option at this point. Though of the comic book spoilers I've been cursed with, yes, I know about the incident. Right now I'm like, okay, nothing wrong is going on here, we're building their bond. I'm still laughing at how just it is. Eve and Gwen from Ben 10 just have the same powers. Like, they look the same, they're pink Green Lanterns. I'm pretty sure Eve came first, but still it is, I can't unsee it. But now for the nightmare fuel.
Hi, I'm Paul.
Tweedledee and Tweedledum show up to take Mark to the future. Now, the thing that I find the most horrifying about the situation is that this isn't dimension hopping. We've seen from Angstrom and the Guardians of the Future that beings can jump between dimensions. However, here, rather than jumping to another place, this is explicitly stated to be the future. And given how the boys stealing the Declaration of Independence didn't lead to any other, like, different outcome, this seems to be the locked-in ultimate fate of Earth. Mark was apparently supposed to be the Emperor, but left the Immortal in charge, only for him to go mad. And like, there are so many questions here, and I feel like this is foreshadowing probably a lot of things that are gonna happen we just don't fully know yet. And don't tell me if you do. I feel like the Immortal here is the other answer to Nolan's question of what will you have in 500 years? And the answer, nothing. The Immortal has outlived everyone he has ever loved, their names and faces all blurring together until he can't even remember Kate, the one woman whose apparent death seemed to like truly break his soul. He's here, and all he has left is a job, with him rage quitting in the most annoying way possible. Like, dude is really willing to inflict centuries of tyranny onto humankind, killing people for the smallest of infractions, all in the hope that Mark would return to punish him for his crimes, with his reasoning for not offing himself being he calls it the coward's way out. Amazon just literally cooked my last video claiming every 2 seconds of Invincible background music, so I won't be using any of that right now because not worth the risk. But back to Immortal, like, it is, sir, you killed 10 million people before lunch. I respect a man with a code, but this is ridiculous. We empathize with him. He craves an ending, but hurting others just so Senpai will notice you is cray-cray. All combined though, it does speak to an interesting dilemma for Mark. This season seems built around forcing Mark to question his ideals, that maintaining his code might be to the detriment of others. The simple solution being the right one. Mark sees a man who stuck to his code and the suffering that it brought along with it, making Mark even more worried about how his actions will have unintended consequences. Mark is also seemingly being desensitized to taking a life. Angstrom, as we saw, was an accident, but Season 3 has been giving Mark a buffet of freebies. Mark killing the clones is a bad thing, but all things considered, that dude is still alive, so he can tell himself that it was bad but necessary with no long-term consequences. The Immortal is technically not fully dead, instead being in a state where he has the opportunity to come back if his head was sewed back onto his body. But to me, this means that Mark is fast approaching a situation where he might have to intentionally take the life of someone who doesn't have a reset button. We might see Mark learn to find another way, but honestly, with all the bodies that keep piling up when Viltrumites show up, especially when they show up in numbers, Mark might really have to take a page out of the hole punchers and put these people down, despite how much the show keeps hammering home the value of life even amongst its supposed villains. We're slipping a little close into violence is not good, but it is necessary territory, and I'm pretty confident that this show is going to handle it in a very interesting way, as this show is phenomenal. Its writing is so good. It is such a fresh spin on the superhero just tropes, and it tackling one of the most overplayed ones it gives me hope.
I'm gonna blow his deranged brains out. And if you want to stop it, you're gonna have to shoot me.
And now for something completely different.
The Prison Break was honestly hype. We watch Nolan, despite realizing how much he misses his wife, the life he built on Earth, still can't bring himself to turn against his people. Trapped between who he was raised to be and his newfound empathy, Nolan defaults to letting his people execute him for his crimes, even though he has no regrets for abandoning the mission. Alan's pitch of turning full traitor doesn't land, but I adore the budding friendship between these two. Seth Rogen? Love him or hate him, yes, he uses the same voice and everything, but he is pitch perfect casting as Alan. The way these two borderline gods bounce off each other is great. Alan's earnestness clashing with Nolan playing the tsundere, with Nolan showing that he really does care when he finally fights back to save his friend. I love this as a writing choice, as it brings back Nolan's regret of not saving others. We see him learning to care about these supposed lesser beings. He may be okay with his own death, but he can't bring himself to let someone else die on his behalf. We see Nolan force himself to act yet again on his empathy, taking one step closer to acting like the hero he pretended to be for all those years. Meanwhile, Mark is slowly starting to act like a Viltrumite, which is a fascinating dichotomy to watch. Check out Johnny Tuchelis' video on the topic. This Prison Break is a lot of fun, but the fact that these guards are just here to die will never not be funny. Though I do wonder how powerful these guns actually are, as they go from harmless to annoying at near random. But let's not beat around the bush. Battle Beast is just the highlight of this sequence for me. This kitty is running on demon time. He embodies one of my favorite archetypes, the warrior who just wants a fight and seemingly not caring if he lives or dies. All there is the hunt, and he lives for it. Battle Beast was one of the biggest shocks of Invincible Season 1, as in a seeming sea of scrubs, Battle was clearly head and shoulders over everyone else. And somehow Machine Head hired him. The best way I've heard this situation described is in this one comment that goes, hey, of the Kingpin hiring Thanos for a street fight, dude is overqualified, dog-walking Invincible and the B-tier Guardians, with the only reason they live being that he decides that this battle just isn't worth his time. So him just showing up here immediately got me hyped. And while you could call it a plot hole that someone captured him, let's be real, he let it happen so he can go one-on-one with a Viltrumite, with him living up to his rep as he fights a Superman, gets thrown into space, and proceeds to not give a fuck as heirs for winners, and one of them has to die. Now to talk about the other big revelation of this episode, Omni-Man reveals that there are only 50 pure-blooded Viltrumites left in the galaxy, which is an insane number, as previously we were told that the war that happened that made Viltrum like this only cut the population in half, which, yeah, you'd seem like that's a couple 100 million, 50 million, like a good-sized number, but 50 is so insanely low that it really begs the question of how did things get this way? As on one hand, it doesn't seem like Viltrumites are suffering from infertility issues. Nolan was able to pump out 2 kids with 0 problems and 0 shock, meaning that something else probably helped wipe out the Viltrumite population. It would make sense that they would cover up any deaths to maintain the image of strength, but it seems hard to cover up a population of a few million getting whittled down to 50. Plus, we don't see how many mixed kids are floating around in Viltrumite uniforms. However, given the serious manpower shortage that they're facing, that they can't even send someone to track down Nolan, yeah, it's highly unlikely that they have too many bastards lying around, opening up a whole lot more questions. You think a culture this obsessed with strength and maintaining the purity of their blood would have instituted some kind of breeding program? I can see them culling those that they considered weak, but in contrast, we do see the lengths Viltrum is willing to go to avoid executing Nolan. They give this traitor to the Empire a chance to rejoin them, showing that they are willing to preserve some resources and some people. So this makes me think that this goes beyond just a cultural obsession with purging the weak. Maybe it is just the fact that they've had way more fatalities than they let on, making their pivot to using subterfuge with Nolan just to make a lot more sense. But I think something else is missing here. Something happened to Viltrum that just they don't want getting out. I don't see this being a weapon or a creature, as Nolan would have mentioned it in one of his books. So it's not viable, or he doesn't know what it is. It could be some just natural disaster. Maybe Viltrum itself was heavily damaged in the war. We have all these superhuman beings fighting. Nolan could wipe out a civilization in probably an hour. So having millions of these guys fighting on the planet's surface would do enough damage that even if it didn't destroy the planet early on, it could have had long-lasting effects. But we're gonna have to wait and find out, though I do think this provides an excellent justification on why every Viltrumite knew Nolan. At first it's like, okay, Nolan is a legend, everyone knows his rep, but once you account for just how few Viltrumites there are, then it makes sense that they all have seen each other at once or twice, as they live that long and the gene pool is that tiny, with their hang-ups about piping their lessers keeping them from repopulating. Eve is getting railed, Mark got impaled, Titan keeps winning, and the best character in the show is finally back. Invincible yet again gives us another example of Mark getting tossed a moral quandary he doesn't want to deal with. Prompted to choose between two lesser evils, Mark opts to stand firm only for the rest of the world to keep moving and to choose to go lower, leaving our hero in the dust and on his roof to marinate on whether he did the right thing. Again. With the real answer though being, the world is complicated. Big moves are made to preserve the peace, and even this episode's biggest winner may have screwed himself over in the long run. So let's break down the issues at the heart of this episode and how everyone handled it. Then just, my thoughts on the episode in general. We open with Multipal doing an insanely messed up thing just to end up right back where he started. Now in this story centered around big moral questions and ethical quandaries, there's a bunch of smaller ones peppered in, like why the hell was Paul not given a power dampening collar before this happened? Like, this man can overrun a prison on his own. The only thing stopping him here is just the animation budget. Why would you not use a collar before he made it rain hepatitis? Like, this prison legitimately sucks. All prisons suck in superhero universes, but this one seems particularly bad. Like an actual normal prison that they're being forced to house superhuman beings at. This place is not built for this shit, and all they really seem to have on hand is one collar for every prisoner, and then a force field to keep that one teleporter out. Though I will also say that Paul, having to use his clones to crush themselves to death to get down a door, was metal as fuck, giving us another great example of how Invincible uses classic superhero powers in simple but very creative ways. With us getting to learn more about these twin walking splatter effects. They just got powers at some point when they were kids, it drove the dad insane, and the government tried to raise them to be heroes, or as Paul calls it, a weapon. And this is at the heart of the siblings' disagreement. Paul resents the GDA for taking them in and then forcing them to be heroes, training them to not just control their power so they wouldn't be a danger to society, but to fight so that they could later serve as heroes. Hating them for forcing him into this situation, Paul dipped only to become a killer, working for the Order. But the twins, they pity each other, with this bringing up interesting questions about the two and who they choose to serve. As Paul is right. the GDA does view Kate as a tool. She doesn't push back against the assertion that the GDA uses her to kill. Cecil may be working for the safety of the public, but he's willing to compromise the freedom of individuals to do so. Meanwhile, Paul would rather have the freedom to choose to be evil, killing for an organization that will cast him aside at a moment's notice. But between the money and the honesty, he finds that a whole lot better of a deal than throwing his life away for someone else's greater good and then being told it's a heroic sacrifice. And just like how the Order wouldn't let Paul just walk away, Cecil and the GDA probably wouldn't let someone walk away if they view them as too grave a loss, or they couldn't just get them to do what they want otherwise outside of like the official confines of the system. As yeah, half of the bum guardians left, but they're still heroes. Cecil can send in a call in a crisis and those guys would still do exactly what he wants 99% of the time. He can afford to let them think they're walking away, especially when he can still get them to do what he wants and then recruit them later. This intro scene does a great job at setting up the core themes of this episode. The risk reward of personal freedom if trying to put restrictions on a person might be worth the risk, like in the case of Paul, Kate, and Oliver, who terrified me as fresh off of killing the Blue Man Group. The fact that Mark was willing to trust him to not splatter these bullies, that was a big risk, but one that does seem to be paying off. Meanwhile, the GDA's restraint led to Multipulse serving the Order. However, the other big issue here is trust. The trust in other people, in organizations to do right by you, which I think this is part of the big issue that Mark struggles with when it comes to Titan. See, after his stomach got pumped by a 900-pound furry, Mark is very wary of working with Titan again. Dude dipped when Invincible was in trouble, then took over Machine Head's empire. So from Mark's perspective, all he got was played as he just helped a new kingpin come to power, which is true. However, as this season keeps wanting to demonstrate, there are shades of gray to this situation. Honestly, it's shades to pretty much every situation. Yes, Titan is a criminal, but his rule has wielded far more beneficial results for his community and the city at large. He cares about his people, which is a huge step up from Machine Head, who just wanted to money. Titan knows what it's like to struggle to get by and is working to balance being a criminal with building something better for his daughter. Mark, though, can't really see the bigger picture, nor can he really bring himself to trust Titan. He remembers being used. He's reeling from the back-to-back betrayals of his dad and Cecil, rendering the young hero to try and keep himself on that straight and narrow, even though all evidence is screaming at him that this is impossible and that path just doesn't exist? This world is messy, everyone is complicated with good and bad moments. Mark's attempts to be the good guy are undercut by the fact that he uses the same response to every problem. His fists, and then jail, jail, jail. Refusing to even consider that some of the people he's fought before might be of more use to society working for it. Also the fact that Mark is trusting the prison system to actually imprison these people when it continues to fail at even that. But Mark doesn't want to hear any of this. He just wants to protect the innocent, but he can't trust those in power, so he just sticks to his job of punch obvious problem, then throw the problem in jail. Which I do think is funny, as Mark really refuses to trust Cecil, but he will trust the prison industrial complex, which I'm pretty sure works for Cecil. In any other story, I think the narrative would have praised or rewarded the hero for sticking to his guns and not working with the supposed bad guys. That doing the right thing, even when the rest of the world is trying to compromise your morals, is good. But in Invincible, instead chooses to frame Mark's behavior as inaction. That he is being stubborn in a way that is detrimental to his health, and he keeps finding personally unsatisfying. Mark refused to break Paul out of prison, resulting in the dragon attacking the prison, killing a lot of people, only for Titan to set up a double cross that may bite them all in the ass later. If Mark had helped Titan, lives may have been saved, as Paul, the thing that was like, he will not let this man get free, and he doesn't want to help Titan, but Paul, the killer, he got out either way. Invincible had no way of knowing this, but them's the results. He stood his ground, he refused the offer, and he still got used anyway. Mark didn't choose a lesser evil to side with, so all he could do was react to whatever was happening around him. Though to answer the question of who is the lesser evil in this equation, I mean, clearly it's Titan. That's who the story wants to portray as being the more benevolent criminal. However, even though he got what he wanted technically, the freedom to run his operation in Chicago however he wants without having to answer to like a greater figure who's going to force him into more bullshit. At the end of the day though, I do think his inability to get Mark to help him is going to lead to much worse results just for everyone. And let's look at how his position has changed. At the start, he had Mr. Liu breathing down his neck, threatening his kid. Titan wants to see this as crossing the line, even though every other supervillain is like, no, that's par for the course. In fact, if you remember, Machine Head did very much the same thing in Season 1. But Titan wants to operate with some kind of code, even if the others don't. But unlike Mark, he's willing to bend it to get what he wants, hence him working with Machine Head, faking his own death using his old boss to off the dragon, and then letting Autotune take over the order in exchange for Titan finally being able to run Chicago his way, free from meddling outside forces. But really though, the question here is for how long? Titan does just want his city, but he's dealing with a man who's already double-crossed him before. Titan has effectively traded an immediate problem for a potential one later down the road. As Paul himself states, the Order doesn't abandon tools, and I'm willing to bet Machine Head, despite recognizing how dangerous Titan is, probably will try to pull some shenanigans later when his position is more solidified. If Titan ever has something that Machine wants, he will find a way, get in his business, putting Titan right back where he started. Machine Head is a petty bastard whose word is worth nothing. Like, best case scenario for this dude, the Order devolves into civil war as they refuse to accept Machine Head, and things just go crazy, but it'll be outside Chicago, so not Titan's problem. Titan picked his own lesser evil, and even though he played the game, it still might end up fucking him. This situation reflects real-world foreign policy where deciding what leader should be in charge is often less about who is the best person and who can just give someone what they want. Mr. Liu ruled with an iron fist and won Titan's submission, so Titan replaced him with someone who would let him keep Chicago even though he knows this man is terrible. Meanwhile, we have Mark, who just wanted to lock everyone up, regardless of the potential consequences. Titan showed that he had the people's support as they were willing to dress up as him to let the crime lord get away. They wanted him to keep doing what he's doing, trusting that it'll be better in the long run. The idea of what it means to be good has been brought up a lot this season, from Cecil's ruthless countermeasures to Mark's strict moral code. We watch a young superhero being forced to question the decisions they make, with all of Mark's answers and actions leaving him bummed out. And I wonder if that's the point, that Mark is being forced to learn that sometimes there are no right answers. That sometimes you can only do right by those you care for. In the past, Mark did try to work with Titan. He wanted to help the people, and he got punished for it. He trusted others, and he got punished for it. A change-up is definitely coming for how Mark operates in the world, that he might be soon willing to make more moral compromises and work with the people he distrusts if it's for the supposed greater good. Eve saying that he made the right choice in not choosing a lesser evil won't ease his doubts forever, or the consequences of him not picking a side might turn out to be worse than any of the other outcomes. This episode asks a lot of great questions, though the one that they truly fumbled was,
I can look for a part-time job.
How do you like them apples?
why does Mark and Eve actually need a job to make money? Like, I was screaming this the entire episode. Eve and Mark were talking about, oh my god, we need money, even though she can turn an apple into gold. She can get them money in a heartbeat. They don't need this job, and I don't think her issues with building stuff transferred over to gold. We saw that she was fine using her powers to make all the stuff she needs for her treehouse, so I was at least waiting for an explanation, a mention of why they weren't going with this option, as they do try and explain why they don't make another treehouse, but the gold thing wasn't brought up. And I'm just like, I know it isn't because they need this job thing to justify Mark being around this prison. I'm not mad, but I'm just like, it drove me slightly crazy. Leave all explanations of her dad and it would crash the economy economy in the comments. Also, shout out to the walking death flags that are Rex and Ray. This other superhero couple that craves normalcy. The dinner was cute, the wine sucked, Rex continues to be an MVP. Crazy how he went from just an asshat early on to actually learning to care about others undergoing all this growth, and oh shit. It's gonna be Rex, isn't it? Rex is the one who's gonna die. Bro has completed his character arc, the audience loves him, and he's just expendable enough that the story can kill him and not lose too much potential. Like, shit. Yeah, he's a goner, and this Ray situation is just here to make it hurt even more. Speaking of hurting, that prison fight. It was pretty good. It did give me a weird vibe personally where there was cool stuff in it. I liked it. Eve's powers, okay, that actually looked pretty cool. This fight kept giving me the sense that this looked better in the boards. Personally, I am content with Invincible's animation. Yes, I do wish it could pop off a little bit more, but this one fight it gave me the sense that whatever was originally planned for it was a little bit bigger, a little bit crazier. It's fine, but I was like, something's just right beneath the surface, and they just didn't have the time to fully implement it. Though I do love how you can spot the exact moment Paul was able to get away. Eve catches every clone that runs at her, seals the room to catch the final one. However, while she was boxing all these crooks, Paul uses himself as a springboard, kicking that one away, with us later not seeing him get captured. I don't know how he got around the giant box, but seeing as he's not in it with himself, safe to say that was a clone that got away, explain the smile we see from them later, and how he got out to leave Kate a paper cutout. Also, the sickest thought I had while watching this episode was just out loud saying, "Did you?" when Kate said she saved the country from being nuked. Which, yeah, she was there, she fought the big guy, deal she didn't. But let's not act like Rex wasn't the one who had to pull a 1v3 at the end. This was a good episode, asked a lot of great questions and remind me just how much I love these street level super crooks in the Invincible world. We constantly see Mark getting caught up in Viltrum and other world ending threats, but I think Invincible's writing is so strong that it really does wonders when we let these characters play off of each other, making these street level villains, their politics and personalities really shine. Even someone like Isotope, this slimy advisor to Titan, really just comes through like him constantly warning his boss on what they should or shouldn't do. Mr. Liu was just great intimidating presence, though more so from just hearing how he bought cookies from Titan's daughter than when he was the actual dragon. But Mr. Liu got brought back from the dead at the end. Titan thinks he's won, but another day brings new problems and even fewer ethics, which is just the kind of mess I've come to expect from the world of Invincible. R.I.P. Rex, Mark is gonna snap one of these days, and yes, I am starting to warm up to Mark and Eve dating. Still mostly okay though. Oh, this one hurt. Can't keep getting away with it! Sorry, I couldn't resist. A question. Who holds superheroes accountable? Why do they get to be seemingly above the law while other people get punished for lesser crimes? How far can man go in obsessing over the spandex before he loses sight of the life he could have been living? These are just some of the questions that sit at the heart of this episode of Invincible, and I loved it. We watch one of Omni-Man's victims try to fight for his vision of justice only to lose sight almost immediately, costing him everything and traumatizing Mark in what feels like a bi-weekly event. This shouldn't excite me as much as it did, but man, the writing for this one is just so good. So we might as well discuss.
All I want is
God, where to even begin with this thing? Well, I think the first thing to come to mind is just, this episode is a great culmination for a lot of the themes that have been present throughout this season. From humanizing the supervillains to the issues of accountability for super beings and the pitfalls of holding a black and white moral worldview, this episode really brings all these ideas home in one perfect test case for how complicated things are, but how that doesn't make what they feel any less real. Powerplex, played phenomenally by that guy who says bitch a lot in Breaking Bad. Like Aaron Paul, fantastic performance. He truly kills it here. Amazon, for as much as like I don't like celebrity voice casting, and Amazon loves it, they do pick the right people nearly every time for every role. Even if the role is being a creep, but this episode might be my favorite of the season unless the next two do something absolutely insane. As just from a pathos standpoint, this episode does a great job at showing us the life of Powerplex, making us empathize with him while also showing that this man is clearly having a mental health crisis. We start the episode seeing his life before Omni-Man splattered his family harder than his own son. He seemed like a normal dude in spite of having powers, he loved his sister and niece, but then Omni-Man did what he did, leaving Scott emotionally destroyed as he sees the broken bodies of his family. Now, the thing I love about the initial presentation for Scott is that he doesn't immediately go on the warpath. He doesn't just hop into a lab, grab the nearest experimental tech, go crazy from it, and just villain forever after. No, instead, he waited. He tried to build a case. He wanted to just open something up to investigate Invincible and just get some kind of justice or closure for what happened. We see from the pictures that he didn't immediately go after Invincible. This is Mark in the blue costume, so this is fairly recent. He took at least a year to get this whole thing going, proving that yeah, he did try to do things through the proper channels. He channeled his hurt into something that could be considered productive, creating a petition that just didn't go anywhere. And you get it because from his perspective, Invincible seemed to be just getting away scot-free from everything and he doesn't understand why. At least that's how it seems at first. We, as an audience, understand that Cecil already knows everything. He knows why Omni-Man did what he did. He knows Mark didn't ask for this smoke, and despite being given every chance, he still refused to join his dad. As far as Cecil and the government was concerned, Mark may be a problem worth having contingencies for, but he's not in any immediate danger of flipping. So, when combined with wanting to keep Mark around to fight Viltrum, no shit Cecil wasn't gonna hold a public trial. There's nothing that'll come out of it that he doesn't already know. It would just serve to emotionally distress the asset he's trying to keep on his side. And most importantly, it would be a bad look for Cecil and the GDA. As if it came out that Cecil knew and has always known Omni-Man was an alien invader, well, that would get his and the GDA's legitimacy questioned, creating chaos and a loss of faith. When Cecil wants calm, and forever signs his checks for his instant teleportation thing to keep signing them instead of caving to their constituents. It is not in Cecil's interest to hold a trial for Mark. But for those who lost their family in this incident, it does seem kinda sus. Why wasn't there a greater investigation to what happened? Why didn't Invincible be brought on trial and forced to ask questions about what really happened with his dad? Something fishy is going on, and they're right. Just not about Mark. And one would think that this lack of closure is what made all these negative emotions start to fester in Scott till his confusion and slightly off-based anger became a grudge. However, even before he starts juicing, you can see how he became Invincible's second biggest hater. Getting pissed at just how Mark can break into the GDA, do probably billions of dollars worth of damages, then just walk away, with everyone else having to pick up the pieces. To Scott, this is just another case of Invincible not being held accountable and that he needs to take matters into his own hands. Picking back the layers of the show, how he's initially presented versus what you find out he actually does, you realize just how blinded by anger he is and how he can't see the nuances of the situation. And that's less understandable in his case because, well, he works for fucking Cecil. Loki, the most unbelievable thing about this episode is Cecil not monitoring all of his employees enough to know that Scott tried to investigate Invincible. That this man might be a liability and have to be kept under surveillance or maybe fired. However, since he's here and he has access to a lot of the tapes, he has so much more insight than anyone in the public. This dude knows why Invincible is being given so much slack. Not to mention he has the fucking tapes to prove that Omni-Man used his son to make ground beef. If he were just a civilian, him having all this confusion, anger, it would make complete sense. But he's a Fed. So Scott knows everything. He knows about Viltrum, Anissa, how Invincible didn't flip even when his dad caved in his teeth, yet he's still a hater. Scott, rather than allowing this information to change his perspective, instead only acknowledges the things that validate his pre-existing beliefs. That Invincible can do whatever he wants, like invade the Pentagon and get away with it, and sees that as an injustice, even as the other example of like, oh, they're putting down the little guys, like he's like in some special class of his own. The other example, like, oh, them putting us down is something that he is fully fucking guilty of. Donald is asking about the inventory he stole, but Scott wants to make this all about Invincible, as to him, that is the thing that is really wrong with the world, and that is the source of all of his pain. With those around him, like his wife, feeding into that vendetta. This selective listening culminates in the end where he still blames Mark for the death of his family, even though Powerplex is the one that killed his wife and kid. He's locked into this worldview as he's too far in, and thinking any other way would cause him to crumble from the guilt. This idea of nuance and things being a matter of perspective is illustrated beautifully by the presence of Oliver, who, still being an alien child, grapples with the way people see his dad versus how he knew him. To Oliver, his dad was a great guy, his mom loved him, so the idea of his own experiences and feelings not lining up with other people's is just a confusing concept. Mark and Eve try to explain that, yeah,
what's 17 more years? I can always start again. Make another kid.
Nolan was complicated, that just because he gave Oliver uppies doesn't mean the thousands of people he killed on the planet, not to mention the billions he took off-world, don't get to factor into the equation. What he's done doesn't get washed away just because he feels sorry about it. It's a cold comfort to his victims that the guy who wiped out a city block to prove his point suddenly wants to do better. With the important thing here and the lesson for Oliver being the nuance of the situation, that there is no true right or wrong, just people with feelings grappling with how to react to an atrocity, with those positive memories of the aggressor having to be balanced out by the experiences of others who suffered because of him. Oliver may love his dad, he may want to rehabilitate Omni-Man's image, people are gonna feel a certain kind of way about him rocking his dad's merch, and they're not wrong for feeling that. With Powerplex being an example of someone who said, fuck that shit, I'm right. Refusing to have empathy for Mark in this situation, that Mark is as much his father's victim as Powerplex, Scott just takes it upon himself to punish Invincible for what he's done. Not to bring him to justice like he keeps ranting about, but to punish him. As, let's be real, if he got what he wanted, Invincible, beaten up and tried in court, that court would have probably found him innocent, even if Cecil doesn't rig it. So Powerplex's plan, his real plan, is just to kill Invincible, betraying his own rationale, just like how at the end, he betrays his own idea of accountability by still blaming Mark for the death of his wife and kid, using Mark as an outlet for all of his frustration, just like he's always done. Being mad at Mark for the death of his loved ones, a system that would rather shield Mark than rake him across the coals with a trial and air out its own dirty laundry. Powerplex's feelings are valid, but his actions are misguided, just like Mark's real #1 hater, who we'll get to. I think the other big recurring theme that I love about this episode is how it explores the idea of life with and without the cape. That to many heroes, the job may seem all-consuming, but it's the more personal moments that make life truly fulfilling. We see this in Mark's relationship to his fam. The boyfriend's awkwardly trying to find his place in this house of supers, and Debbie's assuring him that it's all okay. That their life may seem unimportant compared to what they have going on, but they still matter. That these bonds and moments are what truly count. This is what superheroes are supposed to protect, which is why Powerplex losing sight of his own family is such a tragedy. Not gonna lie, I spent this entire episode on the edge of my seat waiting for him to accidentally kill someone. It just made too much sense that an antagonist clearly in the middle of a mental health crisis, ranting about avenging the unseen and the forgotten, would accidentally kill someone, turning them into the thing they claim to be fighting. Powerplex may talk about being calm and not wanting to hurt anyone, but his actions do tell a different story, and they've always told the same one. Like, to get his first big power boost, he jumps off a 20-story building into a busy street. Dude got lucky that he didn't crush someone or land on a car. It was also luck that his breakout didn't kill any of the guards or someone else on the road. That car was out of control, and bad things could have happened if anything else had gone differently. So we're always waiting. It's like, it's coming, they're edging it, and then we get to that final horrifying moment where his attempts to kill Invincible leads him to just cook his family. I knew it was coming, but even then, oof, this hurt. I love the way this episode handles Powerplex. It makes him more than just a madman on a revenge quest, but shows us how he got this way, the mentality that trapped him there, and those that just kept feeding into that anger, and how he is fully responsible for this, but he's also, again, having a mental health crisis. It's not treated as a joke or a villainous thing, but a tragedy where you understand him, you understand why this has happened, even if at the end of the day, like in my case, you kind of just pity him. I think this whole confrontation, how it ends, it hammers home to Mark the folly of just locking away your problems and throwing away the key. He's forced to confront a supposed villain and see him for the emotional wreck that he is. Even if he did bad things, Mark does hope that Powerplex can be rehabilitated and put on a better path. This mindset probably won't apply to Sinclair, but Darkwing certainly. Powerplex, just like Mark, wanted to see the world in black and white. Because life's a bitch and Mark's its favorite punching bag, he's forced to see just all the shades of gray. His ending is also interesting to me, as I'm not fully certain that Mark took away the best lesson from this interaction, which I love. As Mark explains, originally he didn't want to be consumed by guilt, so he tried not to dwell on the collateral damage of his and his dad's actions. That he wanted to focus on the lives he could save, not the ones he's lost. Which, as far as superhero mentalities go, probably the healthiest one he's gonna get. But Mark decides, I'm going to try and remember what happened. I'm not just going to forget, I'm going to remember those that I've hurt. Only for Powerplex to spit in his face, making Mark the hypothetical Omni-Man in this situation, where he talks about being sorry for his actions and that he's learned to be better, only for that to be rejected. In Omni-Man's case, it would be fully warranted, but here, Powerplex is clearly projecting. But Mark's attempts at vulnerability didn't get him much, which is sad, as he's trying to do the right thing, but it didn't work on this particular person. Mark's regret and feelings of guilt over what he did and didn't do have been a huge part of this season, from his leftover guilt for killing Angstrom, seemingly getting him to dig in his heels about being just a moral paragon, explaining why he's freaked out at Cecil for hiring known killers. But I think this whole situation is sad, as Mark, he opened up. He's starting to see the nuance of the situation and is starting to take things personally again, even when it's not really his fault, only for this episode to end with an army of hymns getting ready to attack. Damn. Some of these fits suck. Now, to address the elephant in the room, yeah, I did know the person spying on Mark was Angstrom. I didn't need the subtitles to spoil that for me. Shorts, Twitter, and my comments, who have refused to shut up about the Invincible War, well, they all got there first. But to come clean, yeah, Angstrom survived. Thank you for all the comments. How he survived? Honestly, I don't know. Because he was a puddle last time we saw him. But he's here, so Mark's biggest mentally unstable hater has gathered what looks like a menagerie of alternate Marks to get revenge on our Mark. Now, this plan is insane for a couple reasons. First being, we've actually seen some of these boys before. The yellow and black one with the cape is the main one I remember. He popped up in Angstrom memories from a different version of himself who was forced to watch his son die. Now, this is kind of crazy because either there's multiple versions of this particular Mark, or Angstrom has been so blinded by hate for our Mark, the hero, that he's willing to work with objectively more evil versions just to get revenge. This speaks again to just how mentally unstable Angstrom is right now, unable to separate the memories and experiences of his many alternate selves to recognize the reality of the situation. Angstrom could have had beef with any of these other Marks, but he chose one of the few that didn't turn out to be evil. This is similar to Powerplex's vendetta, where shifting blame onto Mark even when something happened that was kind of their own damn fault. Angstrom nearly had a mental breakdown when Debbie suggested our Mark wasn't a monster, which makes it crazy that he would work with a version that probably killed one of his sons. We've also seen this other one before with the worst color palette and his dogs out, as he killed another Angstrom's partner. All these incidents Angstrom recalls like they happened to him personally, making the fact that he wants to work with them if it means getting revenge, that's something. I don't know how he bribed them to get their help. Maybe these are versions of Mark that lost, or he's just doing the same thing he did with the Maulers, where help me kill Mark and ruin his life, and I'll give you a dimension all to yourself. Not sure, probably one of the two. too. But all I know for certain though, the next episode is going to be the worst day of Mark's life, as his dad doing all that was bad, but different versions of him doing the same thing, that might tip Mark over the edge. The public will never forgive him for this, and Cecil is about to have a stroke. Maybe Mark should go fight Viltrum just after this, because yeah, the Earth is gonna need a couple years to cool off before they can even consider forgiving him. Now, just a theory craft about what some of these other Marks, just what their deal is. We have Freddie Mercury and the other one rocking Viltrumite colors. Both obviously have taken up with their dad and fully embraced their Viltrumite heritage. The one with a mustache may have even been raised on Viltrum rather than getting a normal life with his mom. I think the messed up one in the back is also rocking Viltrumite colors, so he probably got tortured into being evil, or Mark didn't get rescued when he was getting blasted by lightning in that machine head fight. The one in red looks kind of cool as he's fully wearing Omni-Man's color scheme, just on his own costume, with a cape too.
No capes.
Honestly, I think capes look amazing on Mark, just personal opinion. Don't know about these other three, though. The 5-head is, I can't tell if that's actually part of his costume or just a coloring mistake. Though the one with the broken specs is probably a version of Mark that caved when his dad beat him into a pulp on the mountain. One seems to be wearing Bulletproof's costume, which probably a sign that in another dimension, Mark just chose the outfit Mark Hamill originally tried to sell him. Though personally, I think the one that is most interesting to me is the one that seems to be wearing the Thraxan armor. The Thraxans were those interdimensional invaders who Omni-Man sent back to the Stone Age. I wonder if this version of Mark got trapped there instead of his dad, with things just going wrong from there. Can't really say much about the other ones, except this Mark has never gotten a haircut, which is funny because a mohawk is validating that decision perfectly to me. This is truly the most insane lineup Mark has ever faced. No telling how strong any of them are compared to our Invincible, as without the incentive of facing other Viltrumites, who knows how hard any of them actually had to ever train. But even if he is the strongest Mark, that won't do much against numbers like these, so I'm predicting mass casualties once they start invading. All of Earth probably won't be destroyed, but Mark is gonna have to eat his words once Cecil's countermeasures come in clutch. I also see a version of the story where whoever Viltrum was sending joins the fight just to help kill all these other Marks as they want the plan whole, but who knows fully how everything's gonna play out, as this is kind of its own story. I have been told that this is essentially a second draft of the Invincible comics, but I'm still just very excited to see what happens next. Though I think for whatever does happen, I hope the team was given a little bit more time to work on bringing the spectacle this time around. As yeah, the final confrontation for this episode just had a noticeable quality drop towards the end. Like, that is clearly a static image being shaken. They're even doing the hiding the mouth trick they called out last season. Here, it doesn't even look like he's taking steps, it's just dragging the PNG, which again, I've accepted Invincible's animation being what it is, but after how emotionally devastating the rest of the episode was, having the climax be where I noticed the quality dropping is just a bit disappointing. Though again, I keep hearing that Invincible had a troubled production schedule, and so no shade to the crew. This, like most animation issues, is rarely due to a lack of talent, but bigger production issues just in the pipeline. Can't really bring their A game when they're not given enough time to work. But to wrap things up,
I f***ing called it!
Ray quit. It hurt. Great scene though. Ray realizes that she doesn't want to keep risking her life, preferring that she has a chance to live it instead. Now, to Spider-Man, this would be blasphemous. However, I think it makes perfect sense in the context of Ray's story. She never chose this life. She was forced to be a hero by her parents. Nearly dying just gave her the kick in the pants to just decide to rethink her life and decide how she wants to spend it. She doesn't hate the civilians, she doesn't hate saving people, but she believes that all these heroes are just doomed to die in the line of duty, and after what we've seen, she's kind of right. Her wanting to quit makes perfect sense, just like Rex wanting to stay. And I do love the flip they do for the dual identity trope with Rex. As to him, he's just Rex Splode. He doesn't have another him. There's just the hero, as that's all he's ever known ever since his parents apparently sold him to the government. Rex can't imagine a life without this, but in a moment of growth that really brings home just how sad I'm gonna be when he dies, he still understands Ray's position. He doesn't want Ray to leave, he has feelings for her, but he respects her feelings and is letting her go even if he wants to be with her. Rex and Ray have been cute together all season. I was right about Ray being set up to leave the job, and really I'm just hoping that Rex leaving life won't come to pass as he is too much of a gem to lose, but that's definitely why it's gonna be him, as yeah, we're facing 15 Invincibles, so somebody has to die to make a threat of this caliber live up to the threat level we know an evil Mark can present. If nobody we care about gets offed, I'm calling bullshit. Rudy and Monster Girl scene was also cute, bringing up the whole, yeah, superheroes should have lives outside of being superheroes, and Rudy, by fixing Monster Girl's whole de-aging thing, has given her her life back. It's crazy how much more endearing I find these two couples versus the one that mainly sits on the roof. Also, Amber came back. I appreciate that they don't just like throw her character away, but her only appearing in the context of showing us like, yeah, Amber is okay with the whole breakup and Eve situation. That being the only context we see her, I do find a little bit annoying. Also knowing how it keeps reminding us like, oh yeah, her and Mark did have chemistry, which just draws attention to how it's lacking in other places. I kinda like how Mark initially refused to fight Powerplex, as at one point you could say this is negligence, and him not wanting to deal with a problem. But to be fair, there are so many other superheroes in this world, him deciding to let someone else deal with it is kind of funny. Though I do think there probably should be an app for these things where people can call out dibs, as it'd be messed up if all the other superheroes assumed Mark had this, leaving Powerplex to keep staying around looking like a jackass. Overall, this was a fantastic episode. It asked so many great questions that have always been a thing in superhero stories, but rarely getting treated with this level of care. Invincible loves to take that extra step to its world building, thinking about how certain superpowers will interact, and it also applies that same philosophy to the characters. How would someone react if their family was lost due to a fight between a hero and a villain? How it is a little bit messed up that superheroes seem to get to be above the law in some cases. This episode doesn't really have any strong answers about how the world should be, and I think that's part of the point. This world is complicated. Everyone is just reacting to the things around them, with that chaos creating moments of bliss as well as horror. Sometimes there is no right or wrong answer. You may not always be able to reason with everybody, but that doesn't make the pain any less real. Terrible choices were made, but you get why they were made, and this sincere style of writing is what always makes Invincible hit for me. That and the violence, which I am sure there is going to be so much of next episode. And this excites me. This episode made me want to slap Mark, which is insane, cause I'm talking about the good one. The Invincible War is finally here, and it is proving Cecil right and offering one of the saddest moments in the series. The animation. I mean, not really, as I've just accepted how the show will never give its crew enough time to cook. We must come to Invincible for the violence and the writing, which is where I have actual critiques of this episode, as yeah, Daddy Cecil got proven right, Mark left the rest of the world to die, but the roughest thing to happen this episode is that it made the rest of the season weaker in hindsight for me, as we have had a lot of opportunities to build up and pay off Mark's story, only for a red idiot to completely steal the show. Let me explain. To get my overall opinion out of the way first, I think this episode is solid, but I have serious notes on how it handled certain things and how it makes me look at the rest of the season in a harsher light. Though yeah, Cecil was proven 100% correct by the end of this thing. Mark may hate Cecil, but those countermeasures came in clutch. His faith in Darkwing took out a Mark. You may think he's an unethical control freak, and you'd be right, but his desire for countermeasures against Mark and Viltrumites have just been proven exactly what the world needed in this particular case and in the very foreseeable future. So despite Mark not wanting to admit it, Cecil was proven right, and that's something Mark is going to have to grapple with one of these days. Also, speaking of people who were right, me. Rex continues to be an MVP. Crazy how he went from just an asshat early on to actually learning to care about others undergoing all this growth, and oh shit, it's gonna be Rex, isn't it? Rex is the one who's gonna die. I've never been more heartbroken to have called something. Rex again has been an MVP this season. His growth from a douche to a lovable goof has been one of the best examples of character growth in the series. His relationship with Ray managed to be just so endearing, it annoys the shit out of me how Eve and Mark don't have a quarter of this chemistry, despite having so much more screen time. I will do a video video on why I find them boring, but I think the funniest realization I can just give right now is that while watching this episode, I noticed how even when Eve is unconscious, the only thing Mark has to talk to her about is still just his own problems. Meanwhile, Rex and Ray have a genuine back and forth that is truly adorable, even as Rex basically throws up death flags like it's an Olympic sport. He talks about how much he's changed and grown, how good life is right now, and there has never been a more obvious I'm about to die speech than this. Rex's death was metal as hell, detonating his own skeleton to just kill one of the marks, and while it hurts, this is what the season has been prepping us for. I think the way they structure the scene could have been tweaked a little bit, and I don't love the immediate song afterwards, but I think my biggest wish is that we just got a little bit more time to marinate in Rex's sacrifice. We go so quickly to how, oh my god, Rex died, and all these other people who we don't care about, they are also gone. I was like, no, go back. Ray needs to sit there and maybe find a piece of him somewhere. The he's dead line is solid, just stick that knife into Mark a little bit deeper as it deserves to be. I'm just thinking damn, they could be milking the death of one of their most beloved characters a little bit more. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna do that as we have a whole other episode they can have a funeral, and I'm going to be broken whenever Ray just whatever she does. I also think it would have been nice if we gotten one more scene of him being a hero between leaving Ray and his death, just to make it so we don't go from 100 death flags to his immediate death. But overall, I think it works, unlike Ray not immediately joining the fight once she turned on the news and realized Rex was up against an Invincible. This is on day 2. I think she would have been with the team instead of just driving up right now. But that aside, I do like that this episode lives up to the threat of multiple evil marks invading. The devastation is catastrophic, lots of dead heroes, and hey, we may have even seen some of them before. Which, given how big this cast is, yeah, that fits. Steven Yeun did honestly a fantastic job at getting each of these marks their own unique voice. They could have easily just had him speak the same for every single one, but no, each one is unique, and I really appreciate that. We don't get a chance to really dig into any of their characters. I do appreciate just these little moments to say okay, some of these marks, they are crazy. But then others, we get these moments of sympathy that okay, no, there's still a bit of Mark in there, it's just been warped to hell and back. I think my favorite out of all these was Omnimark. He just had the single best line in the episode that I can't play because Amazon copyright has been insane lately. They're claiming my entire video based on one frame. Seriously, what the hell is this? But yeah, Omnimark, really liked him and hope we get to see more of him and the rest of these marks at some point later on. And I kind of wish we could dig in more into their backstories and what made them the way that they are, as some of them just seem almost not evil. I mean, they're still pretty fucked up, as they made deals with Angstrom of all people, but that is something for another time. I also like though how Armark is the strongest. All these other guys, they probably never had to train to do anything. They can 1v1 pretty much anyone everywhere, so there was very little incentive outside the other Viltrumite ones to train to get stronger, while Armark has just been buckling down to be ready for whatever fight comes next. These other marks had just way too easy, so they never had to try. Though, speaking of easy, I'm still a little bit iffy on how strong these marks and Armark is supposed to be. A single Viltrumite can easily wipe out a planet, so I was actually surprised that the normal heroes were just winning. They could beat a Mark, they could beat a Viltrumite, and after all the worry and dread from how much they have been built up, that is honestly surprising to me. I mean, just look at the Guardians. These guys are supposed to be the strongest heroes on the planet, the greatest hero team that Cecil can make, and they basically lose. These guys couldn't take down one of them. Yes, this is the broke version of the already broke Guardians, but this was a total party kill and would have been a complete failure if not for Darkwing taking one for the team. Yet when we check to other places, yeah, some of these other marks lose without the help of Cecil and the rest. Oliver I buy, Cecil's countermeasures check out, Powerplex built himself around killing Mark, but I have questions about these other randos and why the hell they aren't on the Guardians. I don't care how much they want. Pay them, we need to get Shapesmith and Duplicate just on the bench, as they have not been clutch this entire series. Hell, Black Samson's greatest achievement is just being the team dad. and not dying. If Immortal and Darkwing had some actual backup, they might have been able to take down at least one of these guys. Also, I bring this up because knowing how strong Earth's heroes are and just how they can take on one Mark, having that answer goes a long way to justifying, or at least make me slightly less infuriated at Mark. I was so pissed off at Mark when he was like trying to justify staying on the bench. Like, Anakin, shut up. There's literally tens of thousands of people dying every minute. Choosing to stay on the off chance one of those Marks attacks the Pentagon, valid. I understand why he would make that choice, but that doesn't make it any less just incredibly irresponsible. When Cecil roasted him for being childish, this should be the #1 example going forward. I know Eve means so much to him, but I don't want to hear a word out of his mouth about, oh, I should have killed Angstrom, when no. The man should be dead, but it's this choice to stay by Eve's side even as his copies commit mass murder. This is what I feel like we should be grilling him for. As, yeah, how does Mark bounce back from this? How will the story make him suffer because of it? I'm curious to see how this will play out. I don't think the public will ever forgive him for this. I mean, he'd have to save the world at least a couple times, which, oh yeah, conquest. That is how you get out of it. But to talk about the things I'm slightly more middling on, as at least Mark not joining the fight makes sense. Other stuff I'm like more iffy on, like Angstrom. Now, personally, I have never loved Angstrom. I think him holding Debbie hostage is one of the most intense scenes in Invincible. He serves as an interesting manifestation of the unseen victims of superheroics, and this just occurred to me, he is a man who wanted to do good, to save the world, only for his desire to be the good guy, resulting in just thousands of deaths. But all that aside, I just don't think he has the narrative presence needed to make him the main antagonist of a season. He is barely in season 2. The foreshadowing is just, ooh, look, he's up to something, then we never get enough of him to really build dread for whatever he ends up doing, which is the same issue that I have with this season. My honest take is that this season did a better job of setting up Cecil as the main antagonist than Angstrom or Conquest. The guy's presence in this season boils down to like, oh, a tease, and bringing the actual threats. I chuckle when he claimed that he likes to make an entrance, as this man has so little stage presence. He has no, and I hate to say it, aura. Like, Sterling K. Brown is giving a good performance. I don't think he is the problem whatsoever. It is just how the show uses him. Angstrom just comes off as so bland to me, and the most interesting thing he does this episode is rip off Megamind. I'm going to talk about this more in a bit, but I think Invincible has developed a bit of a problem with its love of shock value, of villains popping at the worst possible time unannounced, which is cool in some cases, but however I think it comes at the cost of actually having them in the story to build up and focus the plot. I think Angstrom's and the defeat of the other Invincibles is just anticlimactic. The Invincibles that survive just get double-crossed, and Angstrom's fight didn't pop off despite the bones of a great action scene clearly being here. These villains came out of nowhere, and by the end of the episode, they've all been dealt with for the time being. I figured these events will play a huge role later in the story. That doesn't shake the sense that while good, I like this episode, I think the concept and the execution, just so many missed opportunities, and I wish we could have done more with it. If there was ever an episode of Invincible that could have been stretched out to be a full hour, this was it. Give us extra time to indulge in the chaos rather than just getting what feels like cliff notes. Those cliff notes work. I think it does tell a compelling story, for the most part, but on the whole, this has been the episode of Invincible that I've been the most critical of, which brings us to my biggest issue with this episode and the season as a whole. You see, personally, 3 seasons in, I think Invincible peaked in its first. Been rewatching recently, and yeah, it did look better in places, even though it was still clearly janky as fuck. Season 1, though, is just the best when it comes to the actual narrative, as this season has an actual through line, aka Omni-Man. While most of Invincible's first season could be considered episodic, each episode is its own story, it's doing its own thing, but the thing that ties all these events together is that slow build to the Omni-Man reveal. For Mark, Debbie, and the world to find out who Omni-Man is, and for us to find out why he did it. Every episode inched us closer, new information was revealed, Nolan's mask kept slipping, and we're bracing for the shit show that will happen once that bomb drops. This was the central hook for the season, hell, it was the hook for the series. Invincible may be character driven, and it is good at it. The series' inability to give each season a genuine overarching plot, mystery, or just anything hurts it. It leaves us to just follow the lives of the characters, and it's good. But there's nothing to lock in all these storylines and create a sense that we are building to a big finish and climax like we did in season 1. Instead, things just happen to the characters with us having to shrug and accept like, okay, this is what we're doing now. It's still good, but I think it's missing that structure to really make it great. This is my main issue with season 2 besides the random ass gap. I enjoyed it as a falling action / setup season, but the main conflicts here pop up out of nowhere only for the show to just go back to business as usual. Nolan's return just happens. Anissa just happens. Angstrom, despite getting built up in what was near exclusively MCU mid-credit scenes, just kinda happens. The shock factor for all these events is effective, but I think that isn't worth leaving the rest of the season without just that thing to really guide and like tie all these events together. This creates a situation where the individual episodes are good, but I don't think they build to a greater whole as well as they could, with season 3 being the fucking worst at this. When Mark had this line about spending all his time torturing himself over how he shouldn't have killed Angstrom only to realize he probably should have, that pissed me off, as this has been the angst season of Mark. Every episode has dragged this man into the mud of some new moral quandary, only for the hero reeling from his seemingly killing of Angstrom to double down on being just a standard good guy, not wanting to compromise his morals even as the world just kept showing him how things are complicated and that being good doesn't always lead to the best results. Yes, Cecil has entered the chat, yet despite this season low-key trying to bully Mark into being an anti-hero, it doesn't fucking go anywhere. No, straight up, after episode 2 of this season, you could play any of the events in the next 4 episodes that happen to Mark in any order, and it wouldn't make a difference to Mark's storyline, as in this season, it's just a broken record. I enjoy it, but it is repetitive. There's next to no carryover or progression for his character. He doesn't learn a lesson in one episode that gets carried over to the next, like besides getting guilt-tripped by Powerplex. Making the 2 instances in this episode where they're trying to bring this arc home, even as like clearly they're gonna finish up fully in the next, like what they did annoyed me. As yeah, the line is a massive no shit from me. Story has been ranting at him this entire time. While each episode present a different moral quandary, the essential question remained the same. Does Mark want to be a good guy, or does he want to be the guy who saves the world? With Mark never arriving at any real answer till this, with the weak payoff making all the prior events feel just all the more repetitive to me. They are interesting on their own, but they don't build to make this moment more impactful, and it just highlights to me what was probably the more standalone pacing of the original comic, where each issue was doing its own thing even as it built up to just the grander narrative, whereas season 1 felt like it had been refined to fit an 8-episode season of TV. Also, the other thing that makes this episode just weaken the rest of the season is just how strange the conclusion to Mark's fight with Angstrom is, as I don't know why Oliver is here. This season has been building towards Mark choosing to kill. He's gotten some freebies from people who technically could have survived being killed, so him finally being faced with a threat he has to put down to protect those he cares about, that is what this season has been building to. Even if he still ends up failing to kill Angstrom, I think Mark truly forsaking his aversion to killing would work to wrap up this part of his story. But the way this moment is set up is weird to me, as Mark was going to kill Angstrom. He had that dude by the throat. It felt like he was 1 sense away from scrambled eggs, only for Oliver to show up and state the obvious. Oh, he killed people, he should die so he can never do it again. Like what are you waiting for? And the answer is for you to shut up. Everything that happened in this episode, everything that has happened in this season has made the need for Oliver to show up and scream the main idea just fully unnecessary. But what's worse, the way the scene was going made it feel like Mark was already about to kill Angstrom. If Mark was debating it more, yeah, Oliver being here to push Mark would make more narrative sense. He does ask the question like, why would you do this? But from what the scene is giving me, it feels like we could have had Angstrom make one snarky comment, then Mark would have snapped his neck. Like, this was so weird to me that I did something out of character for myself. I read the comic. Yeah, I actually looked up and read the Invincible War issue, and yeah, shocker, it makes way more sense there. As in the comics, Mark is monologuing at Angstrom. He's talking a big game only for Oliver to cut in and say, yeah, just kill him already, as his bro is wasting time. Oliver is the one who tells Mark to his face that this all could have been prevented if he had really just killed Angstrom, with this being enough to make Mark find a side to just end it. In the show, Invincible says 2 sentences and is already on the cusp of killing him. Mark doesn't debate like, oh my god, I can't do this in front of Oliver. Instead, he just goes through with what he was already gonna do, making Oliver's inclusion feel like it's really just here to give Angstrom time to come up with an escape plan, leaving this whole moment to feel not just unsatisfying, but just confusing. And after this, I kinda don't care if he kills Conquest. That won't fix how strange this scene is and how little the show seems to trust his audience to get what's going on. I know it might seem like I'm jumping the gun as we have one episode left to this season, but my gut and the comments are telling me Conquest vs. Invincible is gonna be primarily spectacle. In fact, I'm going to make a $5 guess on exactly what's gonna happen. It's gonna be Mark getting his ass kicked till Oliver or Debbie, someone important, gets maimed, forcing Mark to lock in and finally start going for the kill. He'll get comfortable with just getting his hands dirty if it means protecting others, roll credits. And at that point it's like, okay, cool. Finally paid that off. But it feels like it's too late and Mark's arc has just been too repetitive. Which I think ties into a criticism I agree with from Cosmonaut Marcus, who said in season 2, Mark is outshined by the rest of the supporting cast. His arc is good, but it's stretched out over the course of the entire season, and I think that it still holds very much true for this one. It feels like Mark's arc is stuck on a treadmill with interesting ideas being present, but explored better through other characters like Powerplex. The should we kill villains and their humanization is best explored through Oliver and the various baddies. But while we're getting all that good stuff, Mark's personal opinion and way of operating remains the same till he gets bummed out by Powerplex and then he hides in a hospital room while people are dying. I like Mark and the ideas being played with, however, for a character-driven season, these events don't change the main character as much as I think they should. Which is a shame because I feel like we need that so that we can keep having these episodic adventures with this through line going through all of it. Also, to glaze the comics just a little bit more, I personally think the comic did something that would have been a huge benefit to the show. And by that I mean really intercutting all the scenes together. It would have been a nightmare to plan out and it's way easier to do in the comics, but I can't help but think that a few scenes dragged on just a bit too long, the Guardian fight being the biggest offender. For a threat that is supposed to feel this overwhelming, having that sense there are too many fires to put out would have been enhanced by constantly intercutting to multiple different scenes. We do this a little bit with the montages, but I don't think it goes far enough, with us usually sticking to one fight till it's finished. If we were constantly cutting between different moments, then the sense of chaos would give us no room to breathe, which would then make the quiet scenes like Mark at Eve's side feel just out of place and highlight how he just isn't doing jack shit. I understand the idea to give moments like Rex's sacrifice more time to be there, but again, I think we need one more extra scene of Rex being a hero to really make this death sink in, plus removing the music. So I think it would have been great if we just got the dire struggle of all the heroes happening simultaneously. Have Rex get caught, give a speech about how heroes are stupid and never give up, cut to all the heroes, Darkwing, Donald, all start to lock in to keep on fighting, with all their sacrifices happening all at once, and Rex's big explosion being the finish. Now, I'm slightly biased as I knew the Invincible War was coming. Spoilers were everywhere. I was expecting it, and I thought it would be a bit more chaotic. We were this close to having that level of energy, but instead we settled for serviceable, which is how I would describe a lot of the production for this show. Though, again, I know the crew wasn't given time to cook, and I just assume that the animatics for a lot of these moments popped the fuck off, then had to just get crunched down due to the lack of time. Animation takes a long time, and the fact that Robert Kirkman said oh yeah, the goal for Invincible is to put out a new season every February just sounds insane to me. Though it fully explains why this show feels so bare bones at times. Personally, I'm always down to wait a little bit longer to give the animators more time to work. If this is what the show looks like after only a year and some change, imagine what it would look like if we had a year and a half or 2. Now, all my whinging aside, again, I did enjoy this episode. It has the most promise, yet it also has some of the most glaring issues of any Invincible episode I've ever seen. like outside of what was clearly them having no money. I like shock and awe as much as the next guy, but when I finished this episode, it made me look at the rest of the season in a different light, and it wasn't for the better. Maybe the final episode will flip me to thinking that this whole thing is a masterpiece, but from how much I've heard this is going to be the big fight, the biggest fight, seeing what they did to Angstrom versus Mark, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
This is the worst day of my life.
The worst day of your life so far.
It's finally happened. We got conquest. Months, no, years of people refusing to shut up about this fight. And now that it's finally here, I get it. This was one hell of a season finale. Even as we were clearly getting ready for crazier stuff down the road, they definitely saved the budget for this, and honestly, worth it. Loved ones were hurt, friends were mourned, and I pray that some of those buildings were empty. Now, to clear the air, I had some takes in my last Invincible review, and yeah, I was wrong. My sleep-deprived ass thought I was cooking, but all I got was cooked. Oliver being there had a reason. Mark's arc isn't that rough, and any point I did have could have been phrased a whole lot better. Might be, now that we have the complete season and I haven't been awake for 48 hours, we can get into my thoughts on season 3 as a whole and how it just handled all of its characters. Which yeah, it's pretty good. If season 2 was all about dealing with the fallout of Omni-Man's actions and how one picks up the pieces after your life was shattered, well, season 3 ups the ante by dragging us even deeper into the moral grayness of the superhero world. Bring up the question of what does it mean to be good in a complicated world, and at what point does a hero sticking to his principles do more harm than good? This is pretty much the season of ethical questions, with the characters trapped inside them trying to find a way out without compromising who they are. I think this season was at its best when it was focused on the villains, as yeah, they're either fun, they're tragic, or they're Machine Head, who is a ball.
I know where your family lives.
But this season does do a great job making us understand who they are. They're not just flat villains who show up to get beaten up, but they're people. They have thoughts, feelings, and just full lives. And when we dig into them and how they just keep doubling down on bad decisions, this is where I am the most invested, which is why I think Powerplex might be my favorite episode of the season, as we watch a man be blinded by grief and it costs him everything. And while we're here, I also want to say that yeah, the violence in this season is very fun. Like, I grew up on Hellsing and Akira. I am used to people getting maimed, but I think the thing that Invincible does so well is just the creativity of it all. Invincible at times is on some Mortal Kombat shit. Multi-Paul breaking out of his jail cell by crushing his clone bodies till the thing burst was metal as hell. And I think Invincible's ability to keep grossing me out after I've been just so desensitized, well, that is quite the feat. But again, the real heart and soul of this show is its characters, so let's just burn through all of them, and we gotta start with my favorite, Debbie. Debbie is one of the MVPs of this show. I think her storylines are always great. Yes, we have all this superhero heroics going on. Yes, she'll never have like the crazy kills, but the writing for her is so filled with nuance. What she's going through is so complicated and emotional that whenever we get into her stuff, I am always seated. Whether it's figuring out Nolan did what he did or grappling with life after hearing him call her a pet, some of the best storytelling in Invincible is right here with her, making the fact that she's just kind of chilling this season a bit of a surprise. Debbie still has some great moments, like her talk with Oliver, showing just how the reason Mark didn't flip in this universe is because he inherited her spirit and sense of right and wrong. Without her, yeah, he would probably have joined his dad. And she's trying to bring that same energy to Oliver, who seems to be not as agreeable. But this season, she didn't get a whole lot to do. Her kids are truly growing up, and she's just trying to keep living her own life on top of being a mom. Though I do love how the safest place for her during the Invincible War was just her boyfriend's place, as none of the Marks knew or gave a fuck enough about Paul to figure out where he lives. Also, while we're talking about a love interest named Paul, I do think he is a decent addition to the cast, as he's just a guy. He has no idea how to relate to these super people, but he wants to be there for Debbie and hasn't snitched yet, so he's kinda alright in my book. The only thing about him that truly interests me is just, I wanna see how awkward his and Nolan's meeting is gonna be, as Nolan can't say a damn thing about her moving on given his life choices, but that's the limit of my expectations. He is here, doing his best, and Debbie's hanging out with him and telling Oliver to be safe. Mama isn't ready for an empty nest, and I can see that she's also joined in on the familial guilt complex in this household. But as far as romantic relationships go, Invincible has never been the best. Until this season where they knocked it out of the park. Now, if I'm gonna be honest, till this season, I never actually cared about Shrinking Ray. She was the least developed member of the Guardians, and I couldn't off the top of my head remember a single conversation she had with another member of the team. Duplicate, at the very least, had a bit of intrigue like, oh, I die a lot and I feel every single one. Well, that and she was banging Abraham Lincoln, so I was pretty surprised that her budding relationship with Rex ended up being one of the highlights for me. They justified the initial like, oh yeah, they're really close this season by saying like, oh yeah, they bonded over the whole Lizard League thing, and from there they just keep growing closer and closer, having cute scenes, dinners, till they realize they want different things in life, and that just caused them to stay together, but Ray quits, and Rex he's Rex. He doesn't have a secret identity, he is just a hero. And then he dies. Now, if I'm being honest, I do think that the main reason the show cooked up this romance was to just remind us how much we love Rex. He's grown from a douche to a fan favorite, but on the whole, I think this subplot is here so that, oh yeah, we love Rex, he's so great, he's changed so much, and oh, the tragedy of his life getting cut short just as he was figuring it all out. That definitely seems like the narrative calculus I went to, like, okay, what are we gonna do with Rex to make him, like, give him screen time before we kill him? Honestly, it works, so I'm not too mad. But that does lead to the one weird thing I had about this whole finale, in that for as much time as we spent with this subplot, with Rex's death, I thought we would have lingered more just in the funeral. The funeral scene is touching, it is a good goodbye, but like a lot of funerals, it's more about like the people he left behind and how they deal with his death versus twisting the emotional knife and getting us to like care even more that he's gone, which is my real actual thing with this scene, where I was slightly disappointed that Ray's presence in the funeral is restricted to just crying from a distance. Like, the show did such a good job making us care. I thought we would get a little bit more, though they might be saving something for just season 4, and given how Ray dating Rex and being alive is wholly original to the show, who knows what could happen next. But seeing as the story loves deconstructing superhero tropes and... yeah, she's pregnant. Probably like someone else will be if all of her rubbers start melting like Mark's clothes. Now, I will do a full video breakdown of why I find Mark and Eve dulled together. Before we get into that, I'm not gonna let the fact that Robot jacked Rex's name go unnoted. I kinda guessed this would happen since we saw an older robot who Eve called Rex, but boy, seeing it happen, oh my god. You can see how a robot would do this. Living his entire life in a jar has left him a bit stunted socially and emotionally, but the optics of him stealing Rex's DNA to make his clone body because Monster Girl found Rex attractive, that is something that the show has never really unpacked. But Robot taking the name, like, wow. After all the red villain flags Robot has been throwing up over just all these seasons, if he gets mud on Rex's good name, we will need to have words. Let's pray he doesn't take Monster Girl hypothetically breaking up with him that hard. Okay, now to sum up Eve and her relationship with Mark, which I think was handled well enough. We all knew this was where the show was gonna go since Eve failed to lock lips with him in episode 3, but Eve as a character this season has been Mark's rock. This man would kill for her and would let other people die on the off chance she gets hurt. But that said, I do kinda wish Eve got her own storyline instead of just having everything folded into Mark's this season, especially when it uses her getting Maine to motivate Mark. Like, she gets one combo with her parents in episode 3 and that's about it. The story also felt like it was working overtime to prove how these two are soulmates and perfect for each other so that we'll better buy into the decision that they would make in the last 2 episodes. It works, but every scene Eve has this season is just tied back to how she and Mark are dating now. When previously, she always had something of her own going on, though since she just released her God mode and her powers seem to be tweaking, she'll have plenty on her plate soon enough. And I'll take anything over her god-awful parents. But speaking of god-awful, I really liked Oliver in this season. Hate that he killed my other favorite characters, but as someone who had to suffer through so many sidekick or tag-along kid character types, Oliver he ended up being a good addition to the cast, and for that I am thankful. He occupies the space of having the powers of a god, but the slightly underdeveloped brain of a child and just a fully different worldview from all these other, well, humans. He is at first excited to be a hero, to keep helping, but he also has a very cut and dry view of the world, so he he was immediately okay with the idea of killing bad guys. Which brings up the question of when, if at all, heroes should kill. This is something that I'm fully sick of in Batman stories, but here, I think it actually brings out some of the best writing that the show has to offer. It leans into humanizing the villains, showing the life that Mark or Oliver could be taking if they decide, okay, this person's too much trouble, let's just end it. When really, some people are just in bad situations and can't get a lucky break. While others, yeah, bigger threat, or in one case, yeah, they really are just that evil. Now, I do want to say, I think it's really funny to like listen to Mark's speech of like, oh, Oliver, you were right, and to have him drop like, oh yeah, about killing the Maulers, and to then realize that the Maulers don't have any confirmed kills that aren't each other. Like for real, the one guy they gave a concussion to could still be alive. The electric gun like paralyzes the normies, maybe. So the only people we've seen them kill on screen is just one another. It's not for a lack of trying, but just funny to realize. Really, again though, I did enjoy Oliver this season. The rest of the cast tries to teach me like, okay, no, this is the right way to do things, but then they have to start justifying their own worldview, and these were just some of the best scenes in the season. Not to mention they tried to brand himself as Kid Omni-Man, which got one of the biggest laughs out of me. Though I wonder if in the future he might start acting like dear old dad at his worst, as yeah, he was nearly killed by Conquest, being slowly, nearly ripped in half. And given how Oliver can remember every single moment of his life perfectly, that is a horrific thing to just have with you always. So if that's used as fuel to make him even more ruthless and more pragmatic, we could be in for a treat. Especially if Nolan, after all of his time in space hanging out with Alan, comes back and is like a better person and finds out that his sons have just been menaces, him having to be the one to then preach peace would be an interesting role reversal. Though speaking of role reversals and people who've made mistakes, Cecil.
Donald. We can be the good guys or the guys who save the world.
My only complaint about Cecil is that we didn't get more of him. Cecil has always been a wonderful take on the government handler characters we see across comics. Be it Nick Fury, his son, or Amanda Waller, the presence of someone whose job it is to manage superhero affairs has always been an interesting, morally nebulous concept. Cecil has always been a character that you feel like you can expect anything from, being kind and empathetic one moment to cold-blooded the next. His backstory episode really cements him and his ethos, that he genuinely wants to save the world and minimize human casualties, but he's also willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Mark may still hate him, but right now, Mark is way closer to Cecil's way of thinking than he was at the start of the season. And he's also seen just how badly Earth needs these anti-Viltrumite defenses. Like these Reanimen made out of the other Marks, those things are going to be cracked. Like if they make humans super durable to like take a couple punches from a Viltrumite, having Viltrumite corpses, oof, they will be a threat. But however, I don't think we can keep talking about Cecil without talking about how, yes, the man is cold and calculated, but at the end of the day, he is also very human. And that's another thing that I like about him, that he makes mistakes, that he overplays his hand, even when there might have been better alternative options, like busting out the Reanimen and the implant at the first sign of Mark getting heated, costing him the trust of the most powerful being on the planet and leaving the world more vulnerable as a result. By the finale, he and Mark seem to be settling into some kind of working relationship. He may not be on the Guardians, but Mark seems to be slightly cooling off after everything that's happened. Not to mention, Mark's willingness to kill may lead to him turning on Cecil again once he finds out about how Cecil lied to him and Conquest is still alive. Which, let's be honest, Cecil is right about there needing to be countermeasures against Mark. He's right that sometimes you have to put your morals aside in a world where children can wipe out the human race. But I think Cecil keeping Conquest alive might be the thing that really blows up in his face. That his attempt to be prepared might lead to everyone getting fucked. Yes, Conquest might have a lot of intel on the Viltrum Empire, but given how twisted we've already seen his personality to be, the odds of Cecil giving anything are pretty low, especially when stacked against the chances of him breaking free. If Nolan can wipe out the planet, Conquest can do it just as easily, leaving Cecil holding the bag on one of the biggest fumbles in the series. And Mark would never forgive him for this. That he'll use anything and anyone if it means saving the world, with us never knowing just how deep the rabbit hole goes. His old boss was willing to use mind control on former villains to use them as tools. It's fully possible that he did the same thing to his villains, leaving us ever so in the dark about Cecil's methods, which is just how I like him. Okay, let's talk about the finale, aka My personal opinion is that season 2/3 is kind of pushing it when it comes to always having the big threat come out of left field. I think Conquest, though, popping in was pretty much perfect. As for his role in the story, Mark doesn't think his life could get any worse. Then here comes Conquest to remind him that yes it can. Dog walking Mark across 2 continents, Conquest is the embodiment of the unstoppable evil villain. That there is no chance of talking him down, restraining him is just near impossible. He's just here to inflict misery and hurt others, and enjoying every second of it. Which forces Mark to recognize that he has to kill this guy, that he barely beat him once, that letting him live is just too grave a risk for everyone that he loves. Conquest is a monster, but man is he fun. I honestly think the greatest tragedy to his character isn't that like, oh my god, he's so alone, he turned himself into basically a weapon, he only just finds sadistic joy because that's all he has. No, the real tragedy is that he has never met Battle Beast. These two would have been the other's wet dream, and I mourn it for the both of them. But the thing that I like the most about Conquest is that yeah, he is vile, he is terrible, but he's also having a ball the entire time he's fighting Mark. Viewing this as just an opportunity to have fun and get some good exercise in. That dissonance between him being friendly and encouraging versus acts of mass violence. I love it so much as Invincible stresses so much how everyone's life has value. Being Conquest's worldview just its antithesis. He views everyone as a toy, a chance for him to have fun, not caring about the damage or harm he inflicts along the way. When he starts to rip Oliver in half, there's just a hint of glee to his voice in describing the process, unconcerned with the pain he's inflicting on another living being. Making him the perfect foil for Mark, who has spent all season feeling guilty about what he's done, or at least he thought he did. And I think this comes home in his final speech/confession, where for a brief moment we see into Conquest's soul, seeing how empty and alone he is. And in most other instances this would elicit sympathy, that oh no, he has no friends, he's isolated even from other Viltrumites, there's a reason he's a no, none of that. Here though, it just emphasizes just the fact that this man would rather keep killing, keep harming others than change. That he may feel alone, but all that is still his choice, and the weird lover confession thing he has going on with Mark, truly disturbing and makes him just a great villain, and this is a great fight. This fight was clearly prioritized as it is the season's climax, and I don't think Invincible has ever had great fight choreography, especially when it comes to the Viltrumites, who will punch each other with the strength that is supposed to break skyscrapers, only for it to come off as just another hit, which makes this fight so good, as it really shows off just how powerful Mark and Conquest really are, and all the collateral damage that comes along with it. As when it came down to it, Mark was the only one with a chance to beat this man, and then Eve showed up. And that's rough because you know exactly what was about to happen. I'm thankful at the very least she had a decent showing, and I had a huge sigh of relief when she finally used her powers that weren't just her Green Lantern constructs. Eve is the most powerful human on the planet. Her skill set is insane. So her manipulating matter to do something marginally cool and clever like increasing the density of the air, that was much needed. But we then had to go back to her just throwing the pink shit at him, which, girl, that ain't doing anything to him. Like, I was waiting for her to turn his mechanical arm into water or something insane like converting the oxygen around him into poisonous gas. Eve is basically a god, and she needs to abuse that fact more. But then she gets got, Mark stops caring about his own body and is able to go limb for limb, and I like how they explain that, oh, this isn't Mark getting like a sudden power up. He's not stronger because he's angry. This is him just not caring about his body. He's overexerting himself, putting more pressure than his own bones can take, and he just happens to go limb for limb with Conquest till Eve gives him the chance to use his head. That was a bloody good finish. But then we have to keep going for another 10 minutes, as yeah, we have the funeral and the tease for other events in season 4. With the final stinger being Mark saying that from now on, when someone threatens his family, he's gonna kill him. Which sounds intense, but honestly, my action to this was okay. Fully copying that I didn't give his arc and his struggle with guilt enough credit in my last video, but I personally just nod along with this whole final speech. As personal taste, I think the one thing of Invincible's writing that I don't fully gel with is that it does such a good job at telegraphing where the story or arc will go that in some cases it feels like the show is dragging its feet rather than building anticipation. Waiting for Mark to kill felt like waiting for the Amber breakup. The writing in both cases is good, but all the groundwork has already been mostly done, and I'm just like, please pull the trigger already. The dude has been microdosing murder all season. Yeah, it would be insane to have this fight in episode 6 or 7, so I get why this one had to wait till the end, as this is a season finale. But he does kill people now, and people are gonna regret it. Mark most of all. He's an anti-hero now. We'll probably see him lower his standards like, okay, who can and can't I kill, till he offs someone that he truly wishes he hadn't. As yeah, Mark in his blue suit was inspired by the black suit arc in Spider-Man. So I'm figuring just like in that story, Mark's gonna return to his old heroic self at some point, though will probably remain willing to do some morally dubious things, like work with Cecil. Overall, I think this was a good season of Invincible. I'd put it above season 2, but season 1, still the best for me. Congrats to Glenn for the get back. This finale was fucking phenomenal. It definitely feels like we're building to like a giant status quo shift pretty soon, so I'm very curious to see how they'll pull that off, and if you spoil anything in the comments, I will remove them.
There's one more secret I feel I have to share with you. I did not care for
Mark and Eve dating. Mark had more chemistry with Amber, and I am tired of Invincible trying to gaslight me into believing otherwise. We spent 2 seasons building up to Mark and Eve dating, only for it to be the most underwhelming relationship I've seen since, with it taking the worst threesome in existence and Mark breezing past his friend's death to get me to go from neutral to okay on them dating. Like, I love Mark and Eve as characters, but when it comes to caring about them being together, constantly sitting on a roof, saying I was underwhelmed would be putting it mildly. Which is frankly insane given how much the show wants us to love these two together. But in my personal opinion, after all the show did to transparently keep them apart, to the way it rushed them together, and then how it handled them once they were an item, I think Mark x Eve is a ship tailor-made to bore me. And I will stress, bore me. It's fine if other people like it, this won't be a full-on slander against the writing, though there will be lots of shade. But for my personal taste, I just want to break down why they didn't do it for me, and how people calling boring fictional relationships healthy does feel like an insult to all the healthy and interesting couples in media. Cards on the table, I've always been apathetic to the idea of Mark and Eve dating. I like them as friends, and Eve's solo stuff was consistently good. The special was amazing, but whenever the idea of them becoming a couple reared its ugly head, my eyes kinda glazed over. No shit was the couple that this show has been salivating over since the second time they met gonna be Endgame. Mark and Eve hooking up wasn't obvious, it was being drilled into our heads that they were inevitable. And if you know anything about me, you should know that I've never liked will they, won't they romances. However, while I've said that for years, I do want to clarify that statement as, you see, most endgame couples are obvious. I don't hate a romance for taking its time to get 2 people together. I can appreciate a good slow burn if it's written well and the path to get there is engaging. No, what pisses me off is feeling like my time is being wasted. When a story feels like it could have these 2 end up together right now, waiting for some nonsense to get in the way and keep that from happening. Stuff can happen that delays a couple getting together, but it has to at least respect my intelligence by semi-hiding that's what's going on. In a meta sense, everything that happens in a story is done to keep things interesting. Most romances would be short stories if people just behaved like people and asked each other out. So in that sense, obstacles are welcomed. They make the triumphs of overcoming them even better. But if the story is too obvious that something is only here to delay the inevitable, then even if I end up liking it, that little bit of annoyance is going to poison the well in the back of my mind. With this being my biggest problem with Mark and Eve in Invincible. It's Amber, but let me explain, as this isn't actually the character's fault. You see, Eve and Mark are treated like they're soulmates. The universe seems to ooh and squee at them breathing the same air together, with this being at its truest when they first meet at school. Mark is bummed out on account of his dad being in the hospital after his victims had the nerve to fight back, and Mark is dealing with the fact that he botched his first real test as a superhero as the aliens were invading and Mark shit the bed and crumpled an old lady. Things would have been a lot worse, but Eve and her team saved the day. So having seen her in the tights, he recognized her out of them, and the two have a nice chat on a roof, and oh my god, they really have always been on some fucking roof. But to be fair, this is good. Mark, he does need this, and I do enjoy their initial bond, as this boy is at a point in his life where he desperately needs someone to talk to. No one knows his secret yet. His mom is busy watching over an unconscious murderer, so Mark needs someone more experienced with this whole superhero world to help give him some guidance and let him vent about what just happened. Which is where Eve does come in clutch. She's a kind, ribbing presence that Mark immediately begins to lean on for support. We don't exactly know what's gonna happen between them, except that's a fucking lie, because their next scene is covered by a love song.
Artificial love.
I couldn't play the song because of copyright, but Might Not Make It Home by LPX is a song about a couple that just met at a club experiencing the joy of being together. It's very on brand for the on-the-nose musical choices of Invincible. Yeah, I think it works as they are telegraphing that this is a more than friends situation. And it gets even more obvious when Mark looks destroyed when he finds out that, zoinks, Eve has a boyfriend. Now, in fictional terms, this is basically screaming that Mark and Eve's relationship is meant to be seen in a romantic light. They're not just a guy and a girl who are friends. Mark has caught feelings, but oh no, she's dating some douche. So we gotta pump the brakes on them, even as Mark is letting slip about Eve to his mom, which immediately triggers the mom embarrassing her son over his crush. You don't see what the show is doing by this point, I can't really help you. Especially how by the end of the episode, Eve gets to play the damsel in distress to motivate Mark to lock in and take out the Flaxen leader, which I'm sure will never happen again. But we do this because Eve, she's special to Mark, and the show has wasted zero time reinforcing that idea. And to be fair, I think if it was just this, I would be fine. This is a pretty standard setup as far as like TV romances go. Guy likes girl, she's not available. It's effective and believable enough for what it is. You don't like it, but you know it. However, the thing that made me roll my eyes is how the show just then inserts Amber into this mix. See, after an episode of establishing Mark's clear romantic interest in Eve, the show basically throws Amber at Mark, which you think, okay, that's fine, they're both dating and oh, Rex cheated on Eve, and they broke up, and oh no, Mark is dating Amber now. What they're doing is so excruciatingly obvious. Mark is only with Amber so he can't immediately get with Eve. And like, let it be noted, Mark doesn't bat an eye at Amber till she gives him her number. He doesn't try to save her from the bully because he has a crush. Mark did it because he's a good person. With the first episode and the next, then just setting up Amber's interest in him, all while he is clearly focused almost exclusively on Eve. The fact that in episode 3, fresh off of breaking up with Rex, they took out a bad guy, Eve leans in for what looks like a kiss with Mark that he fails to recognize, only for her to then, go to his house at night, only for, oh no, he's sucking face with Amber. All of these events, back to back to back, makes what the show doing just painful. They are so transparent in what they're doing, and that drives me insane. It's like, oh, it's sad. They had a thing, but no, they're with other people, then oh, he's with someone else. But no, all my negative ass can see is just how much time is about to be spent on a couple that has no shot of lasting.
The game was rigged from the start.
Yeah, Amber and Mark were always doomed. I always knew they were doomed, as a story wouldn't take the time to set up a potential romance between Mark and Eve, then try to make it feel tragic that they don't end up together if they weren't gonna hook up eventually. Amber is a plot device, and this annoys me. Because yeah, I do actually like Mark and Amber hanging out together. The writing and the actors give the couple way more chemistry in 2 episodes than Mark and Eve had in all of season 3. But while I like Mark and Amber's chemistry, yeah, their relationship isn't that great. I said this in my original review of season 1, but for a show with writing as good as Invincible's, putting a fresh spin on so many old superhero tropes, the romantic subplot of the teen hero keeping his identity hidden from his girlfriend is shockingly stale. You could tell me that they copy and pasted the storyline from 1985 and I would believe it. With the only updates being Amber being given a personality, and the twist that Amber knows Mark is a superhero. which was executed so poorly that it made Amber the most hated person on the show, especially when combined with misogynoir. Amber is what I would describe as a stopgap love interest. She's only here to keep Mark and Eve from hooking up in season 1, with the story never doing enough with this relationship to distract me from this fact, leaving me ever so salty at the show whenever it tried to turn its head and ship Eve and Mark together. Like, when Eve pops in to tell Mark she's running away from home to use her powers to actually help people, it's sweet, but it happens smack dab in the middle of Mark trying to fix his relationship with Amber, with him fully zoning out as he stares longingly into the sky after she leaves. Invincible has always made it crystal clear that while Mark was with Amber, Eve was who he really should be with, making Amber the stopgap between that happening and the disposable black girlfriend, whose screen time evaporates the second she stops dating Mark. Disposable black love interest trope, it's a thing. Here's a link to a couple other videos that would break it down a lot better than I could. I can gel with a will they won't they love story, but when the story is this obvious about what it's doing, it's gonna make me like the endgame couple less. I'm sorry about this, but I am just too petty and have too much respect for my time. Especially when after the bad breakup, the finale just throws Amber and Mark back together.
Kill me later.
I groaned so much when this happened, as I knew this meant we were just getting another season of the same shit. Though thankfully Amber's arc in season 2 is handled better. Even it's still clearly doomed and the writing seems scared to have Amber be non-polite at all to Mark after all the backlash. But this is a Mark and Eve video, not an Amber video. So here's the actually relevant thing. Season 2 fucked up the one thing will they won't they's are supposed to be good at, making me crave catharsis. See, many storylines don't have good romantic subplots. Even great shows can have mid-storylines about just the characters ending up together, but at times, you don't need great writing, you don't even need good writing. You just need to be a tease. If you dangle a ship in front of someone long enough, especially when it's for younger audiences, make them think like, oh, it's just about to happen, only to pull away at the last second, leave breadcrumbs of feelings to fit on a conspiracy board, leading to that big final kiss. Do all that, and even when the writing isn't great, the audience will still crave catharsis. The release of those two characters getting together, as at least then, it will be over. You'll know who ended up with who, all the weighing will have amounted to something, providing closure so we can move on with our lives. Entire stories are built around this. People will follow a couple for years, even if it just evolves into hate-watching masochism. And Invincible, to me, fails at this, as Eve and Mark getting together isn't what the story made me crave. What it made me want was for Mark and Amber to break the fuck up.
Well, we're waiting.
Again, this is all my personal opinion, but I feel like even if the story is trying to seed Eve and Mark throughout the story, their lack of screen time together leads to their relationship to feel just way more muted for how fast the story goes later. I know, like, the writers don't want Mark to be a bad person in this way, but by not amping up his longing for Eve even when he's with Amber, it makes a real focus on my attention just the death spiral that this couple has found themselves in. So whenever Eve pops, it's like, oh yeah, that's clearly what's gonna happen afterwards. And like Amber and Mark's initial breakup in season 1, that was what they had been building to. But the way they just slapped them back together made the slow walk to them breaking up all the more insufferable. The writing may be decent, hey, it's even good at times, but like always, the romantic subplots have always been the least fresh part of Invincible's writing. If you've seen one superhero storyline about a civilian love interest who can't handle the strain of dating a superhero, you've seen most of what Invincible has to offer, with the looming specter of Eve making me just check my watch, as even if seeing Amber put up with a lot of shit endeared her to some of her former haters. I personally just wanted this to be over, as I knew she was gonna be yeeted from this story once they broke up, which after all this nonsense is for the best. I enjoyed even Mark's solo stuff in season 2. Mark breaking up with Amber as part of him crashing out and living a normal life is what that season is really focused on, but the breakup happened, and now, after all the breadcrumbs, they just get together. And how they do it feels just as manufactured as when Amber just was used to keep them apart.
Mark, wait.
I love you.
Now, I haven't read the comics, so tell me in the comments if I'm off base here or not, but I get the sense from watching the show that Mark and Eve hung out a lot more in the original story. Hence, old Eve telling Mark that she's always loved him and to tell her younger self one way or the other, and that would serve the purpose of putting to rest a much more prominent will they won't they situation. This would be them cutting off all the bullshit, pointing Mark in the right direction, and just saying go. And I say all this because in the show, I don't think it fully works, as Mark and Eve don't hang out all that much. And when they do, more often than not, they're talking about Amber. So while Eve is Mark's most fleshed out female relationship outside of his family, having Mark be told 3 hours after his emotional breakup with his girlfriend that Eve is into him, that does feel a little bit iffy. The body wasn't even cold, and the story was pushing Mark to confess his feelings to a different girl, and yeah, I was judging. It'd be one thing if Mark just realized like, okay, 100% she's into me, I've always been into her, and goes for it. But the way this situation played out over the first 2 seasons, how much time we put into Mark and Amber and him trying to make this work, it does feel slightly weird. And it reminds me of how Mark got with Amber, how someone just popped into his life, was into him, and all he had to do was not fumble it. A challenge for Mark, I know, but this is where we finally get into season 3, and I can say the things that'll get me killed. Starting with the fact that for a relationship that's been delayed and built up over the course of 2 seasons, them actually getting together feels not just rushed, but a weirdness that I struggled for the longest time to just explain what it was. As yeah, the rush comes from the aforementioned tip from Eve's older self, how Rex and William are both telling him just like, oh yeah, just ask her out already. And they go from talking in episode 1 to essentially being together by the end of episode 2. Now again, if the will they won't they thing had been more prominent in season 2, I might have been able to give this a pass. But when it actually comes time for them to start talking, something feels different.
We're both superheroes. We both know the life.
Now, here's how I describe the weirdness of what they feel, and it is probably my most disgusting take about Eve and Mark, and it's that I think in season 3, it's where they have the worst chemistry. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that the dialogue that they're given makes it feel like all their interactions are on autopilot. I'm being for real. When Mark first asked out Eve, her response after saying yes is to stress just how much of them dating would make sense. Like, oh, we're both superheroes, already been in life and death situations. Eve talking about why she's willing to give this a chance boils down to practicality and is something that I don't think these characters need to state. Yeah, they both fucking know that they're superheroes and understand the life. Eve has dated superheroes before. This truly feels like it's just here for the audience and saying like, oh no, things are gonna be different from last time. There's no real excitement about finally dating Mark or the dread about her dating her friend's ex. And I know that they're keeping things placid so they can then have Eve be pissed once Mark reveals that this was prompted by her older self, but this sense that their relationship and the writing for it is on autopilot never fully goes away, as they act how you would expect a superhero couple to, which is okay, but it's not until the finale does it feel like the story rewards them for loving and supporting each other. We'll get back to that though, as I don't want to rush past how the story is greasing the wheels to get these two together as fast as possible. Like, I raise an eyebrow at Mark saying,
"That's not fair, you know it's more than that."
But the fact that they made the proof of Mark's feelings being the fact that he internally, off screen, could only think about Eve when he was running for his life, I'm like, sir, please, I want to like this ship. Don't just say something that sounds like it works, but we don't actually get to experience it. So Mark busting this out, this to me didn't feel like Mark like, oh, I'm confessing my feelings. It was no, Udo reverse card, y'all didn't see this coming. And I feel like if you already wanted them to be a couple, I'm sure this works. But if you're on the fence like I was, after all the bullshit Amber was used for to keep these bitches apart, something that happened off screen being the thing that proves Mark's love to Eve is just, it's like the writers are doing everything they can to make sure that I personally never get invested in them. I mean it. And if that wasn't enough, Eve's main role this season getting boiled down to Mark's girlfriend definitely clinched it. Oh my god. The funniest post I've seen about this on Blue Sky was just, and I quote, "Eve had more sex than character development this season," and it is so true. The last solo thing she does in episode 3 was just moving back in with her god-awful parents, and yeah, she's going to college to be an architect off screen so she can do things with her powers off screen. Which is crazy since up until this point, Invincible has been so good about giving like the main female characters in the story so much depth and nuance. Debbie apparently didn't do jack shit in the comics, but here, she's my favorite character. Her storyline with Nolan is amazing. So Eve, while not getting the spotlight all the time, what she had going on was really good. So it's crazy then for all of that to grind to a halt the second she and Mark start dating, and I find that a little sus. I'm sure she'll do more with all of this in the future, but for this season, the one where they first get together and Eve getting hurt is what motivates Mark on 2 different occasions. I again refer back to my point that for all the good reconstruction work Invincible does with superhero tropes, the ones tied to Mark's love life are the least updated. They don't have that new spin or extra layer to make it truly feel fresh and interesting, which is how I would describe Mark and Eve's interactions for the rest of this season.
Are you okay? You look like you've had a rough one.
I love Katara. She's the heart of Team Avatar, which is frankly the worst job in the classic 5-man band, having to be the emotional rock of everyone else, having to get called preachy by a fandom who just because, but when really, without her, everyone would have lost hope or become a worse person. It's not glamorous, but it is a vital part of the story, and I don't think Invincible uses Eve well in this regard. I've peeped other reviews of season 3, and damn near all of them made the same joke about Mark and Eve always sitting on the roof. Mark will be bummed out after getting smacked around by everyone, and the moral quandary he failed to find a heroic way out of. So, he's left tired and exhausted, as yeah, he's trying to be a good guy in a morally gray world, with Eve being there to tell Mark that he did the right thing and to try and console him. Rinse and repeat for the rest of the season. And this type of interaction between them got dull really quickly, and I feel like this comes down to a couple things. But the main one, the one that actually kills my investment in seeing just any of this happen, is that Eve is never allowed to actually lift Mark up. Outside of like once out of 7 scenes, every one of these check-ins doesn't end in Mark feeling better or confident in what happened. People have described these scenes as like, oh, this is what we learned today part of the story, but actually, Mark doesn't learn shit. He never ends an episode feeling like he did the right thing till the finale where he killed a guy. And that's kind of the point of this season, breaking down Mark. So having Eve be here, trying to tell him how much she believes in him, how he did his best, it feels like all of this is undercut by the story, which is bullying Mark into being a killer, and that he didn't do the right thing, that he needs to change, rendering Eve's attempts to be Mark's heart to feel ineffective. The closest she gets to a Katara moment is telling Mark how he's Nolan's victim as much as anyone else's. But by the end of the actual episode, there's nothing left for her to say. Mark is just borderline depressed. Truly, all Eve really does this season in her relationship to Mark is keep his mental health barely above water, which doesn't feel like a triumph, it feels like work. Which gets us into like the, oh yeah, they're a healthy relationship, therefore it's good argument that I often see floating around. As yeah, I can see why people would get the feels from Eve attempting to help Mark. But yeah, they are in love and clearly smitten with each other, which is adorable. But I'm sitting back here looking at people leap to this defense saying like, oh my god, they love each other, they had sex, and I'm thinking, wow, the bar is in hell.
Hi there, I'm
done with you. There is nothing wrong with finding comfort in media or appreciating couples that just are free of the usual mess associated with fictional relationships. But just because a couple is in love and healthy doesn't make it interesting. It's how the characters are written, how they interact, and the journey we undergo with them that earns at least my investment. Personally, when I see a fictional couple being nice and supportive of one another, I'm like, okay, that's to be expected. They have chosen a lane, now I need them to try and invoke that ah and ooh, that squeeze out of me. But the way Invincible can't really let Eve win and save Mark. There's never a lesson for him to learn through her, leaving these repetitive interactions to have a nice sentiment, but very little impact. If I thought it was just okay at first, it was boring by the 5th or 6th. And I think the key thing for like writing healthy relationships, or at least to make me interested in them, is that you have to tell me more about them than just, oh, they love each other. Again, that's to be expected, so it doesn't make them engaging, especially in a story that is undercutting those scenes. But if you want some positive examples of interesting, healthy couples, and just how they do it, first off, you gotta start with the all-time greats, Gomez and Morticia of the Addams Family. They set the mold for a married couple still very much in love, as look at them. Grand declarations, thirst, and an unshakable commitment to one another. You can say they're doing a similar thing to Mark and Eve, saying they love each other, but God, the chemistry. When Mark and Eve interact, it's like, okay, clearly you see each other as the other part of you. When it comes to Gomez and Morticia, you just feel the passion. But we want something more practical, but still kind of soulmates coded, even if it's like not really his. We got Legoshi and Haru from Beastars, post season 1, where after all the theatrics of how they got together, watching them figure out how they should act around one another is cute and filled with real life struggle, as the wolf boy is biologically programmed to eat this little wabbit. And that makes them interesting. It's like, okay, how are they gonna figure this out? What are they gonna do next? What is like a deal breaker, and how do they navigate this clearly difficult place? Well, it's always made clear that they truly love each other. If you guys want a cartoon example, well, Lumity. Luz and Amity in the Owl House, they get together, there's some trials and tribulations, you think they're rivals at the start, and then there's like, oh, they're in love, and it's cool. They start dating, but I feel like the thing that actually makes them like a really good couple and a really good counterexample to what happens in Invincible, is even if I don't think they're as interesting when they're together as they were when they were like getting together, Luz and Amity are still overcoming problems. They're still having talks. It still feels like their relationship is growing and changing, with us getting a lot of great intrigue, investment, and it always feels like, okay, there's something new. These two and their dynamic is not set in stone, so it is worth my time watching them. In contrast, even Mark, again, to me, feel like they're on autopilot in a show convinced everyone is already in love with them, and therefore it doesn't need to put in the work to make people care. One of the lines that blew my mind on a second rewatch is where they're on their first date, and I watch them throw out the chance to like have some cute banter or build more of a dynamic. Instead, the show chooses to have them pat themselves on the back, and just how much of them dating makes sense.
The weird thing is
that it isn't weird?
What bugs me isn't that like, oh, it's corny, is that their dynamic feels ever so slightly manufactured. Literally every shift in their relationship has the stank of the writers moving pieces on the board. Following Mark and Eve up until this point hasn't been a journey, it's been a waiting game. In fact, in one way, I'd even say their dynamic has gotten worse. As Mary Jane, famous love interest of Spider-Man, the original comic party girl whose seeming disinterest in Peter made her so popular that it basically forced the writers to pick her over Gwen. But one of the key things that made Mary Jane so beloved is how she was there for Peter, how the weight of his double life kept him isolated with no one to talk to or confide in, except for Mary Jane. She was his anchor, his sole solace in a chaotic world, and Eve is a less effective version of this. Not just because the writing won't allow it, but due to the fact that Mark does have so many people in his life that he can talk to. This is in season 1 where he had nobody. Like at the start of season 3, he has his mom, he has William, he has Oliver, he had Cecil when they weren't fighting. Like he even has that one guy who made his clothes, and Rex when he was alive. And this renders the role Eve is playing to be doubly damned, as it takes away from her specialness. The show keeps telling the characters to tell us how much they love each other. They keep begging us like, oh my god, don't you feel how close they are? Don't you feel like, oh my god, she said I love you, he loves her? But it's like, okay, you keep having them say that, but often feels surface level, that it's not as deep as a story thinks it is. And one of the things that I will never stop laughing at is that when they are fishing for clips to put in their grand romantic montage, there's no words in the English language to describe how much I howled when they played the waterfall scene. As that wasn't a relationship highlight. If they wanted it to be, they had to use the one of him looking at her. This one was Mark complaining about how Amber dumped him and Eve saying that Amber was right. Let that sink in. Across 22 episodes, they didn't have enough clips for a montage. Like, it's not good, but it's so funny once you clock it.
Are you smiling?
Do you want to fuck?
Fundamentally, my apathy for this relationship comes from just how painfully clear that this was endgame. How blatantly they used Amber to keep this relationship from happening. The bare minimum the show did to make me just desire Mark being with Eve instead of like the death of his relationship to Amber. Then telling me how convenient this relationship would be while jumping to grand declarations saying I love you, and just the wish fulfillment of emotional intimacy, just it doesn't hit for me. We're holding this couple up and saying, oh my god, they are perfect. When I'm really just thinking like, okay, this is the couple that I'm the least invested in this season. Truly, I thought Rex and Ray had way better chemistry. I was more invested in whatever like was going on with Robot and Monster Girl's situationship. I love Debbie. Paul's boring, but I kind of want to see where they go. And even the random villains from the montage got me more in the feels than Mark and Eve ever did, maimed or not. Every step of this relationship has not been terrible, but it has always been painfully transparent to how they move at the behest of the writers, not the characters. With the story simply not giving them anything interesting to do, as they have 3 dialogue options whenever they're together. Eve isn't allowed to help Mark grow by engaging in any of the moral dilemmas he's been trapped in. She's only allowed to be supportive and say he did the right thing, even in instances where she might have a more nuanced opinion. Like, you would think Eve of all people would recognize the dangers of superheroes doing what they think is right, regardless of the greater context. You know, the thing that her entire arc was about last season? Like, I don't want her to be devil's advocating Cecil, but there are opportunities to give Eve's dialogue a veneer of personality. Make it feel unique to her instead of something that I could have copied and pasted from any other character being supportive. With the idea that Mark needs this feeling inane to me. As yeah, it's true, Mark's life sucks. He would need someone to ground and support him, but these are fictional characters. They are vehicles to evoke emotions and to tell a great story. Everything they do is a choice by the writers, and so I can't separate that fact from just Eve's role in this story, as she went from having her own stuff going on to dropping all that to hard carry Mark's mental health. And the writing did not have to do that. Similarly, whenever people say Mark's the main character, so people's lives just revolving around him makes sense, I kind of roll my eyes, as in a series that keeps showing the humanity and struggles of the normal people of this world, how everyone has their own things going on, defaulting to the argument that Mark's struggles are special and should be prioritized to the detriment of others, is the kind of shit Nolan in season 1 would say. Mark may be the main character, but he and the show are improved by having a fully fleshed out world and supporting cast. So while Eve has always been supporting Mark, seeing her role in the story get shrunk down to dating him and having 2 cool fight scenes and getting Amber's seal of approval does feel like a downgrade. We're learning how much they love each other. Oh, they're making us care. But then you put in the context similar to Rex and Ray, where you know this relationship is only happening to make Rex's death hurt even more. That logic still tracks for Eve and Mark. The show wants us to love them, to understand why Mark loves her, so her getting fucked up, to motivate him, we feel it, we understand it. And we're also gonna recognize that apparently Oliver getting maimed wasn't enough. But if I were to just say the thing that truly made me not care, it's the fact that their dynamic plateaus immediately. What you get at the start of them dating is what you'll get for the rest of the season, and if you're not already on board, it became dull. Having a couple hit its stride is fine, but Mark and Eve don't feel like they hit their stride. They feel stagnant. With the one time an episode tries to say something about their relationship other than, I love you, it ends with them deciding that they were moving too fast, pumping the brakes. They keep acting the same way. No change, they reach their perfect form on their first date. They immediately had sex, and everything just will happen around them, but their bonded dynamic remains unchanged. Which in our story would be super romantic, but given how they are set up, the author's mitts being all over them to a point where it's the writer's achievement, not theirs, them settling into this static dynamic doesn't really do it for me. My Adventures with Superman did this better, Lumini did it better, Mark and Eve they don't have the chemistry to get away with being this milquetoast. Not to make it a competition, but it does feel so perfect that Amber and Mark got their own original song, but Mark and Eve just had to license older music, and that fits perfectly, because everything about them is recycled. And all that said, I don't think they're doomed to be dull to me forever. Yeah, for all my yapping about why I don't care about this ship, I do think this couple could easily win me over. Most of the issues I have with them are based on how this season is constructed. That we have to wait for Mark to finally snap, with Eve being there to keep him sane till we got Conquest. If we get a storyline that doesn't hinge so much on one giant dramatic moment, then having some variety in their interactions would be an easy way to make them more engaging. We'll be past them just being together, and we'll finally just have them do things together. Eve is definitely on track to have her own storyline as her powers are definitely fritzing out. But again, everything I've said, this is all why I don't fuck with this shit. Not saying I'm right, or that the writing is like objectively terrible. This is all my personal tastes and opinions about how Invincible has handled this romance, and has left me disinterested. The random villains getting a soft montage about their personal struggles and their love, that got me more invested in them than anything Mark and Eve have done. I think for me that comes down to execution and expectation. Random villains getting this sudden rich inner life and nuance is a revelation that stands in contrast to how we previously thought of them. Meanwhile, Mark, Eve, and all the drama that has come along with it has been everything I expected since episode 2. They're fine, they're okay. I don't think it's like, oh my god, this is offensively bad. I'm sorry, but I've seen too many more interesting versions of what they are to applaud just being supportive and victory sex.